Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Obito Sensei in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Obito Sensei Chapter 64. Refuses to accept reality. Sasuke's head was splitting open, and his body was filled with flames. Don't die, okay? He was burning as the world around him was freezing. He was lying down, surrounded by cold, wet grass as a cool breeze washed over him. It pushed against the fire inside of him and kept him from burning up completely. His whole body ached, like his blood had been replaced by boiling poison, and his eyes pulsed with the rapid rhythm of his heart. He didn't know how long he burned for, the world was dark and bereft of time and comfort. But eventually, even closing his eyes proved too painful. It felt like the lids were scraping against the surface of his eyes as he dragged them open. There was a fire not far from him. He was laid out on the ground beside it, and its light stung him. Sasuke looked around. He was in a forest cloaked in deep night, not any place familiar to him. But the trees, the grass, it felt familiar. This was the kind of forest that grew in the land of fire. So far as he could tell, he was alone. There was a kettle strung over the fire on a primitive wooden setup. Next to it were 3 small fish, some sort of trout, impaled on stakes, and beside them was set out a nice porcelain tea set. The water inside the kettle was beginning to boil. Sasuke could see the first wisps of steam beginning to escape. He tried to sit up and a pulse of pain shot from the top of his head to the base of his spine. He instinctively reached up, sure that there would be a wound, that his scalp would be hanging off, but there was nothing. The pain was internal, like a spike in his brain. How had he gotten here? The last thing he could remember was the explosion, being surrounded by death and fire and watching Suijutsu vanish like the steam coming out of the kettle. He couldn't stop staring at it. His Sharingan was active, he realized. He couldn't even turn it off. The blast, and what it could have been, kept playing in his mind endlessly, in every curl of steam and every rustle of grass. There was a soft sound of grass parting, and Sasuke rolled over, looking towards it with a groan. Itachi stepped out from behind a thick copse of trees, humming under his breath and carrying a bundle of greens in one hand, and then froze. Sasuke felt every one of his senses pushed to their extreme. His pain grew more acute, but he was able to ignore it. His brother was less than 10 feet away, staring at him with a nonplussed expression. He was vulnerable, weak, and prone, but Itachi wasn't trying to take advantage of it. They were both equally stuck, watching each other without any idea of what would happen if they moved. Huh. You're already awake. Sasuke watched his brother step forward and say the words, and then he blinked, and Itachi was back where he'd been a moment before. He stepped forward, keeping both his hands visible. Huh. You're already awake, he repeated, and Sasuke blinked again. He felt something warm in his right eye, but he was far too focused on Itachi to investigate it. Who cared if he cried after the day he was having? What? He asked, and Itachi frowned. Sorry, he said. He hadn't even activated his Sharingan, Sasuke thought. Itachi didn't see him as a threat. This must be confusing for you. He strode forward, examined the fish and the kettle, and nodded with a mildly pleased expression. Sasuke watched him as he went, feeling like an animal holding as still as it could in the presence of a predator. His brother looked back to him apologetically. I figured you could use something to eat, but I didn't think you'd be up so fast. Honestly, that's impressive, Sasuke. He turned back, adjusting the stakes so the fish was properly over the fire and beginning to cook. It should only be a couple minutes. Fish cooks quickly, you know. He shuffled back to the kettle. I was gathering some herbs. Do you like sage? Itachi, Sasuke said flatly, and his brother paused. Where are we? How did I get here? It finally dawned on him that this might be an illusion, but his Sharingan hadn't detected anything. Maybe Itachi's Tsukuyomi was just that strong though. He couldn't trust his senses at all. Ah, of course, Itachi said. Well, we're in the land of fire, just past the border with rain. I took you here, out of a megakure. He turned back to Sasuke. When I arrived you were unconscious, and one of the Omekage was about to arrest you. So I grabbed you and ran. Honestly, it was pretty frightening. Did you know that Nagato can control gravity? That's a heck of a ninjutsu. Sasuke didn't have any idea of how to respond to that, so he didn't say anything. All he could do was watch his brother in disbelief. It's about, probably 4 in the morning, Itaka said, gesturing to his left. The sun won't rise for another couple hours, though I was expecting you to sleep well past that. I guess you always were stubborn like that dash. What? Sasuke finally managed. Why did you come find me? Why now? I've been in a Megakure for more than a year. He felt himself sharpen up. Was that dash? No. Itaka said, sudden and violent, and Sasuke jolted back. His brother blew out a rough breath. No. I was not responsible for that butchery. What would be the point? Why do people keep? He trailed off, and then shook his head. No. I came looking for you because I needed to speak with you, Sasuke. That's all. I did not attack a Megakure. He paused. Well, I fought 2 of the Amekage, but strictly to defend you. I retreated as soon as I could. Do you know who did it? Sasuke asked, and Itaka shook his head. He couldn't detect a lie, but his brother had always been a perfect liar. No. The kettle began whistling, and Sasuke stayed quiet as Itaka poured out 2 cups and produced 2 tea bags from a pouch beneath his cloak. He leaned past the fire, offering Sasuke one of the cups, and after a moment of hesitation he took it. You didn't grab my team as well? Sasuke asked, and Itaka shrugged. Were they still alive? I didn't have any interest in them. Were Naruto and Sakura alive? But they were probably under arrest as well. Itaka didn't seem to know or care. Probably. Sasuke felt his temper flare and managed to shove it down before he did something rash. Why did you think I'd be unconscious longer, then? He asked, and Itaka paused as he raised his cup to his lips. I wasn't hurt that badly. I can't believe I was unconscious for this long anyway. Well, because of your Mangekyo, of course, Itaka said, looking somewhat puzzled. Congratulations on awakening it, by the way. Who did you kill? Sasuke froze, and his eyes burned. He realized that the world was sharper than it had ever been before, that the pulses of pain had finally abated over the course of the last few minutes and that he now felt strong. The fragility he had embodied had vanished and he was filled with intoxicating power hotter than the tea in his hands. You didn't know? Itaki asked, and Sasuke mutely nodded. Well, that's lucky. Then I suppose someone very dear to you must have made that sacrifice. He took a sip. Like Obito. Sasuke looked down into the steam rising off his cup and felt like he was going to throw up. Had it been Suigetsu dying, or the whole city being blown to pieces before his eyes? The question was academic, but Sasuke found himself latching onto it, looking for something to ground himself. He had a Mangekyo Sharingan now, just like his brother, just like Obito, he was now an Uchiha of the rarest kind. And just like Obito had been before Shisui had died, he was now doomed to go blind young unless Itaka died. Sasuke took in a shuddering breath. I didn't realize, he said, closing his eyes. How dash? Does it work? Itaki asked, completely misinterpreting his faltering question. Don't worry about that. It's instinct. Your body knows what it's capable of. Every Uchiha is unique in that respect, I believe. You know, Shisui and Obito and myself, and Madara and Izuna Uchiha long before us, we all have our own abilities. It'll be interesting to see what you manifest, Sasuke. Madara Uchiha. Sasuke rocked back as the name called an image up. An ancient man, withered and run through with cracks, slumped in a chair and mumbling to himself. I know you. Izuna. I lost my shadow, how stupid can an old man be? There was more than that. As Itaka sipped his tea, Sasuke remembered everything, like something that had already been bent in his mind finally broke, shattered, and was dragged away by a flood of memories. Orochimaru, his memory suppressant jutsu, his hatred of the Hokage, his constant complaining and scheming, the ancient Uchiha he had imprisoned below a Megakure. All that and more buried Sasuke in a dozen different feelings at once. It forced him to close his eyes and hold his breath or drown. Sasuke? Itaki asked, sounding genuinely concerned, and Sasuke shook his head. I'm fine, he said, marveling at what had happened. What had broken the jutsu? Orochimaru's release jutsu was proximity-based, he'd seen it enough times with the Sharingan to be sure of that. Was the man nearby? He found himself looking around in a burst of paranoia, but Itaka seemed at ease. It didn't matter. The Hokage needed to know that his man on the inside wasn't trustworthy, and Rain needed to know they had a monster in their closet. Sasuke shakily stood up, running through a series of familiar hand signs. As he did, Itaka stood up as well, watching him curiously. A shadow clone? He asked, and as he did Sasuke completed the jutsu that he'd seen Naruto produce countless times. He sagged as Itaka frowned. Sasuke, you're already so tired. Please don't dash. It's not for you, Sasuke bit out, and as he did his clone turned west and started running. Even if you took me from there, I still have some obligations to Omegaku, some information to report. Please, just let it go. Our location. Itaka said, but he made no move to stop the clone. Sasuke shook his head. No. He needed to distract Itaka, just in case. The clone was almost out of sight already. What did you need to talk to me about anyway? You couldn't have known I'd have the Mangekyo, and you didn't know about the attack. What the hell was worth coming to a village you betrayed for? Itaka turned, ignoring the clone, and Sasuke sighed in relief. His brother bent over the fish, examining them and deciding they weren't quite done. Well, Itaka said, and Sasuke was shocked to see his brother hesitating. I suppose I was going to ask for your help. Sasuke laughed. It wasn't a healthy sound. He was all too aware that he was hysterical. Maybe this was the final straw, piled on top of Suijutsu dying, Rain in flames, Naruto and Sakura probably being dead, everything going wrong at once in such an irrevocable way, plus his mind getting put through a field of blades with his Mangekyo suddenly developing and damaging whatever Juinjutsu Orochimaru had placed on his brain. Whatever, he decided to embrace it. Fat chance. He laughed. Is that why you dragged me away? So I'd be a traitor to both Rain and Leaf. He giggled. Well, we're already in the land of fire, I'm heading straight to Konoha. I can probably convince them to rescue my team, if they weren't blown to fucking bits with the rest of Omegaku. He set down his cup in the soft dirt, turned east, and started walking, passing right by his brother. Itaka didn't move to stop him. You haven't heard what I wanted help with, he said. Sasuke stopped. He whirled on his brother and spat on him. Itaka didn't flinch. Whatever happened to Rain was your fault, he hissed, and Itaka didn't contradict him. He barely moved as Sasuke spoke, his entire body vibrating with hatred. They hired you to kidnap the Nanabi, Fu, and you took her for yourself. But you still blamed it on them. Let us think that Rain had a Baijuyu, and then you went and took one of the Hidden Cloud's Jinchuriki as well, didn't you? You've been trying to turn Rain into even more of a pariah from the start. Just to weaken them, right? Because they might challenge Konoha? You've killed as many people as you did in Waterfall just for that. Sasuke kicked his brother in the side as hard as he could, but Itaka still didn't react. It's disgusting. You're disgusting. It's just the same as with our family. You'll kill as many people as you want so long as you think it'll work out the way you want, right Itaka? Is there anything you wouldn't do? I wouldn't hurt you, Itaka said resolutely, and Sasuke kicked him again. This time, Itaka let out a soft groan. You broke my arm back in the Chunin exam, he said with a laugh. So that's a bunch of bullshit. Itaka stood up, and Sasuke backed away, feeling his Mangekyo burn. What could it do? If he had the Amaterasu like his brother did, he could reduce him to ash. That was done out of love, Itaka said, turning on him with set eyes. You were weak, Sasuke. You'd stagnated, and mother was happy to let you. Didn't that push you to be the best you could be? What a load of shit, Sasuke spat, turning and walking away once more. He didn't care, he didn't even want to give his brother the satisfaction of trying to kill him. You're right though, Itaka said as Sasuke turned his back on him. I didn't realize you and your friends would defect to Rain. That's my bad. And it's probably my fault that you were blown up too, so I'll apologize for that as well. Sasuke didn't stop. Sasuke, Itaka called out. I'm not used to making mistakes, but this has been one. I'm sorry. Sasuke paused, but didn't turn around. Had he ever heard Itaka admit fault, even once in his entire life? He couldn't remember a single time. It threw him off enough for his brother to keep speaking without having to chase after him. But I can fix this. Just like that, the spell was broken. Sasuke rolled his eyes and kept going, his brother's voice growing more distant. And I need your help to do it. This isn't something you can fix. He called back, shouting into the night and hearing animals scatter at his voice. This isn't something anyone can fix. This is just how it works. Rain stood out, and you helped it, and now someone has smashed them down, put them back in their place. He laughed. Rain, and the Akatsuki, and Sakura, they think they can change the world, the system. Maybe they can, if they keep working towards it. I doubt it after this. But someone like you, Itaka, working by yourself? You're fucking worthless. There's not a damn thing you could do to fix this. You're wrong. Itaka's voice was quiet, but the fervor in it made Sasuke stop one last time. He looked back at his med brother, still standing by the fire and holding his tea. Those are the words of a man without ambition, Itaka said, and Sasuke shivered. But you have greatness within you, Sasuke. Your main Jikyo is proof of that. Words like that don't become you. He reached down and pulled a fish from the fire, offering it out. Sasuke stared at it. Two men established the village system, they essentially created the world as we know it. Itaka's eyes burned, pinning Sasuke in place. Why couldn't two men change it? That's... Sasuke paused, pushing down his first thoughtless retort. We're not Madara and the first Hokage. Not even close. They commanded whole clans, reshaped the continent. Calling them two men isn't even close to the truth. I'm glad you know your history, Itaka said dryly. But it really is as simple as that. So simple I don't understand why I seem to be the first person to have thought of it. He leaned forward, and Sasuke found himself drawn into his brother's gravity despite the distance between them. Sasuke, the villages were founded in response to Konoha's creation. One power block demanded an opposing one, it's practically a natural law. If those alliances stayed in place and it also began sharing shinobi with Konoha, binding the two villages closer together, it would create a military bloc that no one would ever be stupid enough to challenge. Sasuke unconsciously smirked as Itaka pressed on. When that happened, Hashirama Senju distributed the tailed beasts to the new villages, relying on them to be weapons of peace. He believed that the villages wouldn't be foolish enough to wage war on one another with such powerful weapons in each other's possession. But he was mistaken. The great villages just made the Jinchuriki key part of their strategies, of their politics, and continued to war and compete with each other. His face was grim. Even I was buying into that line of thinking when I claimed Rain had stolen the Nanabi. I knew it would make the other villages look at it as even more of a threat, that they would be forced to action and would knock it down from its new, powerful position, from a place where it could threaten Konoha. Nicely done, Sasuke muttered. But you're lying. Itaka cocked his head, and Sasuke kept going. You have the Sanbai, don't you? He said, and Itaka twitched. And you got the Sanbai before you got the Nanabi. Or at least, that's what the Amekage believe. So why'd you grab that one, Itaka? To deny it to Mist, Itaka said. He averted his eyes. I was young, and foolish, I believed that it was better in my hands than in the hands of a collapsing village. My main Jikyo was new, and it blinded me in a different way. Brilliant. Listen, Itaka said, trying to get back on track. The Baijuyo created the system. They could also, in the right hands, utterly change it. Sasuke giggled. So you've been bringing them all together, he said, to create a threat. A weapon so powerful no village would challenge you for fear of triggering it? A weapon to hold the world hostage. Well hey, I'm glad you get the general idea, Itaka said with a grin, and Sasuke couldn't stop giggling. You idiot. He said, breaking down laughing. That's exactly what Sakura thought you were up to. She read you like a book. I recall that Sakura was the most intelligent member of your team, Itaka said with a meaningful look, and Sasuke was amazed to find that his brother had just insulted him, however minor it was. Certainly the most perceptive. If she and I have both arrived at that plan independently, that should give it more credit in your eyes, not less. She was just theorizing, Sasuke said, but it was without conviction. He was pretty sure that as she was now, Sakura would consider the plan at least somewhat practical. A Megakure being blown up probably hadn't moderated her opinion. Regardless, you want my help stealing the rest? He continued, trying to seize the initiative, and Itaka nodded. Even if I did that, how do you know the Baijuya would be enough? What if you're just making the same mistake as the shot aim? What if the villages just keep hitting each other, regardless of the size of the stick? How much would things have to escalate before they were just completely destroyed? Until everything was completely destroyed. Itaka shrugged. Then I would have made a terrible mistake, he said. But it's better than just waiting for a solution to present itself. You call it patience, I call it missing the window. If you stand still in a fight, you are not patient, you are waiting to be stabbed. The same words as his mother in different clothes. Sasuke couldn't believe it. You can't be serious, he said. You can't just say oops, my bad about something like that. How about this? Itaka said, walking forward. When Sasuke didn't retreat, he pressed the fish and its skewer into Sasuke's hand. If you don't want to work with me because of the mass murder, that's fine. I understand completely. But if Sakura looks around at what happened to a Megakure and decides that I may have a point, that the cure may be almost as bad as the disease, tell her I'll be happy to help. Between you, me, and Obito, we would have 3 sets of Mangekyo Sharingan, and Obito's should soon be completely eternal. That would be more than enough to capture any and all of the beasts, including the ones I've lost. The ones you've lost. Sasuke interrupted, his hand white around the skewer, and Itaka nodded. I had to use all 3 I'd stolen to rescue you from rain, he said as Sasuke stared, bewildered. Nagato captured them, they're firmly in a Megakure's hands now. He grimaced. Which, of course, will only make it look like they truly were kidnapping the other village's Jinchuriki. I promise, that was not intentional. What? What? Sasuke backed away in horror. What, why the fuck would you do that? For you, Itaka said. He stepped forward. And I'd do it again. Again, and again, and again. Sasuke, didn't I already tell you? Everything I do for you. I don't want that. Sasuke shouted in his brother's face. I would have been fine in rain. They trusted me. You just can't handle anyone controlling me but you. For some reason beyond Sasuke's comprehension, that made Itaka step back. You're right, he muttered, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't dress it up. Then, he paused. Someone's coming, he declared after a moment, and his Sharingan whirled out, the sickles of his Mangekyo spinning. Sasuke, my apologies. What? Stupidly, absolutely fucking moronically, he looked into Itaka's eyes. Tsukuyomi. The world froze, the fire stopped crackling, the fish stopped steaming, the occasional leaf falling around them stopping in midair. They moved on without time. Sasuke looked around, unimpressed. Why now? He said, frustrated. When he turned away, he found Itaka before him again. Seriously. He tried to shut his eyes, but couldn't. His body didn't really exist anymore. I really am sorry, Itaka said, and then they were both sitting by the fire. But I'm not done. I didn't want to be interrupted by whoever's coming, and I didn't want to drag you along if I had to flee. This was the quickest way. Whatever. Sasuke stared at the frozen fire, seeing a Megakure burning within. Itaka sighed. Listen, Sasuke. Everything I told you, it's all true. I believe it completely. A pause. But I didn't tell you just because I wanted your help. I told it to you so someone else would know. So that there'd be someone to keep me on track. Sasuke snorted. Keep you on track, he muttered. Itaka, do you think I'm stupid? You've been calculating everything from the start. You made that very clear in Waterfall. I'm sure dropping those Baijuyu off in rain was intentional too. It practically guarantees a war. Either against them to retrieve them, or by them with their new power. Or both, Itaka said grimly. But I was not lying to you. I did that because I had no other choice. Right. Sasuke put as much venom into the single word as he could. The fire was making him think. He couldn't have broken out of the Tsukuyomi the last time he met Itake, but now, he had a Mangekyo of his own. Would it make a difference? Sasuke, I'm trying to tell you something important. Itaka didn't sound frustrated, he sounded desperate. The last year dash. What? Sasuke bit out, looking up at his brother. You've just been wondering the whole time, oh, when can I tell Sasuke about my amazing plan? I don't remember any of it, Itaka said, and Sasuke scoffed. Your plan? Last year. Sasuke tilted his head. Itaka looked miserable. The lines in his face were deep, and there were huge, dark circles under his eyes that weren't present in real life. Was this how he saw himself, or an emotionally manipulative illusion? His brother stood up and started pacing in the imaginary space. You would have led with that if it were true. You really must think I'm stupid, Sasuke said, and his brother shook his head. You would have been too focused on me to consider my plan, he said, and Sasuke couldn't help but admit that was true. Itake, there's no way. A whole year? He asked, disgusted with himself to feel a flicker of concern. It's not completely blank, Itake said, staring off into the darkness. I have glimpses, I guess. Like rising from a long nap, here and there, scattered through the days. But nothing coherent. He refocused on Sasuke. When I woke up, for lack of a better term, I knew I had to find you right away. But I didn't know you were in Rain. I went to Konoha first, and met Mother and Obito there. That was when I realized how bad things were. Itake, this isn't going to dash. Listen, Itaka pleaded, and Sasuke scrambled to his feet in alarm. Listen. I was nearly blind after Waterfall, I was sure it would almost be the end for me. I was planning to pass my plan to you. But then, I had this long, dreamless sleep, and my vision was as good as new. It was a miracle, and when I woke up, I was already in the land of lightning. Ujito Nii was right before me. I overpowered and kidnapped her, and then, only then, did I start thinking again. He pressed forward, his hands coming down on Sasuke's shoulders. Sasuke, does that make any sense? Thinking about it was hard. I pushed back against me when I questioned how I'd gotten there. It made me look back at everything I'd done. He was rambling now, rambling in a way Itaka never had before, and Sasuke could feel terror growing in him the more his brother spoke. How had I come up with this plan to gather the tailed beasts in the first place? It came to me like a dream, but it made perfect sense once I looked it over. I had approached Rain in the first place with the intention of securing a meeting with Nagato. I knew he could heal people. I wanted him to restore my eyes. His eyes were wide, afraid. But how did I know that? I thought I had just heard it somewhere, some rumor, but my memory is perfect, and I couldn't pick the moment out. And Shisui dash. He closed his eyes. I didn't mean to kill Shisui. I never wanted to kill Shisui. He was loyal to the village, he and Obito were meant to rebuild the clan after I purged it. But when he got in the way, I murdered him. I killed him and stole his eye. I had some feeling of needing it, and I couldn't fight it. I only thought about it when Obito bit off my fingers. Itake, Sasuke cut in, grabbing his brother back. What the hell are you saying? I'm saying there's another me, Itake said, the nonsense sentence only making Sasuke's terror colder. There's something wrong with me. There's something inside me, and I can't predict when it steals my time and my mind. It came out when I was fighting Nagato, it screamed. I don't know if it's my chakra having a mind of its own, or if I have a dissociative personality, or if it's all in my head, but Sasuke, it destroys things. It steals things. The only thing it has never touched is you, and I don't know if it will always be that way. His brother was crazy. Either his brother was spinning a sob story, which was so unlike him it meant something even worse was happening, or his brother was crazy. Sasuke staggered, but Itachi kept him on his feet. "That's why you have to know what I'm doing," Itachi said. "No," demanded. "If I change my mind, if I change, you need to stop me, Sasuke. You're the only one I trust to do it." "I can't." Sasuke screamed, ripping himself away. "You've always been too strong for me." "Then use your friends. Use our family," Itachi insisted. "Sasuke, I'm not saying you have to put me down right away. In fact, I'd prefer you not. There's still a lot I have to do. But please, be ready to." "You're insane." "Precisely," Itachi said with a laugh. "That's just the problem, isn't it?" He smiled at Sasuke. "We've got time, if you have questions." "What?" Sasuke gaped. "Just." "Itachi, you can't seriously expect me to take this. What you're saying." "I know," Itachi said remorsefully. "You already had, what, the second worst day of your life? It's not fair of me to put this on you so soon." Was this the second worst day of his life, Sasuke wondered? Had the massacre been worse? Surely watching his father get carved into pieces right in front of him had been worse. "See," Itachi said with a smile. "Now you're thinking about it too. I second guess myself about that sort of thing, you know. But it's not like I could just wait to tell you something like this. What if tomorrow was too late?" "You." Sasuke couldn't decide if he wanted to laugh or punch his brother in the face. "For the longest time, I was convinced you must have just been crazy for what you did, and now you're telling me you are? What the fuck is wrong with you?" "That wasn't this," Itachi said resolutely. "I was absolutely sure about the massacre. That was all me." He said it, but Sasuke could tell as his brother finished that Itachi was already doubting himself. He waited, and Itachi's face fell. "Don't do this, Sasuke," he said. "Don't do what?" Sasuke sneered. "Why would that of all things be the one thing you wouldn't question? What if that was the other you too, and you just didn't know it?" "That can't be true," Itachi said. "I wouldn't be able to live with that." "Maybe you shouldn't," Sasuke said, and then regretted it. Somehow, even after everything Itachi had done, that felt like a step too far. His Sharingan finally deactivated, the burning in his head faded away. "Maybe," Itachi admitted, his voice soft. "But it doesn't seem like you have any other questions." "I don't think I do," Sasuke said. He looked around at the frozen world. Who was coming anyway? Or was this instant? "Instant," Itachi said. "How about we greet them together, and you can plan your next move from there?" "Fine," Sasuke said, and then time resumed. He was back in front of Itachi, standing away from the fire with a fish skewer in his hand. His brother sighed, blood leaking from his eye. "This is an embarrassing day," he said, peering into the trees to the east. "But I've got good news." "Yeah." Sasuke found himself wielding the skewer more like a shiv, but he knew stabbing his brother would be pointless. "Yeah," Itachi said. He smiled faintly. "Your team is still alive." ####. Sakura already had her flowing hail blade out when she arrived. She, Naruto, Hinata, Mikoto, and Obito arrived in a rough semicircle that closed around Sasuke and Itachi, leaving Itachi an avenue of escape to the west. Sasuke was holding a fish. For some reason that detail stuck in her mind. He was as burned and battered as she and Naruto were, but he was alive, whole, and holding a fish as he backed away from his murderous older brother. "Itachi." Sakura had expected Obito to be the one to issue commands, but it was Mikoto who spoke. She had her sword out in a reverse grip, and blue fire danced along the blade. "Back up." Itachi raised his hand, the light of the fire dancing along his back. His and Sasuke's shadows stretched out into the darkness towards Sakura and the rest, long and flickering shards of black. "One moment," he said, marvelously calm despite the ninja arrayed against him. "Not one moment." "Sasuke, are you okay?" Mikoto called out. Sakura glanced to her side to see Naruto bouncing on the balls of his feet, his eyes fixed on Sasuke. Hinata and Rin were the same, the forest seemed ready to explode. They'd been traveling for hours through the utter darkness of the night after coming out of the Kamui, but none of them had had anything of substance to say. It wasn't the reunion with her sensei that Sakura had pictured. Obito had been completely focused on getting Sasuke back, and she and Naruto had been too emotionally exhausted to do more than greet him like nothing had ever changed. Hinata and Mikoto had been the same way. Sakura had at least gathered from Hinata that she'd been the Hyuga with the longest range currently in the village, and so had been assigned to the retrieval mission. A happy accident. After today, Sakura couldn't help but assign it some import. They'd followed Hinata on a zigzag pattern through the land of rain and then fire, covering hundreds of square miles and avoiding any other shinobi as she searched relentlessly. She'd known what she was doing. Between this and the land of waves, Sakura's admiration for her was through the roof. "I'm okay," Sasuke said. He sounded exhausted, and looked worse. "It should be fine. Let him finish." As he spoke, Itaka very deliberately ran through several signs, a summoning jutsu. He tapped his palm and a tattered crow appeared in a whirl of feathers. It peered at Sasuke suspiciously, and he looked back with just as much. "Think about what we talked about," he said, and Sakura was shocked to see Sasuke nod. "If you need to send me a message, you can use this." Sasuke accepted the crow, and it hopped over to perch on his shoulder. Only then did Itaka back away, looking over the rest of them with a blank look. "Mother, Obito, Rin. Twice in one day, huh? I guess I'm as surprised as you are." He glanced at Sakura and Naruto. "And you're both alive too. I guess things have worked out as best they could have, then." And he paused, looking over Hinata. "Sorry, I don't know you." "Pleasure to meet you, Hyuga." Hinata nodded her head with all the grace of someone meeting a Furin dignitary, and Sakura couldn't help but laugh. Itaka stepped back and everyone stepped forward in a mirrored motion. His shadow deepened in the light of the fire, growing longer and darker and eclipsing the forest. In that darkness Sakura couldn't help but shiver. "It's the shadow of a king killer that you're standing in, a mass murderer. Why wouldn't it be cold?" Itaka stepped back again, and the feeling passed. This time, the retrieval team didn't pursue him. Sasuke started moving forward, and with all the care of a surgeon separated himself from his brother. He joined the semicircle, looking back at Itaka, and his mother stepped to his side and placed her hand on his shoulder. Sasuke looked up at her. Sakura couldn't read his face. "Will you let me go?" Itaka called. He was past the fire now, stooping over it and collecting a kettle as he kicked dirt over the flames. "I understand if not, but frankly, I think Konoha and its ninja have bigger things to worry about than me tonight." Obito grit his teeth. Sakura could see that Itaka was right. Beside him, Rin jerked her head, and Obito sighed. "Run," he said. Mikoto stiffened up, glancing at him, but didn't intervene. "Before I change my mind." Itaka nodded. "Well, good luck then," he said, and then was gone. They were all tense for a moment, watching and waiting to be sure that he was truly gone. Eventually, Mikoto and Sakura sheathed their blades. Naruto rushed to Sasuke's side. "You okay?" he asked, and Sasuke shrugged. The group coalesced around him, Rin running glowing hands over him, Sakura watching her sensei carefully. It might almost be time to make a run for it. "I'm okay," Sasuke said dully. Rin looked like she wanted to disagree, but he cut her off before she could speak. "Suijutsu's dead. I passed out after the blast, woke up here." "Shit," Naruto muttered. He pulled Sasuke into a hug, but Sasuke just stood there, rigid, still grasping the fish in his hand as the crow on his shoulder shuffled uncomfortably. "Naruto," he said, and Naruto drew back with a worried expression. "Sakura. I'm really." He shuddered. "I'm glad you're okay. But there's no way you left a Megakure on your own. Did Orochimaru take you?" Sakura blinked, her thoughts derailed. "Orochimaru?" she asked, the name bringing up a pale face in her mind but nothing else. "The Sunin." Naruto looked similarly confused. What the heck was Sasuke talking about? "Just me then," Sasuke muttered. Sakura noticed Obito was giving them all a peculiar look. "We'll talk about that when we're back. Now or never." We shouldn't go back, Sakura declared, turning to face Obito. He sighed and looked over at her with a tired expression. Rin looked like she wanted to laugh. I'm glad you're patient at least, Sakura, he said with a sad grin. Figured you'd argue it out with me instead of the Hokage. Sensei, you know that it's better for us to go back, Sakura said, and Obito shook his head. If you were seeing things clearly, if you'd seen what we saw dash. I did see what you saw, Obito said flatly. I watched a Megakure burn. You weren't in it, Sakura said, narrowing her eyes. They need to know it was the hidden cloud. Sasuke stirred, and Sakura gave him an affirmative nod. It was them, she said. Obito Sensei confirmed it. I already sent a clone, he murmured, a tight expression on his face. How did they do it? A cannon, his mother said, and Sasuke gave her a perplexed look. A tremendous gun powered by a tailed beast, according to Obito. Probably fired from the land of lightning itself. Sasuke put his hands together and produced a shadow clone, dispelling it in the same instant. He was spreading the information, Sakura thought. Shadow clones shared their memories. Itaka told me some stuff that Rain should know, he said, and Sakura noticed that Mikoto looked anything but happy about that. I sent a clone to a Megakure about 15 minutes ago. I'll tell them about the hidden cloud. I'm a Jonin, they'll listen to me. You're a Jonin? Mikoto asked, her bitter expression warming up. Well, in another village, but still, congratulations, Sasuke. Can we do this at home? Sasuke said. Hinata was drawing closer, Sakura saw, and he gave her a desperate look as he pulled away from his mother. I'm going to fall over. He needs rest, Rin confirmed. Your system's a mess, Sasuke. I'm surprised you're standing, to be honest. Of course, Mikoto said, sounding pained. Obito, take us back. At that, Sakura stepped back. She realized that neither Naruto or Sasuke had done the same, and the notion made her chest hurt. You always stood apart from them, from the beginning. Things are just getting back to normal. Sensei, you have to let me go back to Rain, she said. To her infinite relief, Obito didn't just run her down, he crossed his arms and listened with an understanding expression. Sasuke's a Jonin, but I'm a member of the Akatsuki. I'm the most trusted of any of us. No offense Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke just shrugged, but Naruto was beginning to look angry. Sakura couldn't understand why. Sasuke is already delivering all the news they'll need, Obito said calmly. Sakura flinched. And the Hokage has ordered your return. Sakura, if I let you go, you'd be an actual rogue. And not even one assisting a leaf ninja on a legitimate mission like these two, he continued, gesturing at her teammates. You already made plans with the Omekage to return to the leaf yourself, it will be better for everyone if you do. Why? Sakura asked. He doesn't believe in me. Why are you doing this? Can't you see it's stupid? Sakura. Obito shook his head. What's to stop Cloud from shooting again? Now, he stepped forward. What happens if I let you go, and Cloud learns their first attack wasn't a complete success, and fires again? What could you accomplish? His face was cruelly honest. There's a good chance that anyone who's in a Megakure right now is on borrowed time. How could I face your parents if I let you go back to get killed by something that you only survived by a miracle the first time? He reached out his hand, an invitation. I understand that you made friends. That you lost them. That you felt like you belonged there, that you were important there, understood there. I get all that. But right now, you're safer in Konoha. It's as simple as that. That wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to dissuade her. Sakura was going to slap his hand away, to turn away from everything again, to run, before a soft voice stopped her. Sakura. Hinata, so quiet and so obviously frightened, looked like she was going to cry. I can't claim I know what you went through. It sounds awful. But everyone misses you. She brought her hands up, tried to articulate something, and failed. Your friends, your family. Everyone is just waiting for you to come home. And she glanced at Obito. Obito Sensei was treated terribly for all of you going the last time. If he came back again with Sasuke and Naruto, but you were gone, some people wouldn't forgive him. It's true, Rin said. You're not an island, Sakura. People care about you, and about what happens to you. You have more people waiting for you in Konoha than in AIM, think about them. They didn't understand, Sakura thought. Or maybe, she thought in a moment of terror, she didn't understand. Maybe right now, she was the one blinded by fear and pain. She hesitated. Seriously, Sakura. Naruto grabbed her hand, and she jumped. She'd been so far inside her head she hadn't seen him coming. Let's go home. Sakura looked into Naruto's eyes, and saw that there were two ways this could go. She realized she couldn't handle the pain that it would cause him if she went the other way. She sighed. Okay, she said, and took Obito's hand as well. The group circled up, Mikoto and Hinata staying by Sasuke's side and Rin taking Obito's other hand. I'm sorry. Let's go home. Sasuke would do it, she thought as she was whisked away. Sasuke would tell the Omekage everything they needed to know, and when things made more sense Sakura would go back and apologize to them herself. But there was a lingering midnight thought that followed her all the way back to the village hidden in the leaves. It's easy for one person to start a war. It's a lot harder for one person to end it. Obito Sensei Chapter 65 Tries to grieve productively. Being Hokage is a difficult job. Minato Namikaze has not slept. It is the 14th of April, midday. He has been up for 30 hours now, which is not nearly the farthest he's pushed himself, but is not an ideal state to be making decisions that can decide the course of nations in. Minato knows this. He's not allowing his fatigue to affect his decisions, and besides, he's not a monolith. These aren't the kind of decisions anyone should make alone. Shikaku Nara is here, and so is his student Obito Uchiha. They are discussing mistakes that have been made. It isn't said aloud, but Minato knows that both Obito and Shikaku are surprised that he recalled Team 7 so quickly. It is out of his character. Even though Obito demanded it, he hadn't really believed Minato would agree with him at the time. He was ready to do it himself, that independence he'd regained when Sakura left, which Minato considers a blessing and a curse depending on the day, shone so brightly within him that it almost blinded the Hokage. But Minato didn't ask Orochimaru to extract the ninja from the burning city because he was worried Obito would disobey him. Fear had blinded him, fear of losing his son, of going back to a home that Naruto would never return to. A shinobi is one who sacrifices. Minato quite firmly believes that, being Hokage has taught him that people in pursuit of their dreams often die, or worse, send others to die in their stead. Ninja sacrifice their futures, their families, their lives, and sometimes even more, their memories and legacies, trying to claw forward and claim some measure of peace and certainty. It's certainly part of why he has adopted such a patient approach. Minato is well aware that Konoha and the Land of Fire have stood in a commanding position for a decade now, and a few years of further killing could have permanently cemented them as the lone world hyperpower. But how much would have been sacrificed to achieve that? Minato didn't think it was worth it, and so he stayed back, relying on time and money and, for fuck's sake, some sense of moral, sane self-interest to blunt countless crimes that the hidden villages had committed against one another, waiting until the world was knit together by an economy that relied on more than just murder and the threat of slaughter, waiting until it would be obviously suicidal to turn on each other once again in frenzy of violence. Now, Minato is wondering if that was just another mistake. He's wondering if he's the odd man out, the person with a divergent mind, for never thinking that one of the other villages would be so opposed to quietly laying down their arms and accepting a new era, a new Cold War, that they would rather commit mass murder and turn 100,000 people into corpses and ash just to test a new weapon. Letting his fear for Naruto influence his decision has not been his only failing. Minato trusted Orochimaru of the Sun-In for years, he thought they had reached an understanding. Orochimaru despised him for becoming the fourth Hokage, for taking a position Orochimaru himself had coveted, and Minato had understood that, but he'd understood it incorrectly. Minato had believed it was the spite of a jealous rival, not the hatred of a madman. When Sasuke had returned he had insisted on testifying at length as to the conversations he and Team 7 had had with Orochimaru in a Megakure, and to the secrets he hid. He admitted that he'd already had a similar conversation with the Omekage, explaining how Team 7 had been pulled out of Omegakur, revealing to the Omekage the monster they had in their basement. He'd explained, re-explained, had his mind read to ensure accuracy, and then crashed like flaming wreckage in both AIM and Konoha. Orochimaru is a genius filled with malice who has resurrected one of Konoha's founding legends and no doubt pulled all sorts of secrets, both mundane and genetic, from him. That's problematic. He's also sworn to kill Minato. That's even more problematic. But Minato is always the kind of person who looks for the silver lining. It's what made him so successful in every aspect of life from love to killing. The mission was Sakura's, but from what Minato has seen even in a brief time, Sasuke Uchiha absolutely flourished in the Land of Rain. He has come back stronger, more confident, a superlative ninja who does not even hesitate to burn Orochimaru in both the Hidden Rain and Leaf. Sasuke has doubtlessly made an enemy of Orochimaru for life, which may mean he has a short one ahead of him. In the Land of Rain, Sasuke was a jonin who was trusted with command of ninja as powerful and valuable as Hakuyuki, an Akatsuki member. In that regard, Minato is inclined to trust the Omekage's judgment. He is already speaking with Obito about transferring Sasuke's promotion. They'll need more jonin with Sasuke's judgment soon. Naruto has earned a promotion too, easily proving himself a chunin. His heroics in the Land of Waves, talking Sakura down after they'd retrieved Sasuke, and his undefeatable spirit, Minato has never been prouder of his son. Naruto has grown into a leader, but how much of one remains to be seen. And Sakura. They all agree, him and Shikaku and even her sensei. Sakura is in a dangerous place right now, but that was the risk of the mission from the start. A promotion to chunin is in order for her as well, of course, that was the reward for the infiltration from the start. But she is volatile, having completely taken in the Akatsuki's revolutionary doctrine. Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura all lost friends in the attack on Omegakur, but only Sakura seems to take it personally, with such fierce anger on Rain's behalf that Minato is sure she will murder the next Cloud Ninja she meets. Back with her family and friends, she should readjust. Her mother is in the village, her father is on a mission in the Land of Water, but should return soon. Time will make her less sharp to the touch, relying on that and keeping an eye on her is really all any of them can do. But there are more pressing matters than Orochimaru and Team 7. They come in 3 labors. The first labor. The Hidden Leaf has already received a letter from the Fire Daimyo, just hours ago in the mid-morning, delivered by one of the 12 guardian ninja with a bitter smile. The language of the letter is intricate and the platitudes creative, but the intent is clear. Konoha is meant to take advantage of Rain's devastation, the news of which is already spreading wide and fast. The Hidden Leaf is to poach missions from within the Land of Rain by offering reduced rates, increase their border patrols to intimidate foreign ninja and secure the Land of Fire's own trade routes, and most brazenly of all, liberate the former daimyo of Rain and bring him to the Fire Daimyo's court. The mission is a blatant incitement to war. The nation of Rain holding the former daimyo hostage is a pillar of their philosophy and foreign policy, and liberating him could not go unpunished. The Fire Daimyo knows this. That is probably why his court is offering a ridiculous reward of 500 million ryo. What is he thinking? Obito asks, and Minato shakes his head. This is a kindness, he explains. Minato and Saitama Sugawara have a good relationship, almost as perfect as one can be between a kage and his daimyo. Minato has met his children and grandchildren and been a guest at his court. To the daimyo, he is the perfect Hokage. The Shodaime and Nidaime died before his time, and the Sandaime often clashed with him, establishing Konoha's independence, what the village would and would not do for the Land of Fire, and was at the head of 2 world wars that left everyone questioning the future. But Minato is a war hero and a handsome and humble man. He does not have an ancient clan with a heavy history. His parents were fishermen who sent him to Konoha with all the money they had in the world when they realized they could not provide for him. He can no longer remember their faces. The other daimyo of the world are terrified of him, for he has snuffed out the lives of their ninja countless times with his own hands. To Saitama, he is everything a ninja should be, and that is why Konoha alone has received such a generous offer, a mission that could fund the village for a year by itself. But even if Saitama considers himself Minato's friend, Minato knows that this offer is temporary. There are cleverer and cheaper ways to secure the daimyo of Rain. The same mission could be sent to Tsunagakuer with a reward half as generous and it would be taken in seconds. the whole village celebrating the windfall. And, because of their military alliance, because Minato has not had time to send off the letter demanding Gaara's corpse, the hidden leaf would be dragged into the inevitable war anyway. The message is clear: the Land of Fire is preparing to overthrow the Akatsuki. The second labor. Kyumigakure's shinobi are mobilizing for war. The Land of Lightning is secretive and the Hidden Cloud even more so. It is how they produced such a terrifying weapon without any of the villages being any the wiser. But there is only so much you can hide, and thousands of ninja preparing for war is not one of them. Here's the thing though, the thing that Minato actually cannot believe, because of his near unparalleled intellect. Both military and government sources in Lightning agree that this mobilization is directed not at any of the major villages, but at the Land of Frost. The Lightning Daimyo is already drafting a declaration that the minor countries have proven themselves too easily subverted by the Akatsuki and other criminals, and so Frost's governance is to be taken into the hands of those who truly care for its people and will not accept revolutionaries and anarchists within their borders. A weapon that can annihilate a city from across the continent, and Lightning is using it as the spark to light a minor land grab? It's perfectly logical. It won't be the first time Lightning has expanded by gobbling up neighboring countries. That's happened 3 times in the last century, but it seems so ridiculously petty given the scale of their capabilities now. It is logical, though, Shikaku says. With a weapon like their cannon, the Land of Lightning no longer feels the need for a buffer country between themselves, fire, and water. They are confident enough in it as a deterrent that they don't believe any wars will be fought in their territory, even if we share a border. He's right, as usual, which is why he is the Jonin commander. The cannon will also serve as a deterrent to keep the other nations from meddling in the annexation of the Land of Frost, which has no hidden village of its own and so keeps very few professional ninja on retainer, but there is no guarantee that will work, since the Land of Lightning and Kyumigakure still have not claimed responsibility for the attack on Omegakure. Perhaps that is because it is still standing, that may be against their expectations. Things are becoming muddled, crashing into each other, timings are becoming disorganized. Minato can see exactly how all of this was meant to play out, and where human error and bad luck have cracked it and created an even more confusing and dangerous situation. Frost has long been regarded as the first line of defense against Kyumigakure by Kirigakure and the Land of Water, but their influence and strength has waned so much in the recent decades it is doubtful that they will be able to effectively assist in its defense. But still, Lightning is playing with fire. They are likely to be burned. The third labor. There needs to be some sort of communication with Rain, especially now that Sasuke has told them that Cloud was responsible for the attack and that Orochimaru is working to betray them. Open talk is more important than ever now, the world is on a knife edge. Minato has no intention of following the daimyo's predatory requests. But others definitely will, Obito says with a grim face. His face is usually grim, Minato thinks. That is part of why the Fire Daimyo is afraid of him. Part of why Minato has not been trying to push Obito towards the Hokage's responsibilities until very recently. Omegakure and Konohagakure have a relationship that none of the other villages share. Both their leaders were trained by Jiraiya the Toad Sage, and both inherited his will and his summoning contract. They have a means of communicating, and a neutral ground to accomplish it at Mount Myaboku. Minato will send as many toads as it takes. Yahiko will hear his plea that they meet at Myaboku to talk, to avert war. He does not care that Yahiko is a revolutionary, a dangerous man with a fierce temper. Minato is sure that if he can get in the same room as the Omekage, then cooler heads will prevail. I'd like for both you and Jiraiya to be there, he says, and Obito cocks his head. Everyone with a contract with Myaboku. This shouldn't just be cages talking, it concerns the toads too. I appreciate that, Obito says, shocked and sincere. But my team needs me. If it's going to be soon, I think I should be with them. For a second, Minato is frustrated. He's making a request, and he still subconsciously expects Obito to leap at his command like a dog. That is the ninja Obito made of himself for more than a decade after Kakashi died beneath implacable stones. But this Obito, independent and ambitious and focused on the future, is an improvement in every way, and so Minato's frustration is washed away before it can go farther than his heart. After a day like yesterday, this is the Obito that the village and the world needs, so Minato is glad for it. He won't be around forever, men like Obito will have to replace him one day. He's right, Minato says. Now, let's get started. We've all got a lot to do. If we're lucky, we won't be at war by the end of the week. ####. None of her clothes fit anymore. Sakura's parents hadn't touched her room since she'd left. She'd gone home and collapsed after her second debriefing, and everything had been just as she'd left it more than a year ago. Now, she'd woken up, and late in the day, certainly past noon. She'd stumbled to her closet on autopilot just like she'd done on countless mornings before, and only after she'd opened it had things started making sense again. None of her clothes fit anymore. She had a closet full of useless clothes meant for a different Sakura Haruno. She was still wearing her Akatsuki uniform, and since her apartment had been disintegrated it was probably the only thing left that fit her. Sakura stared into her closet for several minutes, paralyzed. Her day was over before it had begun. This was an insurmountable obstacle for her. Sakura. Her mother's voice from downstairs, uncertain. Are you up? It took her too long to respond, and her mother called out again. I'm up, she finally muttered, then again, stronger, trying to remember that she was alive. I'm up. She heard her mother come up the stairs, unable to tear herself away from her closet, and Mabuki let herself into Sakura's room. Hey. Still so uncertain. Sakura had always remembered her mother as decisive, too bold for her taste. How are you doing? I should be dead. I'm only alive because of Haku and he's absolutely dead. I should have died instead of him. I'm okay, she said listlessly, and Mabuki smiled. It started fake and became real, and she stepped forward, carefully taking Sakura in a hug. We can't believe you're home, honey, she said, and Sakura shrugged. I'm so sorry your father is on a mission, it would have been better if we were both here. I didn't have time yesterday. She pulled back with a strangled laugh. You're so tall. You look great. Thanks. Talking felt like lifting a building. Sakura couldn't handle being here. She wasn't supposed to be here. Were you? Mabuki hesitated. Did you have anything else from Rain? I bet you had all sorts of outfits. Is that what you're looking for? This is all I have left, Sakura said, not talking about her uniform but plucking at one of the sleeves nonetheless. Oh geez, Mabuki muttered. Well, you've got nothing that fits then. That's not gonna work. She pulled back, looking Sakura over. Well, we'll have a proper celebration when your dad's back, but we should go shopping in the meantime. You need some new clothes. She was wearing the necklace she'd bought with Hayden's bounty money, Sakura noticed, a sapphire stone on a long silver chain. For a moment, Sakura was fixated on it. A little blood sacrifice, that's what the necklace was. Her family's reward for murdering the right person. She could see a megakure in the stone, burning and falling to pieces before her eyes. Sakura? Mabuki asked, and she shook her head, the vision vanishing. Does that sound good? She smiled uncomfortably. I mean, you'll probably get some side eyes if you walk around everywhere wearing the Akatsuki's uniform, right? She thinks they're fools. Traitors. Revolutionaries. If she trusts you, it's despite you wearing their colors. Sakura breathed out, closing her eyes and trying not to scream. Yeah, she grunted. That's a good idea. I'll get ready to leave, okay? I'll get you some of mine in the meantime. Mabuki said cheerfully, and Sakura started grinding her teeth. I have some cute stuff you'll like, just a minute. Her mother left and then seemed to be back in an instant before Sakura could hope to catch her breath, foisting a variety of outfits on her. Sakura picked the first thing that her mother seemed to want her to pick, barely paying attention to what was happening, and then again and again, time moved by so quickly she couldn't hope to catch it. They were walking the streets of Omegakure, no, Konoha, she was back home, people all around them, none noticing her. The Sakura Haruno that had left and the one that had returned had the same hair, the same eyes, but she was taller and more filled out and older in more than just physical ways, and if anyone noticed her return, Sakura didn't notice them. A Megakure had been tall and brightly lit, and even though Konohagakure was bigger than the hidden rain purely by how much ground it covered, it felt so small to Sakura. When she looked up she could see the sky. The people here were mostly the same, she could recognize every religion and every brand on most streets, and she never smelled something she'd never smelled before, never saw a food being eaten that filled her with curiosity. Now that she had seen the world and seen the glittering gutters of rain, the hidden leaf was nothing but quaint. They bought clothes. Sakura's mother did not stray far from her old-style shirts and jackets that brought out her hair, which Mabuki adored because it was her father's, and Sakura didn't stop her. She got admiring looks from the store staff, which she ignored. She received praise from her mother, which washed off her without leaving an impression. It was like the world was slowly but steadily draining of color and life and leaving her alone, a shadow on a plane of darkness. This will be the rest of your life unless you do something. I'm good, she announced about an hour in, and her mother gave her a doubtful look. You're good? We've only got 4 outfits, you won't even be set for the week. She asked, and Sakura bit her tongue. I'm tired, she lied, because she both wanted to lie down and sleep forever and couldn't conceive of that escape. We can finish this when Dad gets back, right? Oh, I guess, Mabuki fretted, and Sakura finally gained some measure of freedom, stumbling out onto the street, though she didn't miss a step, as her mother gathered up everything. What did she need? How could she escape this feeling? Somehow, she didn't have a clue. You can't escape this feeling. This is you, Sakura. You've always stood alone. Naruto, she realized after a second. She needed Naruto, as pathetic as that sounded. He'd helped her in rain when she'd collapsed after the rescue effort. He could do the same here. Mom, she said as her mother left the store carrying a comical amount of bags. Her mother had always joked that how much you could carry with a bit of chakra training was the least advertised but most useful part of being a shinobi. Do you mind if I go off for a bit? Maybe you can keep shopping without me. Mabuki stopped and stared at her. You just got back, she said after a moment, and Sakura flinched. I know. It's just. She could feel herself start to panic. It's not you, I promise. I need some time. And, the only. She stepped back, like her mother was a threat, and Mabuki blinked. I don't feel like I know anyone here today. It was just Naruto and Sasuke for so long. Oh. Mabuki relaxed, the bags dropping. You want to see your teammates? Sweetie, that's totally fine. I get it. She winked, failing completely to hide her hurt but also not trying to convince Sakura otherwise. You know, this is actually pretty close to the Hokage's house. Maybe you could go see if Naruto's home? Do you? She finally faltered. You remember where it is, right? Yeah, I think I do, Sakura said, not sure if she was allowed to leave or not. Her mother tried to smile. Well, go on then, she said. I'll meet you back home, huh? We'll get takeout. Okay, Sakura said, and then she was gone. She moved through the streets like a ghost, and eventually the markets and restaurants made way to pleasing homes alongside canals and large gardens. Sakura had only been to Naruto's home a couple times, but her feet still carried there without fail, and she found herself before the familiar gate, stuck in place. What if he's as scared as you? She swallowed her dread and quietly opened the gate, crossing the entryway and knocking on the door. There wasn't an immediate answer. So she knocked again. When the door silently opened, it was Naruto's mother on the other side. Sakura stared up at her. You might have one of the keys to all this inside you, Kushina Uzumaki. Sakura. Kushina asked with a pleasant smile. How are you doing? I heard. Her smile faded a little. Well, you know. I'm glad you're back safe. Thanks. Is Naruto here? She asked, and noticed Kushina react to her tone. Rather, the lack of it. Obito came by earlier and picked him up, she said, and Sakura grunted. They were heading for one of the training fields, he said. 32. He wanted to cheer him up, I guess. She fully opened the door. Do you want to come in? You can wait until he gets back, if you'd like. I'm just working on some seals, nothing you're not allowed to see. No, thank you. I'll go find him. As Sakura started to walk away, Kushina stepped out of the house. Sakura, she said, her tone stopping her in her tracks. I'm not going to ask if you're okay. You don't have to worry about that. If you're hoping Naruto will make you feel better, he probably won't. He was even worse off than you. Sakura paused, looking over her shoulder. She said, not sure what she meant to actually say. I hoped that wouldn't be true. I hoped he'd help me. I thought he was stronger than me. I'm sure you all saw horrible things, Kushina said, a hint of a sneer creeping across her face. What Cloud did is barbaric. But they've always been willing to try anything to get ahead, we should have seen it coming. But Naruto's friend, Kabuto, he died for him. They were both nearly killed by the blast and Kabuto chose to save him instead of himself. Did you know that? She hadn't, and her face showed it. Kushina's expression softened. We talked about it last night. He feels guilty, he doesn't know how to handle it. He couldn't even retrieve Kabuto's body. It's the same for me, Sakura said, feeling like she would choke. I watched Haku get torn away. He went flying off into everything, the air was full of fire, and I couldn't catch him. I missed him. By the end she could barely speak, struggling to get each word out without a sob interrupting it. I'm sure he's dead. But I searched for hours. I couldn't find him. Kushina was silent for a moment. You want a hug? She asked suddenly, and Sakura was shocked to hear herself laugh. I'm told I give great hugs. Her mother had hugged her and that hadn't helped at all, so Sakura was pretty sure someone else's wouldn't make a difference. She shook her head. I'm sorry, she muttered. I didn't mean to come here and cry. That's not what I want to do. I feel like if I start crying I'm never going to stop. It's probably a good idea, Kushina said. Sometimes, all you can do is cry. There's no shame in that. It'll help. I don't want to, Sakura said, feeling more like a child than ever before. You said 32. Kushina nodded. Maybe Sensei is still there too. I'll go see. All right, Kushina said with a frown. If you're sure. You're always welcome here, Sakura. Sakura couldn't even thank her. She left, trying not to run, and went to the training field. Obito wasn't there when she arrived, but Naruto was. So were Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Might Guy, and Tenten. Oh. Sakura slowed down as she jogged onto the field, looking around and taking in the situation. Naruto was scuffed up and serious looking, but Team Guy wasn't surrounding or threatening him, it seemed more likely they'd been sparring. Well, of course they would have been, right? That seemed to be the main way Might Guy communicated with people. Hey. Sakura. Tenten, taller just like Sakura was, rushed forward and pulled her into a hug. Sakura went limp, not even sure how to respond as the boys stared at them. I was just thinking about going to see you. How are you doing? Sakura pulled back and took in Tenten's smiling face. When this reunion had happened in her head again and again, Tenten had always been angry, or at least bitter. Sometimes they'd fought. But today for the real thing, Tenten didn't have anything on her face but relief and joy. Ah. She was definitely going to cry. She probably couldn't hold it back anymore. And in front of Naruto and Tenten too. Maybe she should have just stayed home. Sakura felt her face twist up, and Tenten looked a little worried. It's okay, she said, stepping back a little but still holding Sakura. Ino told me what happened. Sakura, you were so nice, being worried about me before you left. You did your best. You know you're my best friend, right? I'm sorry. Sakura started crying, tears streaming down her face as she desperately tried to stay composed enough to speak. I wanted to tell you. I was scared. It's okay. Tenten said, and Sakura shook her head. It is, I promise. It's not okay. Sakura couldn't keep it together anymore. Haku's dead, Kabuto's dead, Suijutsu's dead, the Omekage won't trust us anymore, We almost all died, and now it's been a year and we're back here and I don't know what I'm doing and none of my clothes fit anymore. She pulled back, laughing and crying in the same breath. Tenten, it's all messed up. I was gonna fix it, there's so much that can't be fixed and none of it can be replaced. Yeah, Tenten said with a sad smile. But Sakura, you're back home. You're alive, and so are Naruto and Sasuke. You're here. You've gotta focus on that. She kept going before Sakura could speak, before she could tell Tenten that she was ignorant. I can't imagine what you went through in Omegakure, even before you got blown up. Naruto was telling us about it, it sounds insane. I'm not gonna try to tell you I can understand that, or that I get it, okay? If I do, I want you to slap me. I'm just happy that I have my friend back. She gripped Sakura's bicep, feeling how firm it was. And you're ripped. You must have been training your ass off over there, huh? Sakura couldn't help but laugh at the compliment. Well, you're the same. She said, and Tenten looked relieved. You almost crushed me. She had thought that the moment her tears came she'd be trapped in them for the rest of the day, but Tenten's positivity was infectious. She looked over the rest of the team, tears still running down her face but not sobbing. Maybe she'd broken inside, been forced to do too much too fast in the last couple days, but Sakura didn't mind the feeling right now. Tenten was right, even if she'd been forced to leave the nation of rain behind, at least she was back home in a familiar place with familiar friends. Couldn't she take some comfort and safety in that? Did you get beat up, Naruto? She asked, and Naruto looked at her like she was crazy. She probably looked like it, still openly weeping but talking like nothing was wrong. Niji and Lee certainly both looked uncomfortable. After Obito dropped me off, a little, he said, walking towards her. You. Don't worry about it, Sakura said with a shake of her head, wiping away her tears. Sensei headed out then. He had some business with his clan. Guy announced, crossing his arms with a grin. Sakura, we are all excited to see you and your team return. And, more than that, you're strong. He gestured to Naruto. You know, Naruto put up a good fight against both Niji and Lee at once. You've grown while abroad. Sakura glanced over at Naruto, and he shrugged. She could see anger burning in him. Had he challenged them after Obito had dragged him here? That wasn't like him at all. When she looked over Niji and Lee more closely, she could see that Niji had a bloody nose, and Lee was covered in scrapes. Maybe the Hyuga genius had defaulted to his standard challenge to the Hokage-sun and gotten a nasty surprise. She'd just missed some excitement by her reckoning. So we're sparring then? She asked, and Guy nodded. That wasn't really what I had in mind. It helps, Naruto suddenly said, and Sakura gave him a surprised look. With feeling. He grasped for the word, hands opening and closing. Helpless. Maybe it would help you too, Sakura. I was hoping you would, Naruto. But then, maybe this advice was the help she was looking for. She gave him a smile, and he grinned back. Well, who do I fight then? She asked, looking around, and Tenten immediately stepped forward. Oh, I've got a dash, she said, before her sensei raised his hand and she went silent, staring at him with wide eyes. If you will accept, Sakura, I will be your opponent, he said, and Sakura stared at him too. Everyone was, no one had expected this. Obito told me you were accepted into the Akatsuki, is that true? Yes. Sakura said cautiously. Tenten gave her a curious look, and Sakura wasn't sure what her friend was pondering. But that was because of my ideals, not my ability. An organization like the Akatsuki cannot afford to not consider both. Guy declared, settling into a loose stance and raising both his hands. Sakura found her foot sliding back on instinct, and she had to admit that Might Guy wasn't wrong. You do not have a sword. Would you like to borrow one from Tenten? No, I. Sakura turned to Tenten. I lost the original in the Land of Waves. Gaara took it. I'm really sorry. It was your sword, Tenten said firmly. Nothing to apologize for there. Do you want another? I. Sakura hesitated. No, not for this. She hadn't brought her knife either, she'd gone out into the village too foggy to consider arming herself. Tenten looked doubtful. Guy-sensei won't go easy on you, she said, and Sakura laughed. I know, she said, turning back with a slight bow. Whenever you're ready, Master Guy. Might Guy didn't respond, he just threw himself forward, and Sakura's body responded automatically. Her sensei's rival threw a high kick at her head, and Sakura ducked it, lunging forward with her arms spread wide to try and knock the larger ninja off his feet. Guy's leg came back down, slamming into her back, and Sakura crashed and rolled forward, slamming both her feet into her opponent's left ankle and sending him slipping backwards, off balance. Excellent! Guy shouted. Sakura could hear more yelling too, his team and Naruto yelling encouragement. She rolled and Guy toppled, driving his fist down towards her as he fell. It slammed into the earth right next to her and was driven nearly a foot into the dirt, and Sakura let out a little shout of shock as she felt the impact ripple through the earth. Very quick thinking, Sakura. He ripped his arm up as Sakura spun to her feet. Guy didn't use ninjutsu in fights, or at least not so far as Sakura had seen, but it certainly felt like an earth jutsu was being hurled at her as wall of soil, grass, and a few deep roots and stones exploded out of the ground around his fist and bombarded her. She was too close to dodge, so she fought back, sweeping bits of earth out the air with washes of water from her hands and catching as many pieces of solid debris as she could. As Guy came at her, she hurled the stones and clumps of earth at him, some of which struck and others of which he caught out of the air and threw back. For an extended second they bombarded each other, trading ammunition and accumulating bruises at an incredible rate, but eventually Guy's rate of fire proved too high and he broke through. A rock bounced off Sakura's temple and she staggered back, and Guy rushed in with a predictable straight arm blow. He was going easy on her, Sakura knew, but she was still sure that taking that hit head-on would knock her out. Without time to twist out of the way, her arms came up, she knocked the fist aside, even the barest contact of it brushing her shoulder sending her spinning. Sakura went with the momentum, slamming 3 rapid kicks into Guy's side, working her way up from his abs to just below his shoulder. It was like kicking a steel pole, the Jonin didn't move an inch. His smile just grew wider as Sakura continued her spin, latching onto his arm and anchoring herself with chakra. Spectacular! He declared. Sakura couldn't see anything but him, wasn't thinking about anything but him. Naruto was right. This was helping. But dash. He slammed his arm down, dragging Sakura along the ground with tremendous force. She stubbornly clung to him, repeatedly landing kicks on his chest and arm, but gradually she was dragged free by his irresistible strength. Sakura was sent tumbling away, covered in scrapes and small cuts, and Guy shook his arm out with a grin. You're not fighting as you should, Sakura. You are a nin and kenjutsu specialist, not taijutsu. He said joyfully. There's no need to meet me on my chosen battleground. Show me your jutsu. There was a lull as Sakura pulled herself up, feeling the intensity of the moment. She caught Tenten in her peripheral vision. Her friend looked starstruck. I don't have jutsu that won't kill you, sensei, she said, and Guy laughed. Have faith in me. I'm familiar with your flowing water blade. Guy rolled out his arm, and Sakura could see several nasty bruises and cuts where her blows had had effect. Even if the man was ridiculously strong, fast, and tough, he wasn't invincible. He glanced at Naruto with his indestructible smile. And we have a medic on hand. Tenten, throw her a knife. A sword. No. Sakura raised up her hand as Tenten reached into her pouch. Sakura, her friend insisted. You'll need a knife if you don't wanna lose completely. I need my jutsu if I don't wanna lose completely, Sakura said. She straightened up, breathed out. I don't need a knife for that. Huh. That was Naruto, standing beside Tenten and looking confused. Sakura, I thought you still. Sakura focused, forming a ram seal. Water welled up in her hands, a couple drops initially spilling to the ground before the jutsu came together and her control solidified, along with the water blade. When she broke the seal and drew her hands apart, a glittering blade of hail and water followed them, rotating around both her hands like a silvery drill. Oh ho! Guy said, practically vibrating with excitement. And how long have you been able to do that, Sakura? Just now, she said, and everyone present blinked. Guy reared back, astonishment plain on his face. Goodness! He declared. That's unusual. He pondered the situation for a moment, and then shrugged. Then you've had a breakthrough in even this small battle, Sakura. Haku and I talked about it, she said, raising up one of the blades and staring at it. He taught me how to use wind and water to put some ice chakra in my flowing water blade to create the Hyaurius Wicken. And we talked about how it and the Raisnon were very similar, with the Raisnon being the ultimate shaping manipulation and the blade being. She laughed. Well, not the ultimate, but very advanced nature manipulation. So if I can do the Raisnon with my bare hands, why should I need a sword for my flowing hail blade? She flourished her hands, the silvery water filled with razor hail flowing out in intricate patterns that traced through the air. Without her sword to channel her chakra, she only had about 5 feet of range, but that was still more than most any mundane sword. Do you want to test them out, Master Guy? She asked, and Guy whooped. Absolutely. He declared, and charged forward. Sakura swung her left hand first, an exploratory strike that wickered out horizontally. Guy slid under it and she, on instinct, straightened 2 of the fingers on her right hand like knives, imitating the laser-like fire jutsu she'd seen Sasuke do several times. The blade shot out in a straight line like silver lightning, and Guy barely avoided it piercing through his shoulder by slamming his hand straight into the ground like a spade and throwing himself back, out of her range. Fast. He declared, half in surprise and half in joy. Is it tiring? Not at all, Sakura said, taking a step forward for what felt like the first time in their rather serious spar. I feel like I could keep these going forever. Your chakra control is sublime, as usual, Guy said, removing several kunao from his back pouch. Is their bite as fierce, I wonder? He threw the kunao one after the other and Sakura struck them out of the air effortlessly, feeling like her hands were barely her own. The blades obliterated the tools as they struck them, rather than merely slicing them in half. The ice chakra flowing through the hail blades chewed the metal up and reduced it to slivers. Splendid, Guy said, and as he did he obviously relaxed, the tension flowing out of his body. Do you feel better, Sakura? Or would you like to keep going? For a moment, Sakura felt like she did, that she wanted to step forward and try her best to cut Tenten's sensei down. But the intrusive thought was insane, and passed quickly. She shook out her hands, and freezing water dripped off of them. No, she said. Thank you, Sensei. I think I'm done. Glad to hear that, Guy said, so unbelievably friendly for someone who'd scratched her up so badly that Sakura could hardly believe it. She'd forgotten the man's ridiculous attitude, and how it brightened up any situation. Naruto stepped forward, gesturing for Sakura to come to him, and Guy waved them off. You're welcome to stay, of course, but we are going to continue our own training then. Niji. He declared, spinning on his student. The Hyuga gave his sensei a bored look, and Guy chuckled. Consecutive kaitens, I believe it was. I'll be trying to break through as usual. Let's get started. As Guy and Niji descended into a training routine Sakura could only call insanely dangerous and Lee cheered them on as he began a set of one-handed push-ups. Tenten and Naruto came to her side. Naruto started running his healing hands over her without a word, closing her scratches and mending her bruises, while Tenten patted her on the back. They'll say hi to you when they're done, she said, and Sakura shrugged. Everyone is still getting used to you being back, you know. It's fine, Sakura said. I don't mind. She glanced at Naruto. Are you feeling better? Naruto frowned. I was doing okay, actually. I thought I'd get up and walk around town, say hi to some people, you know, in the morning. But He laughed. None of my clothes fit anymore, so I just had to wear the same outfit. You too? Sakura asked as he continued, nodding. And then when I got going, I thought I'd go get you first, so I was heading towards your house. He paused, and Sakura's heart sped up. But I walked past this shop. Ichiraku's. A ramen place. And He sighed. I couldn't keep going. I went home, and then Obito came and got me. I can't believe you got up early, Sakura admitted. I was asleep until like 2 hours ago. Ah, he's always had crazy stamina, Tenten said lightheartedly. Remember how many shadow clones he made in the Chunin exam? It's not that surprising. Yeah, you're right about that, Sakura said, placing her hand on Naruto's arm. He looked down at it, and then up at her with a faint smile. Makes him an incredible medic too. She didn't even have any aches left after Naruto had touched her. Were you gonna keep training, Tenten? Probably, Tenten said, but if you're going somewhere, we could catch up. Have you had breakfast? No, Sakura admitted. What about you, Naruto? He shook his head. Your dad was too busy to make something, I bet. Yeah. Naruto didn't look troubled, exactly, but certainly somewhere between anxious and curious. I haven't seen him today. I don't think he ever came home. I'm sure he's dealing with all sorts of shit. Mom too. Well, we could go get something. Tenten said. I've got a lot of questions for the both of you, you know. Does that sound good? It felt like an abomination to act like things were normal. It felt like a betrayal of where she'd been and what she'd seen and who had died. But looking into her friend's eyes, Sakura realized that that was what life was. Normality in defiance of destruction defined shinobi, people who lived to destroy, and even after something like what had happened to a Megakure she would only hurt herself more by trying to keep things from going back to normal. No matter what, people lived, ate, laughed, and talked, refusing that would be refusing her humanity. Sure, she said, and they started slowly making their way south, towards downtown. Do you know if there's any pizza around here? ####. The first time Sasuke took a moment to sit down, clear his head, and speak with his mother after he returned to the village hidden in the leaves, he apologized before saying anything else. She went still, obviously not totally sure what he was talking about, and then gracefully stepped across the living room and sank down before him on the other side of the low table that he'd been kneeling at. What do you mean, Sasuke? She asked. He didn't look away from her as he spoke. I was cruel to you before I left, he said, and his mother's normally implacable face showed just a hint of surprise and sorrow. She wasn't the only person he'd been cruel to, he thought. After this, he needed to make another apology to Hinata. He hadn't spoken to her yet, even though she'd saved him from attacking. There was more that needed to be unpacked there than he could possibly wrap his head around right now. I couldn't understand your reasons and justifications, and I reacted like a child, he continued, not giving away his divergent thoughts. I'm sorry for shutting you out. I didn't regret going to Rain, but after everything that happened. He paused, drumming his fingers on the table. I regretted leaving without offering you any sort of respect. So, even if I still don't think you were right to do what you did, I'm sorry for that. Mikoto tilted her head, her hair shifting to hide her burns. You grew more than a year over there, she said, and Sasuke shrugged. Making jonin, commanding your own missions. I guess some distance from your family did well by you, Sasuke. They were flattering me, Sasuke said, only half believing it, and his mother crossed her arms with an unimpressed look. Trying to convince me to stay. Give yourself credit, Mikoto said dismissively. Humility is admirable, but false modesty does not befit an Uchiha. Especially not one like you. Words like that don't become you. Sasuke twitched, and his mother noticed. He spoke before she could say anything more. Itaka said something very similar, he said, and his mother narrowed her eyes. He chuckled darkly. He said I had greatness within me. Because of your Mangekyo. Mikoto said, and Sasuke blinked. How did you know? He asked, and she scoffed. You had blood running from your eye when we arrived. Sasuke was surprised to find he had no memory of that. He hadn't even noticed that in the chaos. And your chakra has changed. It's sharper now. I imagine Itaka saw it as well, and Obito certainly did. It's no surprise, considering what you went through. She uncrossed her arms. We'll speak of that in a moment. What else did you talk about? His plans, Sasuke said, his hand wandering up to his left eye. For a moment, it faintly throbbed, a feeling so minor he couldn't tell if it was his imagination or not. He's planning to gather the tailed beasts to hold the world hostage, but he had a bit of a setback. He possessed 3 before he went to Rain, the Nanabi, Nibi, and Sanbai. But when he kidnapped me, he got into a fight with the Amekage, Nagato. Apparently that was frightening enough that Itachi was forced to unleash all 3 of the Baijuyu on him. From the sound of it, Nagato defeated them. But despite that, he was still determined to save the village, or the world, and he thinks he's the only one who can do it. Mikoto was at a loss for words, but only momentarily. He always was ambitious, she muttered. Sasuke frowned. He may have had an affinity for crows, she said, and they both glanced at the room they had locked the crow Itachi had given Sasuke in, but he was never like them. Always unwilling or afraid or too proud to ask for help. Always working alone, even in the Umbu. She shifted. That's why you are going to surpass him, Sasuke, she said with some fervor, and Sasuke gave his mother a doubtful look. You've always worked well with others, no matter what. Even in Rain, that strength was obvious enough to make you a Jonin. That's one strength Itachi will never have. That's not quite the case, Sasuke admitted. He asked for my help with his plan. Though, he also demanded that I be ready to stop him, he continued, and Mikoto didn't waste time being surprised. She just patiently waited for him to continue, clasping her hands before her. Mother. Itachi said he couldn't remember the last year. That there were things, thoughts, and knowledge, that he wasn't sure was coming from him or someone else. He said, I pushed back against me. He sounded deranged. And Sasuke sighed. He said he was completely intent on stopping the coup, but that he had no intention to kill Shisui until it happened. That he felt that he needed to, but didn't know why. Mikoto pondered that for some time, and Sasuke let himself sink into an uncomfortable silence. You think he's ill, then, she eventually said, and Sasuke nodded. He said there was another him. Someone inside him, stealing his mind. What would that be but illness? He said, closing his eyes. He thought it might be a dissociative personality. Looking back, I can't say that sounds impossible. Nor I, Mikoto said quietly. But there's never been anything like that in the clan's history. Uchiha feel and act passionately, but in terms of mental illness or outright insanity like that, it's extremely rare. Despite it being his first instinct, Sasuke wisely did not say anything about the coup. He just waited for his mother to finish her thought. It would break my heart, she eventually said, for my son to have been driven to such things by something beyond his control. But I suppose there's nothing we can do about that now. You will just have to take your brother's warning to heart. It sounds like he's relying on you in his own way, Sasuke. He's a fool then, Sasuke laughed. I could never stop him. Nothing has changed in that respect. Are you sure of that? Mikoto said, standing up from the table. Your Mangekyo, Sasuke. Have you used it yet? He frowned. No. A pause. Frankly, I'm scared to. Sasuke sighed, standing up as well. I don't want to go blind, mother. Let me show you something then, Sasuke, Mikoto said, and to his complete shock her eyes changed. Her tomo rapidly rotating, joining together into a single ring that reminded Sasuke of a much more restrained Rinnegan, and 3 spikes emerged from the points where the tomo had lay, thin and long enough to reach to the edges of his mother's eye. His mother sighed, her Mangekyo completed, and Sasuke couldn't help but stare. You? He asked, and she nodded. It clicked. Since that night. It saved my life, his mother said. She raised her hand to her left cheek, her fingers resting just below her eye. When your father died, I'm sure that's when it happened. And when Itachi lit my face with his Amaterasu, the name came to me, and what it would do. Benzaden. It cancels out all chakra techniques. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Fuinjutsu, it doesn't matter. If I look at it, Sasuke, it will cease to function. Her lips quirked. Even the Kamui. Even the Kamui was a sentence that Sasuke couldn't even begin to grapple with, so he asked his first question instead. The name came to you? He asked, and his mother nodded. Like a dream. It has always been that way, apparently. She shrugged. Who is to say why? But it was the same for your father, for Obito, for Shisui, and I imagine for your brother as well. Her finger shifted over. My right eye is almost the same, but far more taxing. Similar to Obito's and Shisui's in that respect, I believe. Obito's Kamui envelopes either his body or a distant target, the Benzaden is nearly the same to me. Sasuke blinked. You, eliminate your own chakra. He said, his face wrinkling up. Mikoto laughed at the expression. That seems, well, useless, mother. You'd think. Mikoto said with a laugh. But when the technique is deactivated, it all rushes back in an instant. Dangerous, of course, but the results can be even more so. Sasuke didn't quite understand, but he stayed silent as his mother continued. Regardless, I've had these eyes for nearly a decade now. I rarely use them. I kept them a secret from the clan and the village, because... She chuckled. Because I did not want to relight the hopes of anyone who had believed the possibility of the coup had died with your father. I thought we had already lost enough. And because of that frugality, my vision remains unclouded. She gestured to Sasuke and left the room, and Sasuke followed her out into the street. Where are we going? He asked, and Mikoto gestured to the east. To Naka Shrine. If we're going to have this talk, there are more things you should see, she said, and as she did Sasuke heard a tear open in reality near them. He glanced back farther down the street to see Obito pop out of a hole in the air. Oh. His sensei said, rushing over. Well, that's great timing. He looked Sasuke over with an approving glint in his eye. You're looking better, Sasuke. Thanks, Sasuke said. I'm not, he thought, but thanks. What brings you here, sensei? I needed to talk with you, Obito said. And I suppose with your mother too, so it's just as well you're both here. Would you like to walk with us, Obito? Mikoto asked, and Sasuke was amazed at how polite she sounded. A lot could change in a year, but the last interaction he remembered between the two of them was near murderous. We were heading to Naka Shrine. Obito laughed. Great timing indeed, he said. I was planning to drag you there myself. Well, that seems ideal then, Mikoto said, setting off, and Sasuke and Obito followed after her. They gave greetings to clansmen they passed along the way, Sasuke enduring congratulations on his return and admiration of how much taller he'd grown, and spoke of nothing of true substance until they'd passed beyond the compound's walls. I was speaking to Sasuke about his Mangekyo, Mikoto eventually said as they descended into the forest footpaths of the Uchiha clan's property, and Obito nodded with a grim look. As I was telling him, I've had mine for nearly a decade, but haven't experienced a significant loss in my sight. The legends refer to the Mangekyo as driving Uchiha to inevitable blindness. Maybe that's true after a more significant span of time. She gave Obito a meaningful glance. But in our experience, if you do not use the Mangekyo, it will not damage your eyes. It's true, Sasuke, Obito continued on Mikoto's behalf. And more than that, certain techniques can be far more damaging than others. My close-range Kamui damaged my eyes so gradually that I used it for years without things getting too bad, but the long-range one. He laughed, wincing. Well, things get more blurry every time. After Waterfall, it's been particularly bad. Itaka said that after the year he couldn't remember, his sight was clear again, Sasuke said quietly, and Obito gave him an alarmed look. He and his mother both waved Obito off with a tired motion. I'll tell you more about that later, sensei. The Hokage already knows. Do you think his eyes improved from a lack of use? That hasn't been my experience, Obito said, and Mikoto shook her head as well. If that's the case, Itaka must have something different about him. The point is, using your Mangekyo will damage your eye's chakra network, Sasuke. That is what causes your vision to fail. If you never use them, your vision will never degrade. But Mikoto trailed off. The Mangekyo is a powerful tool. Even if you intend on living a long life like Obito here, it would be to your benefit to know what you're capable of. It was strange, Sasuke thought, almost like old times, to be walking through the woods and speaking to his family about clan lore. It made him nostalgic, and that made his tongue loose. It's like being a shinobi, he said, and both his family members glanced at him. A shinobi is one who sacrifices, right? That's what the Hokage always says. The main Jikyo is that in a nutshell. You can sacrifice your vision, your future, for power. He remembered the feeling of his arm being limp and useless, burned beyond repair by the lightning rays non. You burn your future for the sake of the present. Neither Obito or Mikoto had an immediate response to that, and so they walked in silence for several minutes. I would prefer to be like you, Obito, Sasuke said quietly. I don't want to go blind. I would rather sacrifice other things. There is a way, Mikoto said, just as quietly. You know that, right Sasuke? The notion seemed so impossible that for a second Sasuke truly didn't understand what his mother was referencing. When he did, it struck him like a branch to the face. He had a brother. Itachi had a Mangekyo Sharingan of his own. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was not a distant fantasy for someone like him. If he had the strength, he could steal Itachi's eyes for his own, the same way he'd always been told Itachi would do to him. Sasuke shivered. I know, he said. He'd never do it, he thought, not unless Itachi died by other means. After the trust his insane brother had placed in him, it felt too foul to even consider. Mikoto was silent, and then stopped. It's a mature outlook, she said. They were close to Naka Shrine now, but she gave no sign of moving on, and so Sasuke and Obito stopped as well. I hope it isn't challenged. Before we enter, do you want to test your Sharingan? Sasuke stared at his mother, and then at his sensei, and then back at his mother. He sighed. You both have more experience than me, he asked. Do you think it's that important? Mikoto nodded, Obito pursed his lips. It could save your life, he said frankly. With how things are right now, Sasuke, it would be best for you, I think. Let's be careful about it though, he finished with a little laugh. It could be messy if you have something like the Amaterasu. All right. Sasuke accepted his uncertain future and took a deep breath, centering himself and feeling the boiling power in his eyes. How do I do it? It's similar to activating your Sharingan, Mikoto said, and both her and Obito's Mangekyo spun out, presenting Sasuke with 3 sets of unique eyes. You just push a bit farther, for lack of a better word. Try it. You'll understand. She smiled warmly. It's instinct. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and then searched for the feeling his mother was describing. It was there, he realized, like a pool of ice-cold water lying in his brain. He reached out, seizing it with his chakra, and the world grew brighter and sharper than ever before. He could feel the change, holding onto it and memorizing the feeling of a new muscle flexing as burning cold chakra flooded his brain. His Mangekyo was out. His mother and Obito both leaned in with interested looks. It's a nice pattern, Mikoto muttered. Straight-edged. That's a good omen, Sasuke. Does that make a difference? Sasuke asked, and Obito nodded. It can. Different Mangekyo patterns can determine how your chakra flows, he said. He indicated his own eternal Mangekyo. You can see that Shisui's was straight-edged as well, it indicated a gentle but indomitable strength. He laughed. Or maybe it's just clan superstition. Most of that kind of stuff was mapped out centuries ago, they didn't exactly have the best tools for analyzing chakra back then. What does it look like? Sasuke asked. His mother smiled. 2 6-pointed stars, one within the other, she said, and Sasuke molded over. More complicated than my own, obviously. Maybe that means the same for your technique. Sure, Sasuke said doubtfully. Then, to activate it. That chakra you're feeling, you force it into your eye. It's a little like. Obito scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Mikoto, tell me I'm not crazy. It's like needing to pee really badly, right? To Sasuke's horror, his mother nodded emphatically. Or something similar, she said with a faint grin. There's a sense of pressure, and then release. It can't be mistaken. Gross, Sasuke muttered. Which one should I try first then? The clarity and detail of the leaves around him was becoming a little overwhelming. Your left eye, Mikoto said, and Obito nodded in agreement. That was the one that was bleeding when we arrived. It's possible you had already used it without realizing it. It may be a subtle technique. Alright then. Sasuke focused, clenching his fists as he channeled chakra to his left eye. It was like they had said, a sense of building pressure that lasted only a heartbeat and then a sudden release as the chakra was consumed by his eye. To his relief, the world did not grow blurry. In fact, so far as Sasuke could tell, nothing had happened at all. Nothing's happening, he said curiously, turning towards his sensei. Obito shrugged. Maybe it's a genjutsu, he said, glancing at Mikoto. Not as strong as the Tsukuyomi, but something like the Koda Amatsuki? With our Mangekyo, it wouldn't be affecting us, though I can't see anything. What about you, Mikoto? I can see Sasuke's mother started to say, and then the world snapped back. Maybe it's a genjutsu, Obito said, glancing at Mikoto. Sasuke blinked, staring at them. Not as strong as the Tsukuyomi, but something like the Koda Amatsuki? With our Mangekyo, it wouldn't be affecting us, though I can't see anything. What about you, Mikoto? I can see a strong chakra active in his brain, Sasuke's mother said, and Sasuke blinked again, shaking his head. Sasuke, what's wrong? Does it hurt? No, not. Sasuke didn't even know what to say. The situation was too surreal. I think, that's insane, though. What? Obito said, sounding perplexed. Did you see something? Listen, Sasuke laughed. Obito, say something, anything that comes to mind. Something random that I couldn't guess, okay. He channeled chakra to his eye once more as Obito started speaking. This time, Sasuke noticed the snap, the cold feeling that enveloped his brain. Okay, you know when I was in the land of waves I saw Tsunade of the Sun she actually looked pretty good considering everything, she slammed someone down on a table and healed his arm in seconds, the cleanest bit of medical work I've seen in my life to be honest. 10 seconds. Then, the snapback. Sasuke started speaking, cutting Obito off. You saw Tsunade of the Sun in the land of waves. She looked pretty good considering everything, she slammed someone down on a table and healed his arm in seconds. It was the cleanest bit of medical work you've seen in your life. As Obito gaped, Sasuke scratched his cheek and found a bit of blood, wiping it away. Maybe you shouldn't tell Rin that. Would she be offended? What the fuck? Obito asked, quite articulately. Mikoto looked just as shocked. Sasuke, she said, alarm plain in her tone. Did you read his mind? No, Sasuke said simply. I saw the future. About 10 seconds out. It played out in front of me, from my perspective, and then everything reset. They both stared at him, and then Obito crouched down, placing one hand over his face. Man, he grunted. This raises so many uncomfortable questions. He looked up at Mikoto and Sasuke's confused expressions and laughed. About like, how the fuck that works. Free will. Sasuke. He jumped back to his feet with a thumbs up that looked more at home on Might Guy. You solved determinism. Good job. I don't think that's it, Sasuke said, knowing just enough to know that Obito's joke wasn't very funny. I think, it feels like the same principle as the predictive sight from the third tomo, he continued, resisting the urge to tap his head like a malfunctioning machine. Maybe there is mind reading, to a degree, though I have no clue how that would work. He looked around, taking in the clearing in full. You were the only thing that I could predict, Obito. Those falling leaves, he gestured to a series of loose leaves drifting down. I couldn't see them, just you. Everything else was static. It was very strange. That's... Mikoto looked like she was going to cry from joy. Sasuke, that's a stupendous technique. She seemed like she was retraining herself from pulling him into a hug. Just, unbelievable. And you're barely bleeding. It's like the Kamui, a minor strain. Yeah, Sasuke said, barely feeling the burn in his eyes. Curiosity was driving him forward now. And the other dash. Oh, maybe you should wait, Suzuki dash. His mother started to say. Suzuki didn't wait. He unleashed his right eye, but this time, it truly was the case that nothing happened. He instantly understood why. No chakra, Suzuki muttered. It's a chakra manipulation technique. I guess that might be like yours, Mom, but it would only work on my own, to guide it. He pondered his eyes and his future and the primal names that were drifting across his mind, as if of their own accord. The sensation was both thrilling and frightening. Kagetsuki, he said, Obito and Mikoto both watching him intently. That's the right eye. A chakra control technique, but only for my own. And the left eye, a 10-second prediction, but only of someone I focus on. And it's... The name came slower, despite the jutsu having been cast 3 times now, but it settled in Suzuki's mind like a stone at the bottom of a pond. Nikasawame, he said. Long, Obito noted. Both of them. You're like my brother. And his, Mikoto said quietly. Do you want to test them more, Suzuki? No. He let the main Jikyo fade away, and the world returned to its ordinary clarity. He breathed out, feeling simultaneously drained and invigorated, like someone after heavy but energizing exercise. I'm content for now. Let's go. We're close to the shrine, right? It's just a little farther, Mikoto confirmed. Obito, you said you were wanting to go there in the first place. A pause. Were you considering my words? Yes, Obito said bluntly. You put a lot of weight on that rock in the basement. What did you say? If you turn away from that, you don't belong in this clan. Something like that, Mikoto said shamelessly. I was perhaps a little dramatic, but the stone is important. It's a history of our clan, and an education to the Sharingan's power. And another pause. More of it is revealed when your eyes develop. You were never shown it, Obito, but you are the first Uchiha with an eternal eye since Madara. Perhaps there will be more secrets on it that only you can know. Interesting, Obito said as the shrine came into view. Suzuki stayed quiet, mulling over what exactly was on the stone. Where had it come from? Had some ancestor carved and encoded it countless years ago, and had the clan just dragged it around over the centuries? That certainly sounded like something his family would do. Stubbornness was both a virtue and a sin for the Uchiha. They entered the shrine, and Mikoto respectfully removed the 7th tatami mat which was covered in a thick covering in dust. No one had been here in ages, Suzuki thought, maybe not since the 3 of them had come here after the mission to Waterfall. His mother ran through the hand signs for the unsealing jutsu, and this time Suzuki made sure to memorize them. The stone slab rose, revealing the staircase down, and Suzuki felt a chill as he remembered the argument, his blood running hot and filled with fury. He looked back at his mother, and she smiled. Let's head down, she said. I think our conversation will be more productive this time. Obito snorted and took the lead, descending the stairs with Mikoto behind him and Suzuki at the back. So it's clan history? He asked as they went, and Mikoto shook her head as the passage grew pitch black. World history, to be truthful, she said, and Obito grunted. The Uchiha have existed for millennia, and their history is carved on that monument. It contains records, or perhaps speculation, as to the origin of chakra itself. The work of the Sage of 6 Paths, the development of ninjutsu, all sorts of things. She chuckled. Like the creation of the moon. Pardon? Obito asked politely. What? Suzuki followed him up, slightly more abruptly. His mother only laughed. If I just tell you, you'll think I'm as mad as last time, she chuckled, the bottom of the stairs coming up. Why not just read it for yourself? You're both capable of that now. They reached the bottom of the long staircase and just like last time, Mikoto snapped her fingers, the room lighting up from end to end with chakra-fueled flames. Everything was as Suzuki remembered it, a long room covered in dusty mats and chairs with the tall black stone monument at the end of it mounted in the center of a dais. He stared at the mat he'd been sitting on when he'd started screaming at his mother. Above them, the stone slab closed back up with a dull thump, and Mikoto sighed and started striding forward, taking the lead. It's read from left to right instead of right to left, she said as she went, though it's still top to bottom. I guess the writing style was different back then. The language is archaic, but you're both smart, so you'll probably understand it quickly enough. Then, we can discuss in more detail. Does that sound agreeable? Good enough, Obito said with a shrug. Fine by me, Sasuke agreed. Three of you. A voice croaked out and echoed through the room, and Mikoto, Obito, and Sasuke all came to an immediate stop. Sasuke could feel his bones creak as the room flooded with chakra, his mother, and Obito's pushing down on him. And his own as well, he realized. His energy had a bite that it hadn't possessed before. How absurd. The voice was weak and old, coming from the far end of the room from behind the monument, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. It wasn't entirely unfamiliar, but he couldn't place it. Obito called out, his hand wandering to the white fang's blade. Come on out, he said, drawing his short sword with a flourish of pearl-scent chakra. I don't know how you got down here, but this is a private place. How had they gotten down here, Sasuke wondered. The mats had all been undisturbed. It would have been a sizable effort to recover them with dust, though certainly not impossible. Oh please, the unseen person said in an obviously mocking tone. Sasuke heard a shift in a thump. That won't be necessary. I'm quite helpless. There was more shifting from behind the tablet, cloth dragging across the floor, and Mikoto drew her sword as well, blue flames crackling on its edge. Show yourself. She demanded, and Sasuke stepped to her side, filling his hands with flaming chakra. I'm coming, the intruder croaked. Have some patience, would you? He was crawling, Sasuke realized as he listened to the sound of something being dragged along the ground. Whoever was behind the stone was crawling out. They all held their breath as a figure emerged from behind the stone monument, thrown in stark light by the flames. It was a man, crumpled and ancient and frail beyond belief. He wore a weathered black cloak and his pale body was covered in cracks and fissures, long white hair dragging behind him as he pulled himself along the ground inch by painful inch. As he looked up at them, Sasuke could see that his eye sockets were empty, two holes gaping out at the world. Sasuke sucked in a breath, breaking the spell, and when he spoke his voice echoed throughout the chamber. Madara Uchiha, he said, and as Obito and Mikoto glanced back at him in shock, the ancient zombie let out a choking laugh. So good to be recognized, Madara wheezed. Get me a chair. We have some things to discuss. Obito Sensei Chapter 66 exerts their will on the world. It was the afternoon of the 14th, and the sun had started to set in the west. The tall mountains that surrounded the town of Hayama like a ring of unfathomable teeth cast shadows that eclipsed the whole town, but despite the chill and the coming winds that would whistle through the hills and drop the temperature below freezing, almost the entire town was outside, gathered on the main street. Hayama was saying goodbye to its sheriff. The mayor of the town, an older woman named Yuriko, was quietly speaking with him as he departed. You can still change your mind, she said, and Kisame Hoshigake shook his head. We could get rid of the bodies. And Rina won't say anything. She wasn't that hurt. We could just say we never saw any ninja. And you could hide. If what they said was true, I doubt living under lightning will be much different than living under frost. One daimyo for another, right? Did Frost ever send shinobi to rough up your kids? Kisame asked, and Yuriko had no choice but to purse her lips and shake her head. Yeah. No. It's going to get bad, and quickly. If they find out I was the one to take care of them. He hefted the lumpy black bag he was carrying in his left hand. There was a faint squishing sound. You harbored a rogue, and now a murderer of the Hidden Clouds shinobi. If that comes out, you're finished. The whole town is finished. The whole town? Yuriko asked. There were people watching from every corner, whispering. A small boy broke from the crowd, and before the mayor could shoo him away shoved a small, bright lunchbox into Kisame's free hand. The rogue ninja's mouth twitched, maybe into a smile, and the boy retreated as his mother whisper screamed at him. Kisame, I think that might be Dash. Yuriko. Kisame turned fully to face her, towering a full 2 feet over her head. His face was expressionless. You never asked me how I came here, and I repaid that by not telling you. But I'm going to tell you something now, Not to scare you, but to make you understand. He smiled joylessly, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. I came from the hidden mist. At your age, you've probably heard enough stories to guess that. I worked in the information division. I spent most of my life fighting insurgencies and traitors to the hidden mist and the land of water, before I became one myself. Kisame leaned in, and the mayor paled. It was my job to kill my comrades, so that they wouldn't let slip secrets. When I wasn't doing that, I was slaughtering people who thought Kirigakure was an unjust place. But I never started with them. This is what shinobi, what all governments do with insurgents, Yuriko. They slaughter their families, first with the intention of punishing them and second with the hope of drawing them out. He drew back, leaving the mayor shaking. If the hidden cloud is sending real ninja and they find out I was here, Hayama will burn. They will redraw Frost's map, and take an eraser to the little dot that used to be this town. They were both silent for a moment. Kisame shifted, his smile fading to grim sorrow. Do you understand? I understand, Yuriko whispered, and Kisame grunted. You don't, but that's okay. Hopefully, you never will. He turned away. Thanks for everything you've done. I'll do my best to draw the worst away from you. And remember, if you're asked, I was just passing through and rampaged. You all barely survived. He chuckled. That's my reputation. They won't ask questions. As he walked away, Yuriko called after him, and her words were echoed by several people in the streets. There wasn't a happy face or cruel word among them. When this is over, you can come home, Kisame, she said, and murmured assent rose up in the streets. You're always welcome here. Kisame laughed. Thank you, he said, ambling down the main street and heading northwest, towards the more heavily populated parts of the country, where the ninja, and the fighting if there was any, would be thickest. But you'll probably never see me again. ####. After Suzuki had fetched the Edo Tensei a folded chair from the corner of the room and helped the ancient man into it, Madara Uchiha sat back with a dusty sigh, barely able to hold himself upright into the rickety wooden chair. Makes no damn difference, he grunted after a moment. But at least I'm not on the floor. How did you get here? Suzuki asked. Mikoto and Obito were speechless, watching the proceedings with no idea of what to do. Suzuki had only told the Hokage about the things he'd seen in Orochimaru's lair in the hidden rain. I doubt Orochimaru let you go. So, you do remember, the man muttered. Suzuki, I think your name was. But such a similar feeling. He paused, wheezing, though Suzuki was sure he had no need to breathe. Okay. Obito finally stepped forward. Suzuki, what the hell is this? Suzuki glanced back with a shrug. Orochimaru resurrected him in the hidden rain, he said, and his mother sucked in a breath. Asked him questions. Studied his body. I met him there, but only once. Orochimaru hid him away after that. You didn't mention this. Mikoto asked, and Suzuki looked at her with cold amusement. I told the Hokage, he said, and his mother slightly deflated. I had no idea he'd escaped though. He looked back to Madara. The zombie was slumped, seemingly half asleep. He didn't seem capable of it. How rude, Madara grumbled. Though you are correct. I never could have made it here, I cannot find my way like this, let alone travel. He raised a shaking hand towards the stone at the back of the room, which they had all drawn closer to. Suzuki had set up the chair at the foot of the dais. Long ago, I was the keeper of the monument. I scribed a summoning seal into it, should it ever be stolen. Mikoto looked scandalized, enough that Suzuki almost laughed. When the hidden rain was attacked. Madara continued, each word a struggle. That tremendous explosion, my captor's concentration was broken, for but a moment. He had not died, but he was hurt and weakened. Suzuki filed that away and glanced at Obito. His sensei grimaced and shook his head. Orochimaru hadn't seemed injured when he'd met with him. Ominous. I know this jutsu, I battled it many times. I had planned how to escape it, but the opportunity. Another hacking cough. It was like Orochimaru had said, even though he was undead, Madara sounded on the edge of death. He was stuck in perpetual weakness. never arose. You're still here, Obito noted. So you couldn't have broken the Edo Tensei. You'd have crumbled to dust. Sasuke was surprised at the surety in his sensei's voice. He must have had some experience with the jutsu. No, Madara rasped. The resurrection can't be broken except by the summoner's will. But they form a contract with the corpse they revive, one enforced by a seal in their mind. He weakly tapped his head. But in moments of weakness, or of release, that contract can be rewritten. The master changed. I altered the jutsu to make myself the master. Madara had thought of that and executed it with just a moment of opportunity despite his condition. Sasuke found himself drawing away. Even if his ancestor was physically helpless, he was still dangerous. Then, I summoned myself here, Madara finished, constantly exhausted. There are things I must say, and only to an Uchiha who has evolved the main Jikyo I thought that if the clan still had the monument, those would be the shinobi who would visit it, to read its secrets. He shifted, almost falling out of the chair before Sasuke gently corrected him. I'm right, as usual, aren't I? You all three of you, you possess the main Jikyo. I can feel it. You are sharp. You're right, Mikoto said after a moment. She knelt down, not bowing her head but certainly showing respect. Obito stayed standing. I am Mikoto Uchiha, with me are my son, Sasuke, and my second cousin, Obito. She paused as Madara wheezed, barely moving in his chair. Sasuke and I have achieved the main Jikyo Sharingan, Obito has surpassed it, and taken his brother's light as well. He is the first peer to you in 70 years, Madara. Peer. Madara rasped, and then let out a sound like a bag of bones falling down the stairs that Sasuke thought was probably a laugh. I would congratulate you, but that is not something worth celebrating. Obito grimaced. Why are you here then? He asked. What's so important that you didn't just head back to the afterlife? Madara groaned, shifting, and trying to find comfort that would never come. I came here to soothe my conscience. I have made a terrible mistake. That definitely hadn't been what Sasuke had expected, what any of them had expected. Madara Uchiha was a legend, and at the center of that legend was pride, the outright hubris that had driven him to challenge the first Hokage. Obito crossed his arms and Sasuke joined his mother on the floor as Madara continued. I told you. He paused, not the normal pause of his body rebelling against existence but a moment of hesitation. I mistook you for someone else, Sasuke, and I told you something I had never even told Orochimaru. I lost my shadow. He chuckled. Those weren't just senile ramblings. Explain, Mikoto quietly demanded, and Madara grinned. It is nice to speak to my clan once more, he mused. Though it seems I'm doomed to be interrogated no matter where I go. You came here to offer information, Sasuke said, and Madara laughed again. And you're obviously eager to offer it, then. Bold. For the best. He said. You will need some context, or you will believe my words madness. I'm sure the story is that I died fighting Hashirama, that was the legend I created. But I escaped that battle, his blade pierced my heart, but the Izanaga brought me back. Mikoto shifted, and Madara coughed. You've read of it. I won't explain that further. Sasuke and Obito, of course, had no clue what any of that meant, but Mikoto didn't seem inclined to explain, she was leaning in, eyes wide. I fled, and I hid, Madara continued. I had stolen some of Hashirama's flesh, I was sure it would be the secret to overcoming him. I consumed it, I became a cannibal hiding in a cave, trying to draw out his power, the Mokuton, and to increase my own strength. But I was weak, and afraid. You. Obito snorted, and Madara spun on him with frightening speed. What have you built and destroyed, Obito Uchiha? He hissed, his empty sockets glaring in Obito's direction. Do you have a family? Do you lead the clan? Have you founded a village, united lifelong enemies, changed the world, and then thrown it all away in a moment of rage? What do you have but stolen eyes? Tell me, and then be silent. Obito stared at his ancestor, struck mute by Madara's venom. Sasuke couldn't imagine doing any better in his position. They were gifted, he finally said. Not stolen. Madara softened. Like mine, he muttered. Then perhaps there's hope for you. Regardless, I was afraid, and alone. I knew that if Hashirama or his brother found me I would be helpless with just one eye, I would be defeated without a doubt. One eye? Sasuke's mother wasn't surprised, it had to have something to do with the Izanagi Madara had mentioned. Either that, or Hashirama had destroyed one of Madara's eyes in their battle and he hadn't mentioned it. My experiments yielded fruit. Madara's lip curled. Literally. Hashirama's flesh flowered into a tree with the correct fertilizer dash. Bodies, Sasuke thought. Definitely bodies. And eventually, I took Hashirama's power for my own, he continued. But by then, I was old. Fear, which had so paralyzed me, had locked me away from the world for more than a decade, even after Hashirama had died. He pondered that for a moment. Obito, before I continue, I would ask that you read the monument. It will not take you long. Why? Obito asked, but Mikoto answered. There is wisdom there that will only be revealed to one with eternal eyes, Obito, she said. He's asking you to read it as only he can. She fixed him with a stern look. I suggest you do it. Oomph. Obito walked off to examine the stone, leaving the rest of them behind. As they waited, Sasuke spoke. The first Hokage's flesh turned into a tree. He asked, and Madara chuckled. He had an affinity for them, he said. Truly, it did not surprise me. But what emerged from the tree after a time did. He leaned back, his head lolling to the side. Artificial humans. Pale, stupid things, drawn out by my power. I named them Zetsu, after an old legend, they cared for me, spied for me. I imagine that Orochimaru butchered them all when he found me, they were probably not intelligent enough to leave my corpse. Your power? Mikoto asked. That doesn't sound like any ninjutsu. It wasn't, Madara rasped. It was the power of Samsara, the six paths. At that, Obito returned. Sasuke couldn't read the expression on his face. What the hell is the infinite Tsukuyomi? He asked, and Madara's head fell towards him. Salvation, the dead man muttered. Obito's hands curled into fists, Sasuke was shocked to see his sensei was shaken. What was it? He asked, standing up. What's on the stone? A bunch of myths and nonsense, Obito said, not turning his gaze from Madara. Legends about the Sage of Six Paths, his sons, and the eternal dream. He sneered. The Uchiha will be saved by an eternal dream, huh? Is that why you never left your cave, old man? It was part of it, yes, Madara said. Listen to me, Obito. You've seen it now, though briefly, and without thought, the sons, and their legacy. The Uchiha, descended from Indra, and the Senju, from Asura. Different names in the same pattern over the millennia, repeating the same story of conflict again and again. These opposing two acting together obtain all things in creation, he said, obviously quoting something, and Obito shifted. It was obvious to me, alone with nothing to think about but our past and my future. He gave a toothless grimace. When Hashirama's power awoke in me, the eyes of the six paths did as well, the Rinnegan. I had united these warring bloodlines, not for the first time in history, I think, but at least in living memory. Sasuke sat and quietly absorbed everything, too busy thinking to be surprised. Obito wasn't denying anything, the Uchiha were, in some way, direct descendants of the man who had invented ninju, which had become ninjutsu. A creed of violence, supremacy. That this was coming from the equivalent of a rambling senior desperate to have his family's attention hardly mattered to him, only its credibility. Orochimaru had brought Madara back and kept him enslaved for years. That meant that someone as careful and greedy as the Sunin thought he was worth listening to. The Rinnegan? Mikoto asked, shocked. Then Orochimaru has it. No, Madara grunted. It was too much for me. I had awakened to our birthright, our ancestral power, but it was devouring my life even faster than age and lack of conviction was. My body and mind were weak. I had no choice but to pass it on. Outside of a suitable host, these irreplaceable eyes would wither away. Pass them on, Sasuke said. He was quiet, but the fact he'd finally broken his silence turned the adults in the room towards him. What he was considering was too gruesome to say lightly. There's only one person with the Rinnegan in the world. Yes, Madara admitted. Nagato Uzumaki. The Uzumaki are distant descendants of Ashura as well, cousins to the Senju and renowned for their indomitable life force. When my Zetsu and my will dash. Your will? Mikato asked, and Madara paused. Listen, he eventually said, and understand. When they found an Uzumaki, a child, I sought him out. I murdered an Uchiha along the way, a woman whose name I did not learn. I stole her Sharingan, for I needed a spare. Mikato recoiled as Madara relentlessly continued. I murdered the boy's parents as well. I ripped out his eyes and replaced them with my own. I modified his memory, a smirk, so that he would remember his parents' murderers as shinobi from Konoha. I thought he would turn against the leaf, and then my Zetsu would unite with him, restore my strength, and take complete revenge on Konohagakure for abandoning me. The room was silent, and then Obito sneered. Couple things to unpack there, he said, crouching down before Madara with a contemptuous look. You came here just to tell us this? Did you seriously think this batshit plan would work? It would have, yes, Madara said, and Sasuke was uncomfortably reminded of his mother from the last time they'd been together down here. Had my will not abandoned me. That is the important thing here. However your morals may rebel, keep focused. That is what I've come here to discuss, the mistake I've made. Obito looked up at Mikato. Can I hit him? He asked. Is it okay to hit a guy this old? Sasuke's mother was honestly at a loss for words. I don't know if it counts, since he's already dead. Obito took a deep breath and stood back up. Sasuke wasn't sure if he was going to strike out or not, but a moment later his hand relaxed. Mikato asked you a question, he said coldly. What the hell are you going on about with your will? Just call it being depressed like everyone else. Don't be a fool, Madara spat. I am not speaking lightly. When I awakened the Rinnegan, I awoke my soul as well. I had a fraction of the power of the sage, the man who created the world as we know it. My shadow gained a life of its own. It spoke to me and gave me truths I was too afraid or blind to acknowledge myself, and it grew independent, wandering the land attached to my Zetsu to better guide them. The Zetsu were pale and it was dark, another artificial manifestation of my brilliance. So, it became my black Zetsu. That sounds like senility, Obito said with a grin. Madara grew still. It is quite real, he said, his voice losing all frailty and sharpening like a knife. When I retreated back to the cave, I waited for the perfect moment, for my little Uzumaki to return to me. My shadow spent time at his side, but it always returned to me chastened. Nagato could see it, and even as a child with the Rinnegan he could chase it away, thinking it a monster. My ambitions crumbled, not because my plan would not work but because I could no longer stand even a minor setback. I had lost hope. He sighed. Like I said, I was weak. Mock me if you will, but please, beware my shadow. Beware it? Mikato asked. Sasuke was back to being deep in thought, history, and speculation and a primal curiosity crashing together in his mind. It left my side and never returned, Madara said. And soon after, I died. If only you'd stayed that way, Obito said. Madara ignored him. The next thing I recalled was awakening in a Megakure, without eyes, and imprisoned in a dead body, he continued. Sasuke could detect a bit of desperation now. The ancient man had been eager to talk, but now he spoke with real urgency. My corpse was hidden well, I had not been disturbed while alive in many years. I believe it was Black Zetsu who led Orochimaru to my body. You think your shadow kept going without you? Obito asked, his tone only a little mocking, and Madara nodded. My will has no conscience, he said. When matched with me, it made me stronger, but by itself. It was my ambition, my greed, and my lust for power and revenge. I could never be sated by the former, nor would I tire of the latter. I do not think it was a coincidence that Orochimaru made his way to rain and resurrected me. I think my shadow whispered in his ear to bring itself closer to Nagato, so that it could retrieve my power, my eyes, and replace his own shadow, as I originally planned. Those are the words of a man without ambition. Sasuke twitched. His family were too focused on Madara to notice. What about the infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito asked more seriously, and Madara nodded again, obviously glad to be taken seriously. I assume you think your will would still be after that too. The Rinnegan is necessary to enact it, Madara said. But more than that are the Baijiryu, the scattered remnants of the sage's power. Without his chakra, the eternal dream is impossible. The Baijiryu. Sasuke cut in, and once more his previous silence afforded his voice more respect than he thought it deserved. Wait, how do they factor into this? The tailed beasts are a creation of the Sage of Six Paths, Madara said, and Sasuke couldn't help but think that explained a lot. They were once a single impossible monster with 10 tails, the Jubi, but the sage defeated it. He created the moon to imprison its body, and took its mind and chakra into himself to seal its malice and power, becoming the first Jinchuriki. Mikoto stirred, eyes wide, Madara hacked, and then continued. When the sage died, he divided its chakra into 9 pieces so that the monster would not reincarnate and try to destroy the world once more. As far as myths went, Sasuke thought it sounded fine, but the implications of it being real history made him queasy. He really didn't have time to think about that sort of thing right now. Once their chakra is reunited, the Jubi's power will be reborn, and the sages with it. If that power is guided by the Rinnegan to its prison, it will reflect across the whole world as a perfect, unbreakable genjutsu that would unite all mankind, in peace. The ultimate expression of the sage's ninju, an end to bloodshed. Bunchu nonsense, Obito muttered, but Sasuke ignored him. His skin was crawling as his blood boiled. His Manjikyo had activated against his will, casting the world in sickening clarity. So, your will would also want to bring together all the Baijiryu. Sasuke said, and he noticed his mother freeze up. Obito was the only one who didn't understand what he was talking about, not yet. Yes, as Orochimaru told me the hidden rain has been doing. Accruing power dash. And it made you stronger. Don't interrupt me, boy dash. It made you stronger, Sasuke said again, his voice brutal, and Madara blinked despite not having eyes. Yes, he said. It guided me. What foolishness do you have in your head? I am not deceiving you dash. It was a living shadow, Sasuke continued. One that could act, physically. Yes. Madara croaked. Cease these pointless questions. What have you to understand that I've not already told you? You're the one who doesn't understand, Sasuke said. Your shadow didn't hunt down Nagato Uzumaki. He glared at the man who had shattered his life without even knowing it. It went home, it returned to the Uchiha clan. Maybe you're right, and like a loose piece of shit it stuck to the bottom of Orochimaru's shoe to get here, but it didn't go to rain. It sought out my brother. Your brother? Madara asked. Now, Obito had realized what was happening as well. Sasuke watched his eyes go wide. Don't presume to know my will better than me. What good would an Uchiha do when my Rinnegan was waiting? You said it yourself, Obito said slowly. Sasuke was seething, trying to keep himself under control and barely managing it. Nagato could see Black Zetsu, and chase him off. If you thought it could convince people, why not an Uchiha? What consequence was he? What could Itaka do? Madara asked, and Obito sneered. Murder half the clan. Sasuke followed it up before Madara could respond. He massacred them and he ran, years ago. I spoke with him recently, he's been collecting the Baijiryu. He said the plan came to him like a dream. He knew about some of the Rinnegan's abilities, but he didn't know how. He was scared, he asked me to stop him if he changed. Madara didn't speak for a moment, and Sasuke glared at him. He was sure of it now, everything had come together in a dreadful moment of clarity. Now, he was trying to figure out how he could make Madara as miserable as possible. A deep pit, full of muddy water, if he tosses him in there, in his condition he'd be drowning for eternity. Don't mistake me for your foe, Madara finally said. Black Zetsu could not force anyone to do something they were not already capable of. It is a shadow, not a dominator. If your brother committed such a slaughter, Sasuke, it was only aided by my will. Not caused. You're lying, Sasuke said, but Madara stayed calm, just shaking his head. The air around Sasuke was shimmering, his chakra emerging without control and filling the air with the taste of ozone. Madara didn't seem to notice or care. Itachi was never like that. I would not endure this humiliation to lie to you, he said. It's possible you're right. If your brother killed so many, perhaps my shadow saw that potential in him, my potential, and unleashed it. Unfettered him. If your brother already hated the clan, my will could have pushed him over the edge. A pause. If that is the case, I apologize. It is like I said, I made a terrible mistake. I unleashed my worst self on a world with no means of containing it. I apologize. Sasuke took a step forward. That was all he could say? His hands curled into fists. He thought that was enough. Without hesitating, Sasuke tipped the chair over, spilling Madara to the ground as the old man protested. Mikoto, who had been frozen and mute by the conversation, shot forward with her hand out as Sasuke pulled back to kick his ancestor in the side. Sasuke! She shouted. Obito was moving too, but Sasuke wasn't paying any attention to either of them. He'd managed to keep it together for so long. How long? All the way back to when he'd first left for Rain. He'd stayed calm, and collected, and rational, and done everything he was supposed to do. He'd risen up the ranks, become stronger and smarter, become dependable to Rain, forged an alliance with the Hidden Leaf while captive, blown off a tailed beast's arm, gotten his team safely home, survived the attack on Omegakure, negotiated with his brother, told both the Rain and the Leaf about Orochimaru despite the danger it posed. Sasuke had come home as the best version of himself, and all it had taken was watching his friends, a whole city, vanish right in front of him because his brother had taken up some decades-old insane plan that wasn't even his own and started an avalanche that none of them could fully understand because the rocks had only just started falling. Itachi didn't even know about the infinite Tsukuyomi, he just wanted to hold the world hostage. His brother was as much a victim as all the other Uchiha he'd cut down on that night. And now, there was an old, helpless man on the floor refusing even to squirm away from him, and Sasuke knew in his heart that one way or another almost everything he and Itachi had been forced to endure was Madara Uchiha's fault. He roared, and kicked the frail body at his feet so hard that he split Madara clean in half. You ungrateful dash! Madara hissed, his body flopping in two pieces. Sasuke's kick shattered the stone floor, and as Madara kept talking Sasuke kept kicking, trying to stomp the man out of existence. I can't feel pain, fool. Is this what the Uchiha have been reduced to? Squalling infants. Sasuke. His mother and Obito were both on him, trying to pull him away, but Sasuke was possessed by brutal anger that gave him the strength to resist the both of them. He snarled and screamed, smashing his heel down on Madara's face and splitting his head like a dropped orange. Stop it. It's pointless. I was right. Sasuke started shouting. His strength finally failed and he was dragged back, kicking and screaming as he tried to throw himself onto Madara and tear the rest of his body apart. I was right. I said it from the beginning, but none of you believed me. That wasn't Itachi. It was something else. And he doesn't even know it. He was crying now, against his will, and beating his fists on Obito and Mikoto as they tried to restrain him. He didn't even know why he killed Shisui. He didn't know why he tried to use the Tsukuyomi on me. He's just being driven around. He thinks he's going crazy, that there's another him, but it was you. Sasuke kicked a loose mat at Madara, the living corpse was slowly pulling itself back together, and as his head regenerated he eyelessly glared from the floor at Sasuke. Why lie to yourself? He sneered, and Sasuke strained hard enough against Obito and Mikoto that he actually dragged them forward a step. My will could only bring out what was already there, boy. If your brother killed so many, that was his deepest desire. If he is seeking the infinite Tsukuyomi, then he is a man who fights for peace. He spat dust and ash. If you are content to blame me for his sins, be prepared for a cruel surprise. Sasuke snarled, still straining against his mother. She didn't loosen her grip, pulling him back once more. She and Obito were two iron pillars holding him in place, leashing him like a mad dog. Itachi was always strong, she said, always so stoic and unbreakable. Even this, Sasuke thought, couldn't touch her. But when he looked back, his mother was crying. But he was different that night. He cut down everyone in his path like they were helpless children. He killed Obito's brother and my husband, who both had achieved the Mangekyo, without even being injured, she continued with tears running down her face, and Madara shifted. And he himself had a Mangekyo, out of nowhere. He had not lost anyone close to him, and yet he unleashed the Amaterasu on me. Could your shadow have done that, Madara? I do not doubt it, Madara said. It had all my knowledge and cunning, and it lived within me for years. If anything could unleash the Mangekyo Sharingan artificially, it would be my will. Then. Obito paused, taking a breath and obviously centering himself. Sasuke didn't have any desire to do the same, his murderous rage gave him all the focus he needed. Itachi was a prodigy. He was only 13 when he killed so many. Do you think if your will had found an Uchiha strong enough to challenge the clan, it would have latched onto him? As a replacement for you? Sasuke wondered what Obito was thinking, or remembering. His sensei's eyes were a million miles away. I do, Madara admitted. Black Zetsu would have recognized his potential. It would have replaced his shadow and begun whispering to him, trying to increase his strength and encouraging him to live as he pleased, as it did for me. He shifted, and Sasuke sneered. His mother's grip around his arm was tight enough that he was sure it would leave a bruise. If that is the case, and it is not Nagato that my will has sought out, well, the danger has not changed. If anything, you three should truly recognize the boon I have given you with this knowledge. It's your fault, Sasuke hissed. His mother was shaking. This ancient man had to pay. In a way, Madara said, not sounding concerned. But I am beyond your punishment by now, Sasuke. Long dead, and unable to feel pain or care for humiliation in my current state. If you wish to save your brother from my shadow, you would do well to listen to me. Sasuke didn't want to listen. He didn't want to be rational, he was tired of responsibilities and of planning and of thinking. He just wanted Madara gone, and he wanted his brother back, and right now neither of those things were possible. I died alone because I tried to control everything myself, Madara mused as the rest of the Uchiha struggled in silence to comprehend what they'd been told. I thought passing this on to you would be painful, but there's a relief to giving up. He fell quiet, lying on the floor and staring at the ceiling with his eyelids sinking into his sockets. My shadow will have to be your responsibility, I do not trust anyone else with it. Nor should you. My will carries my temper, if Black Zetsu knows it is being hunted, it will react strongly. How do we kill it? Mikoto asked rather bluntly, and Madara grunted. How do we get Itachi back? The real one, not the one with Madara's mad voice in his ear? It is a creature of pure chakra and thought, Madara said. It could not be pierced by a blade or burned by fire. Most likely, only the Rinnegan could destroy it. By my power born, by my power killed. Convenient, Sasuke sneered, and Madara laughed. Not at all. It means you will have to rely on Nagato yourself, and with what has happened to the Hidden Rain I cannot imagine he will be agreeable to working with anyone, he said, lip curling back. The world lies on the edge of another great slaughter, you can feel it in the air. Without me, without the infinite Tsukuyomi, it will repeat again and again, until we are all ground down to the bone and even those are used as the fuel for the final fires. If that's how you feel, why send us after your shadow? Obito asked, and Madara went still, like he was truly dead. It seems like your will has put Itachi on that path anyway. Sasuke sobered up a little at his sensei's words, because they were true, and a question he should have been asking. Madara didn't respond, and Obito leaned over him, glaring down at the corpse. Don't have an answer, huh? No, Madara said shortly. Mikoto's grip on Sasuke loosened a little as she sensed him calm down, but he didn't take advantage of it. He felt exhausted, the weight of the last day crashing down on him once more. My will helped kill your brother. What more do you need? Obito was the one who didn't have an answer to that. The only thing it has never touched is you, and I don't know if it will always be that way. I intend to stay here, Madara said, glancing back at the stone, until Orochimaru is dead. If I break my contract and return to death, he will simply summon me again. I can't allow that. That may be some time, Obito noted, and Madara scoffed. He believes himself immortal. I am sure that I am. Let us see who blinks first. You think we'll let you stay here? Sasuke said, clenching and unclenching his fist. Madara smirked. Where would you put me? At the bottom of the ocean, perhaps. At the top of a mountain? I would crawl back here regardless. I suppose you could seal me away, but for what purpose? I will be no burden to you down here. The old man tried to sit up, faltered, and fell back down. And perhaps there is more you will wish to discuss, when you've calmed down. You would be arrogant to not recognize this opportunity one have given you. Orochimaru killed a man for the privilege of speaking to me, after all. Sasuke took a step forward, and his mother's hand came down on his shoulder. Sasuke, she said quietly. I understand. I'm with you. But you're not going to accomplish anything. If you can't stay calm, it might be time to leave. How can I be calm? Memories of his brother were running through his mind like a torrent of blood, and Sasuke realized that since that night, the shadow had always been there. It had tripped Obito in the living room, held his arm down in the forest of death, kept him helpless on the back of the Nanabe. Itake's shadow had always stepped in to keep him invincible, and Sasuke hadn't had the context to understand why or how. How can you be? Because, Mikoto said, taking a deep breath. I may have been wrong to give up on my son. I did that in anger, Sasuke. That was obviously a mistake. I didn't see. She paused, releasing his arm, trusting that he wouldn't make a break for it. I didn't have faith in Itachi. I never considered that someone like him could be influenced by another. This provides an excuse, an explanation, a way out, a way to reconcile Itachi the murderer and Itachi the brother and son. Sasuke and his mother locked eyes, neither capable of putting their thoughts to words, able to communicate it nonetheless. Even if it might be a delusion, they finally had a scapegoat. Even if it was a delusion, they finally had a way to resolve the paradox of Itachi's actions. Sasuke turned to leave. I'm going, he bit out. You two are staying down here. For a bit longer, Obito said. Do you need dash? I can make my way out, Sasuke said, taking the stairs and not looking back. I need space. Sasuke ascended the stairs out of the darkness that the Uchiha had hidden beneath their shrine, and his mother and sensei stayed behind to speak with the dead. Quick recap. Wow, have you ever read 500,000 words over the course of 3 years and realized you've forgotten half of what you've read? I sure have, and while getting chapter 67 ready I realized that having a mental health crisis and going off the grid for half a year and some was definitely not good for my readers' retention rates. So, just like I did for Myrmidon some years ago, here's an easy breezy, read, 11k end words, recap of my most ridiculous story yet. If you have an eidetic memory, congrats, you can skip this and get right to the next chapter. Either way, welcome back. Obito Sensei starts like many O's do, with Team 7 being formed. They're all a bit different from canon for reasons that quickly become obvious, with Obito having lived and Kakashi having died. Yes, he's actually dead, I promise, the world is seemingly a better place. The Uchiha massacre still happened to some degree, but Sasuke has his mother as a moderating presence. Minato is still the 4th Hokage, and Kushina is still the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, leaving Naruto a mildly spoiled heir to 2 of Konoha's most famous ninja who has no understanding of loneliness, or indeed, the average person. All this means Sakura is the least outwardly changed. She still has a minor crush on Sasuke, but without Naruto's obnoxious behavior amplifying it. It's just that, a minor crush that is ultimately quickly forgotten once she gets to know Sasuke better and sees he has a bit of coldness to him still. She has also inched out Ino for Kunoichi of the Year, though this is not nearly enough to make her feel worthy of being on the same team as Sasuke, noted genius, and Naruto, the Hokage's son. Obito is a little different as well. He's infamous worldwide as Mangekyo no Obito, the advanced Sharingan having become widely known, and one of his eyes is an eternal Mangekyo Shari-nan, a gift from his deceased brother, Shisui Uchiha. Team 7 spends several months together getting to know one another as Sakura slowly comes out of her shell, starting with her saving her teammates during the bell test by demonstrating her incredible stubbornness by swallowing all the bells when Obito tries to steal them from her. Naruto slowly warms up to her during this period despite having previously written her off as someone who was sort of quiet and boring, while Sasuke remains somewhat distant despite growing to respect her level-headedness and incredible chakra control. Sakura learns more about Obito, his relationship with Rin, which has stayed an indefinite friendship, and grows more confident as a ninja, finally agreeing with Naruto and Sasuke's pleas for Obito to send them on a C-rank mission. As is tradition, the C-rank goes wrong. After Sakura gets some words of encouragement from Obito, she and the boys encounter a giant immortal bear in the woods, which they manage to survive meeting until Obito hastily buries it alive. When Team 7 investigates the source of the bear, they find an underground temple beneath a nearby lake dedicated to the god Jashin and filled with his followers, including a very excited to be starring in this chapter Haiden. After a brief battle where Team 7 all prove their mettle, Sakura dives to the bottom of a well full of fresh blood to retrieve Haiden's heart so that Obito can destroy it, thankfully putting down our favorite bloodthirsty maniac. The mission has 3 important results. Sakura takes up an interest in swordplay which leads to her friendship with Tenten. Team 7 comes to regard her as a full member thanks to her bravery, and Sakura takes in some of the magical Jashin-blessed blood that was fueling Haiden's immortality ritual through an open wound on her shoulder. After an examination, Rin declares her perfectly fine, and that the only effect seems to have been a bit of foreign natural energy settling over her heart like a metaphysical clot, where it presumably remains to this day. Time passes as the team grows stronger, closer, makes more friends, and learns more about the world, including the fate of the Akatsuki when Obito wasn't crazy and lurking around to prevent them from coming to Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan's aid when Hanzo and Root tried to take them down. Spoiler alert, they won, took over the Land of Rain, and imprisoned the daimyo, setting up a country ostensibly ruled by ninjas for ninjas. Whoops. And the new nation of Rain has been invited to the upcoming Chunin exams, along with Sand, Stone, Mist, and a host of minor villages. Cloud is notably not invited due to existing animosity and working on weird chakra weapons that'll probably never come up again. Team 7 enters the exam along with the usual suspects, including Gaara, and pass the first test through brute force and traditional cleverness rather than ninja cleverness, setting a trend that will be continued going forward. However, as they begin the second test they are rudely interrupted by Itachi, who shows up out of nowhere, breaks Sasuke's arm, acts cryptic while telling Sasuke to increase his power, and then vanishes like a malevolent fae. Get used to it, because stuff like that comprises 90% of Itachi's role in the story so far. Sakura gets a crash course in Sharingan lore, which is more common knowledge now because Obito is infamous for his Mangekyo Sharingan, because Sasuke's mother Mikoto has told him that Itachi is keeping him alive so that he can develop an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Team 7 soldiers on, not sure that they'll be able to win but unwilling to give up. Luckily for them, they encounter people willing to help, ninja from the Land of Rain. It's an eye-catching group composed of Suijutsu, Kabuto, and Haku, with Haku being an open member of the Akatsuki, and they are suspiciously helpful and open with Team 7, who doesn't fully trust them but is happy to accept any help they can get, especially after Kabuto fixes Sasuke's arm. As they travel together a team from the Land of Stone attacks, attempting to hurt Naruto in particular and thus his father by proxy, but are shown off without too much of a struggle. That night, Sakura has a conversation with Haku about the Akatsuki, the shinobi system, the war economy, the artificial divide of the countries, and Haku's fears for the future, as he believes something terrible is coming since historically, each war since the village's founding has been more and more destructive. The conversation leaves a fatally deep impression on Sakura, who can hardly sleep as Haku's explanation provides something for her to latch onto and grant meaning to her nervousness, her subtle chafing at being defined solely as a ninja, and her suppressed but still present fear of death that is part and parcel with her life now. In the morning, Team 7 completes the second test with the team from Rain at their side, causes a small panic by informing the village that Itachi is snooping around. Wow, it was kinda irresponsible of them to not do that sooner, and realizes that befriending a foreign village's team makes them the odd man out, despite the Hokage telling them it was his intent something like that happened all along. He also lets them know that Gaara brutally murdered the team from stone they chased off, which he is furious about for several reasons. Preliminary bouts are skipped because the narrative doesn't require them, and the successful genin are paired off for a battle royale in 1 month's time. The bracket ends up being Naruto v Sasuke, shocking, Tenten v Haku, dramatic, Lee v Suijutsu, unfortunate, Temari v Kabuto, pair the spares, Niji v Kankuro, rough, and Sakura v Gaara, nothing pithy here. That's actually extremely bad for Sakura, she will probably die. With Naruto and Sasuke already having excellent support and training groups, Obito decides to focus solely on Sakura for that month and enlists Asuma in training her excellent chakra control and harnessing her affinity for water chakra, in addition to just getting her up to par in terms of speed and strength. Sakura trains for several grueling weeks that constantly leaves her on the edge of exhaustion like a standard shonen protagonist, spends some time researching the land of rain and the tailed beasts thanks to the seed Haku planted, and is threatened by Gaara with a messy death that Kushina saves her from, demonstrating that Naruto's mom does indeed have it going on, it being the adamantium chains, a ridiculously strong jutsu that manifests unbreakable golden chains from her body. Sakura eventually has a mental breakdown, convinced she needs to give up in the face of obviously impossible odds. However, Obito manages to get her to try out her newfound affinity with both a sword and elemental ninjutsu, and she manifests the flowing water blade, a versatile and deadly technique that essentially generates a water chainsaw whip that can cut through practically anything it hits. The new technique gives her the confidence to move forward, and though she's still afraid when the exam arrives, she is ready to face Gaara. The exams proceed in a mostly predictable manner. Naruto and Sasuke both show their growth, having mastered Shadow Clones and the Rasengan and the 3 Tomo Sharingan respectively, and mutually knock each other out in a dramatic tie. Niji crushes Kankuro with a single attack, Suijutsu suffocates Lee, Temari kicks the shit out of Kabuto, though does not come off as the more impressive ninja after Kabuto surrenders and heals his wounds in full view of everyone, and Haku and Tenten have a rather savage match that ends in a narrow victory for Haku, though he's forced to not hold back in the face of Tenten's determination and truly ridiculous plethora of weapons. By the time it's Sakura's turn, she has psyched herself out enough that it takes more of her resolve just to get into the arena with Gaara. When he shows no interest in her, she's relieved. When he tells her she's not worth killing, she's furious. Most likely because of her feelings of being overlooked, at first by her team and always by her parents, Sakura flies into a rage and attacks Gaara, forcing him on the defensive, cracking his armor of sand, and eventually fully impaling him with a spear of water at the cost of a broken ankle. When Gaara hides inside a sand ball, Sakura tires herself out and calms down, deciding that she's happy to surrender now that she's made her point. Gaara, ever the sore loser, unleashes his tailed beast on her, knocking her out, and is restrained by various powerful people in the crowd and dragged off the narrative stage kicking and screaming. Team 7 is not promoted to Chunin, though whether that was because of their reckless conduct or purely political considerations given to the hidden sand for Sakura giving Gaara a very exciting involuntary chest piercing is left mildly ambiguous. Sakura doesn't find herself minding too much, since she's been saying from the beginning that she is content with, and perhaps even expecting to fail. However, that night she is visited by Haku, which is slightly creepy given the context. He informs her that Rain is always looking for exemplary ninja, and that she has caught his eye with her performance in the exam. Despite Sakura's protest, he leaves her a blank piece of paper which he claims could help spirit her away if she ever wishes to leave Konoha and try out another village. Sakura manages to keep the paper secret for about a week, until she breaks and blabs about it to Naruto and Kushina during breakfast at the Namikaze household. Luckily for her, they take it in stride. Kushina consoles Sakura and tells her that the Akatsuki has good values but has not so great methods for achieving them, winks to the audience, and tells Sakura that where she goes, her team will follow. Naruto starts to teach her the Rasengan in an expression of trust, not understanding why his mother is glancing at the fourth wall. That breakfast also foreshadows Team 7's next big mission, with Fukazaka the elder toad of Miyaboku arriving to bitch at Minato about Jiraiya having fallen off the grid. Not a week later, and Team 7 is given an assignment to fetch the Toad Sage, with Rin tagging along for vaguely ominous reasons. Before they leave, Hinata confesses to Sakura as best she can that she's med-crushing on Sasuke, which leads to some standard teenage drama, but after some investigation and travel teenage crushes fall by the wayside when it's revealed that Jiraiya is in the village hidden in the waterfall. He's guarding it against Itachi, who is apparently after its Jinchuriki, Phew. When Team 7 travels to Waterfall, they're introduced to village politics and Jinchuriki politics, which really are one and the same a lot of the time, real quick. They meet Jiraiya, who is missing an eye and thus naturally has gone for a full venom snake look, and make fast friends with Phew, who latches onto Naruto in particular thanks to their compatible personalities and energy levels. Waterfall is terrified of Itachi, and rightfully so, but most of the leadership is unwilling to surrender Phew to him and so happily accept Obito, Jiraiya, and Rin's offer of help, reasoning that 3 legendary ninja will beat 1 infamous one. That's just basic ninja math. However, they're unfortunately mistaken. Early the next morning, Itachi attacks with a legion of criminal mooks and Kakuzu the Immortal, having used the Koda Amatsukami to brainwash a decent chunk of Waterfall's ninja ahead of time as well. They turn on the village as it's attacked, spreading fire and panic. Adding to the already substantial and hard-to-follow chaos, the reason for Rin accompanying the team suddenly becomes clear when Root, or at least what is left of it, arrives, with Danzo's bodyguards Phew and Toruin. Yes, Phew and Phew are in the same place for about 10 minutes, thankfully he's never named, accompanied by an unnamed Hyuga. Actually her name is Hei but that's not stated until chapter 55, so basically unnamed, armed with a great bow, finally providing an excuse for the author to show that ridiculously large arrows are a niche but powerful weapon in battles between ninja, making themselves known and attempting to assassinate Obito for as yet unexplained past sins. Chaos ensues, Sakura gets mind-controlled and stuck in a doll, Naruto blows a lady's hand off, and Obito and Rin team up against Root to scrape out a narrow victory, only saving Sakura's soul by summoning the Hokage who seems to instantly kill both Phew and Hei, with Torin hurled by Rin beyond the horizon to an uncertain fate. The attack is repelled, but Itachi manages to capture Phew, the Jinchuriki, not the one who just died, transforming her into the Nanabi and fleeing with Obito and Minato in hot pursuit while Jiraiya and Rin stay behind to face Kakuzu in a no doubt epic fight scene. Unfortunately, Obito Sensei ran over budget right before it could be shown, and so a battle that ended with Jiraiya and Rin shaken and Kakuzu down 2 lives out of 5 would be left to the imagination. Team 7 is stuck on the back of the 7-tailed beast with Itachi, and engage in some stimulating fisticuffs to pass the time. Naturally, Itachi whoops their asses, but Sasuke manages to get a reaction out of him by demanding more information about the massacre, the truth, since he has always been convinced that Itachi must have had a reason for what he did, or perhaps was even forced to do it against his will. Brotherly love and all that. Impressed by Sasuke's progress and possessed by a manic mood, and something else, but that's for later, Itachi tells the team that he was hired to kidnap Phew, and then launches into an impassioned speech about the benefits of murdering your family. Itachi reveals to Sasuke that not everything was hunky-dory in Uchiha land. Turns out his family was planning to overthrow and murder the Hokage for apparently spurious reasons. Awkward. Itachi reacted like any reasonable professional teenage killer would and decided the obvious solution was killing, who could have seen that coming, and murdered the half of the clan that was all in on the coup, including their father. Their mother was in on it too, he claims, but unfortunately he was only able to burn half her face off before he was chased away. Go ask her for yourself if you don't believe me, he tells Sasuke, before trying to nuke Waterfall off the map just to buy himself a second of reprieve from Obito and Minato chasing him. When that doesn't fully work he also throws Team 7 off the giant bug, which seems to do the trick. Itachi gets away, and Sasuke is left with a brewing mental health crisis. When Team 7 gets back home, Jiraiya, Obito, and Rin give them a crash course history lesson on Root. Danzo's dead, Jiraiya killed him, Obito killed most of the rest on Minato's orders, village politics, and the tailed beasts, they suck, and Itachi having a Jinchuriki of his own is an unprecedented escalation in rogue ninja power, and chakra itself as well as ninshu, an ancient creed that preceded the spread of ninjutsu, which Jiraiya considers to be a sinister corruption of the true purpose of chakra. Sakura and Naruto are sad, but Sasuke is determined to find out if what Itachi told him was true and so confronts his mother alongside Obito, desperate for her to tell him Itachi is a liar with an active imagination. No, she says. He was pretty on point. Mikoto explains that the Uchiha clan looked at how Rain had been transformed into a nation ruled by shinobi and thought it was probably a good idea to get in on that action, plotting to expand the mandate of the military police to the entirety of the Land of Fire by replacing Minato with a more dynamic and active Hokage, who coincidentally would be an Uchiha who would agree with all their policy changes. Things get heated, and while Mikoto stands strong, Obito and Sasuke both consider her a power-hungry asshole and turn their backs on her, fully expecting that the clan will be punished for their past traitorous plans. It isn't though, which neither of them are particularly happy about. Minato is not interested in punishing a clan that was already decimated for its mistake, and so leaves Mikoto to stew as an experienced but no longer trusted ninja. While Rin forces Sasuke to keep moving forward and confront his mixed feelings, Obito confronts Kushina about not punishing Mikoto, and is horrified to discover what he already knew at heart, that Kushina considers herself a weapon and doesn't really blame Mikoto for treating her like she believes she should be. The argument ends inconclusively, with Kushina calling out Obito's cruel side, and they settle into an uneasy détente. In the midst of this all, Minato is trying to figure out if Rain really did just steal a tailed beast for themselves, which would put them on the same level as the Big Five villages, which would be extremely awkward and potentially dangerous. Knowing that there's no way they'd tell him the truth if he asked, and not trusting any of his current spies in Rain enough to think they'd be able to get reliable information, he goes for the pro-gaming move and decides to take advantage of Sakura's existing sympathy to the Akatsuki and her extant invitation to defect to the nation of Rain, approaching her with a very special infiltration mission which he does not extend to Naruto and Sasuke because of their tremendous value and the danger of losing them to a foreign power. But Sakura, though she is brilliant, is expendable, and so she's the one the Hokage picks to travel to Rain and find out if they really do have a person nuke now. Sakura's birthday comes around as she prepares for the mission and she spends it with her friends, receiving thoughtful and thematic gifts, including a new knife from Ino and tales of a gutsy shinobi from Kushina. Naruto has an ominous dream about Sakura leaping off a cliff which definitely has no foreshadowing whatsoever, and at her party, Sasuke reconnects with Hinata, who he had initially rebuffed thanks to his volatile emotional state when returning from Waterfall, promising to go on a date with her once they're back from their next mission. That doesn't happen, because Sakura defects once they've left the village, running off in the middle of the night and leaving Obito to deal with Naruto and Sasuke if they try to chase her. They do, and pick a fight with Obito in the process, who naturally trashes them. However, Naruto and Sasuke's determination and resolve not to bring Sakura back, but to go with her and share the danger of defecting to another country reminds Obito of himself when he was younger, triggering a cascade of violent introspection that ends with Obito realizing that since Kakashi died, he has essentially shut himself down and left the running of his life to others, smothering the flame of ambition that had pushed him to greatness in the first place. With this revelation, he allows Naruto and Sasuke to leave with his blessing, telling them in his own way that he loves them and he trusts them to make the right decisions to keep Sakura safe. Naruto and Sasuke catch up with Sakura, convince her that they'll be stronger together, and are spirited away to a Megakure by Konan, where they meet both Yahiko and Nagato and are interrogated as to their defection and why they've arrived. Sakura tells the truth that she's been sent as a spy, and the extra truth that she agreed to be a spy because she wanted to see if Rain really was all that anyway. Meanwhile, Obito and Minato nearly come to blows, with Minato unused to and not expecting Obito's newfound independence. Obito manages to convince him that his son and Sasuke defecting won't be the end of the world, and that they'll be back stronger for the experience. Minato concedes, and having impressed Rin with his rediscovered ambition, Obito goes about self-actualizing, rebuilding himself into a person instead of a hollow shell content to be led through life by others' orders and desires. However, Konoha as a village is furious and confused at Team 7's defection, and blames Obito and Sakura's parents for pushing 3 brilliant young children away from the village, isolating them. In the heat of things, Obito and Mikoto also have a brief fight about Sasuke's future, which ends with him learning she's had a Mangekyo Sharingan this whole time, presumably since the massacre. More on that later. Team 7 does their best to integrate into Rain over the course of a year, taking a variety of missions on behalf of the revolutionary nation with the goal of becoming reliable and eventually getting Sakura into the Akatsuki so she can determine whether Fu is there or not. Sakura helps Rain negotiate with the hidden waterfall, dueling its sole surviving elder Eiji, and engages in a mock pursuit of a genius independent ninja Katasuke Tano, chasing him into the Land of Lightning where he intends to spy on behalf of Rain. Before leaving on this mission she meets Jiraiya in the Land of Rain, learning he apparently periodically visits his old students and that he deeply disagrees with the current goals of the Akatsuki, seeing them as just another village that only claims to be moving towards idealistic goals. He also probes Sakura about loyalty, not just to the Hidden Leaf but also her beliefs about in general. It seems particularly important for him to know what she'll do when reality inevitably disappoints her. If the world let me down, if the Akatsuki let me down, I would just have to make it what it should be, Sakura tells him, summing up her character arc across the entirety of the FIC. It's enough for Jiraiya, and though it's probably not directly related, the Omekage promotes Sakura to Chunin after the meeting, ensuring that no matter what timeline she's in she'll always beat Naruto and Sasuke to that first promotion. In the midst of all this, something happens that none of the characters are aware of. Team 7 meets their undercover contact in a Megakur, which turns out to be Orochimaru of all people. However, while Orochimaru may put on a show of loyalty to Konoha and AIM, he is truly out for himself, having a hidden base in which he is conducting all manner of experiments. The crown jewel among them is also the most dangerous. Team 7 finds an Edo Tensei of Madara Uchiha, brought back as a withered and helpless old man deprived of his eyes, out of which Orochimaru has obviously been pulling secrets. However, none of them can act on this information, as Orochimaru seals their memories with a technique that he has presumably been using to hide his indiscretions from Rain as well. Much like the cut that saved Sakura's life, this plot will not be brought up for quite some time. Shortly after Sakura and company chase Katasuke towards the Land of Lightning, Obito is sent in pursuit of him as well, as Konoha has been keeping an eye on him for some time. Obito misses his team by a day thanks to the potent power of dramatic irony, but in a small border town called Hayama in the Land of Frost he discovers Kisame, still wielding the legendary sword Samehada but having skipped becoming an infamous missing ninja, instead having settled down to avoid the eyes of the law and defend the people of a place that have no interest in digging up his past. Kisame at first believes Obito may have come for him, but when that proves not to be the case he's content to lead him to Katasuke and the Cloud Ninja team escorting him before departing. Obito scares the shit out of the Cloud team and interrogates Katasuke, learning that he's a brilliant scientist who is developing chakra-compatible technology, especially prosthesis limbs. Obito ponders that before his team had left he would have just kidnapped Katasuke, but now he's feeling more charitable and trusting and lets him depart to the Land of Lightning with an offer to come to Konoha if he feels mistreated there. This ends up being a horrible mistake that kills hundreds of thousands of people, but the Sharingan can't see the future, well, not his anyway, so Obito thankfully doesn't know that. Meanwhile, Rin is growing more attracted to Obito now that he's becoming closer to his old self, but doesn't really know how to healthily handle those feelings yet. With his mission finished, Obito departs on a personal errand to find Mount Myaboku, determined to make a summoning contract of his own in a further bid to secure his independence. After some time he locates the path to the quasi-extra-dimensional space with his Sharingan and arrives there after a perilous journey through an unstable rift in time and space that nearly crushes him alive, wandering around and taking in the plus-sized insects and natural energy-soaked land in wonder and appreciation. Of course, Obito's sightseeing is interrupted when he approaches the titular Mount Myaboku and is challenged by the Guardian Toads, Gameken, and Gamahiro. The huge toads explain to Obito that if he wishes to forge a contract of his own he has to defeat them to prove his worth, since he's not being sponsored by an existing summoner. Instead of defeating them, which he easily could, Obito proclaims that fighting potential allies is stupid, wow, foreshadowing, and stubbornly tries to make it to Myaboku relying only on his speed and the Kamui to avoid getting pasted by two Megafauna with equally large weapons. It mostly works out for him. Obito exhausts Gamahiro and makes it to the foot of the steps of the mountain, but Gameken has more stamina than expected, and Obito passes out with the job only half done. However, when he wakes up in the mountain under the care of the Toad Elder Shima, he's told that what he did was still more than enough to catch the Great Toad Sage's attention, and as the leader of the Toads of Myaboku that's really all that mattered. A groggy Obito is led to an audience with the even groggier Great Sage, as well as the elders Fukazaku and Shima, and when asked why he didn't just ask Minato for the contract, proclaims he wanted to earn it himself. Fukazaku points out that by not even fighting the Guardian Toads Obito proved he has no need of summons, and Obito retorts that he wants the contract not for assistance in battle, but so that no matter what is happening or where he is he can ask for help, something he hasn't done in a decade. It's enough for the great Toad Sage, which bids Fukazaku and Shima to fetch the contract scroll and muses to Obito about Jiraiya and his legacy, noting that he's now trained 3 men who've contracted with Mayaboko now, Yahiko, Minato, and Obito himself. But Obito, the sage notes, may be the most important yet, and all because of one falling stone. Obito doesn't make the connection, because, how could he, and asks Fukazaku and Shima what the sage is talking about when they present the scroll. They explain that the sage is blessed and cursed with uncertain visions of the future, and that he once gave Jiraiya a prophecy that one of his students would save the world by bringing a great revolution that would change everything. Obito sours. He doesn't like the idea of fate for very Uchiha reasons, and more than that he can only see such a prophecy as a foretelling of the Akatsuki's victory, for good and ill. Though Fukazaku warns him not to be narrow-minded, he doesn't think about the fact that if it's true, such a prophecy could equally apply to Minato, to him, to anyone else Jiraiya could train in the future, or even to all of them. As Team 7 continues to integrate, Naruto begins to learn medical jutsu with Kabuto's help, and though he rapidly makes progress he soon finds that while he can heal himself easily, he has more trouble with other people, thanks to either a quirk of his chakra or a mental block. In the midst of his training, he, Kabuto, and Kabuto's mother Nono, a former Konoha ninja and root agent who defected to reign with Kabuto accompanying her thanks to Danzo dying at Jiraiya's hands, are sent to the border of the land of Earth to retrieve a VIP named Kagami Kagaya, cousin of Kimimaro Kagaya, who somehow made his way to the Nation of Rain as well to become one of the Akatsuki's commanders despite his young age. Kagami has been employed by the Hidden Stone, which sends its own team to retrieve Kagami before she can get too far away, a group of genin named Tamako, Hideaki, and Takeshi, led by elite Jonin Yui Tono. While Naruto makes a connection with Tamako, it's not enough to dissuade the Stone Ninja from trying to complete their mission, especially since Yui holds a personal grudge against his father. A brief battle ensues, which does not end in any fatalities, but by the end of it Naruto learns 2 unsettling facts. The first is that Tamako has been given an artificial bloodline by the Hidden Stone based off of the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumayaku, allowing her to cover her body in living steel, with Kagami guessing that Tamako is not the only ninja whose stone has modified in this manner, since she's just a genin. The second is how his father fought in the Third World War, with Yui revealing that he marked her with his Hiraishin and used her as bait to assassinate her allies while keeping her alive. While Naruto knew that his father is a war hero, he'd never been too fussed with the details, and seeing Minato's capacity for brutality shakes him, especially with how Yui had to have the mark burned off, leaving her with a horrific scar covering half her torso. However, Naruto does learn how to heal others thanks to breaking through his mental barrier, and quite well too, so it's not all bad. Sometime after this, nearly a year after Team 7 arrived in Rain, Sasuke runs across a truly thrilling plot point: counterfeit money. Thanks to his Sharingan, Sasuke is able to identify the false funds while leading a mission with Suijutsu and Teiwa to take down a smuggling ring. Having been promoted to Jonin thanks to his overall excellence as a ninja, he has found the promotion somewhat disheartening, as it's allowed him to peek behind the curtain and see that Rain, and probably all the major villages, is a bit dysfunctional and often functions more by inertia than smart decisions. Sasuke informs Rain about the currency. It is all from the Land of Fire, despite the smugglers having acquired it in the Land of Waves, which piques the Amekige's curiosity. Seeing this as an opportunity to increase the Nation of Rain's standing with the other villages and better establish its validity as a cooperative great power, the Amekige instructs Sasuke to head a large team of elite shinobi to the Land of Waves, leading Naruto, Sakura, Karin, Suijutsu, and Haku alongside fellow Jonin Zabuza Mamakai. The Rain shinobi depart for Fukamai City, Wave's newest and richest city due to its newfound connection to the mainland via the Great Channel Bridge. Once there, they decide to get in touch with the local black market, which seems to be where the currency was coming from. Sasuke proposes pretending to sell Zabuza's legendary blade, the Kubikari Basho, which Zabuza is extremely unhappy about but relents to after Haku agrees it's an excellent bait. Coincidentally, at around the same time Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kurane are being dispatched to the Land of Waves by the Hidden Leaf, having also uncovered the counterfeit currency conspiracy and been dispatched to take care of the issue. When they arrive, Hinata quickly realizes that they're not alone. Not only are Team 7 and the Rain Ninja accompanying them present, but Fukamai City is also home to several other groups of ninja, many of which are from the minor villages. However, one such group is Gaara's team from the Hidden Sand, which particularly draws Hineda's attention for obvious reasons. The group from Konoha hatches a half-baked plan to grab Team 7 and flee home, reasoning they can do so and then return to complete their mission regarding the currency. Somehow, it doesn't go well. While they do manage to kidnap Sasuke with some clever use of Shikamaru and Ino's clan jutsu, the rest of the Rain Ninja are very promptly after them, and the Leaf Ninja quickly realize that there's little chance they could make it back to Konoha before being caught. Seeing an opportunity to start mending bridges, Sasuke convinces Hinata and her companions that they have the same mission, especially since the Nation of Rain was intending to hand the perpetrators over to the Land of Fire regardless. Though there is some initial resistance, both teams eventually agree to cooperate, putting a truly ridiculous amount of ninja on the job. This is also something Zabuza is extraordinarily unhappy about. They both begin to scour the city for clues while the Leaf team tries to figure out what exactly has happened to Team 7 in the time they've been gone, and why exactly they left. Before long, Sakura is dropping oblique hints to Ino and Hinata to take a look at her back with the Byakugan. This is because when she left, Minato marked her with the Hiraishin, both to track her and potentially be able to pull her out of danger if necessary. In this case, it also functions as a reliable mark of loyalty, showing that the Hokage could bring her back at any time. The joint team's investigation efforts also bear fruit rather quickly, not by finding a lead on the currency production but by drawing attention to themselves. They are approached by Darui, a shinobi from Cloud and the Raikage's right-hand man, who circuitously informs both search teams that he has been sent by the government of the Land of Lightning to clean up one of their messes, and that while it would be best for his mission if he chased them off, he would prefer if they follow him to a certain location on the docks instead. From this, Sasuke and Kurane deduce that the Land of Lightning is the one responsible for the counterfeit money, which explains why it apparently focused solely on the Land of Fire's currency, and sent Darui to conceal their misdeeds. But for whatever reason, Darui, or the Hidden Cloud itself, has intentionally sabotaged the mission. Perhaps because they do not agree with Lightning's aggressive policies, or perhaps it's to lead them into a trap. They're half right. That night, Darui leads Hinata, Sakura, Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, and Kurane towards a modest warehouse on the city's docks while Sasuke, Karin, Haku, and Zabuza meet up with a black market buyer who took the bait on the Kubikariba show, hoping to cover both possible leads. Both end up being disasters for different reasons. On Sasuke's side, the buyer ends up being a nationalistic businessman from the Land of Water, who has summoned shinobi from the relatively near Hidden Mist to retrieve the legendary sword, and possibly losing the sword finally causes Zabuza to snap. Unwilling to follow Sasuke's directions any longer, he attacks and begins murdering the Mist shinobi, brutally executing the businessman and spreading chaos across the northern part of the city. On Sakura and Naruto's side, the warehouse ends up being trapped with explosives, but not by Darui or the Hidden Cloud. The reason that Darui was sent wasn't just to clean up the mess caused by the counterfeit production, but because the original operation had been stolen from the Land of Lightning and co-opted by a familiar face, Heiharuga, the root agent who narrowly survived Minato cutting her throat during her attack on the hidden waterfall and went about finding other ways to undermine and destroy the country and village who betrayed her and Danzo. Hei badly injures Kurane and Darui with her explosive trap and nearly kills Hinata, Sakura, and Naruto with her frightening great bow, but despite the shock and viciousness of the attack, Hinata, Suigetsu, and Sakura rally and chase after Hei while Naruto stays behind to keep the wounded alive. The Hyuga splatters Suigetsu across the docks, and only Hinata pulling out the chitin keeps her and Sakura from being torn apart by a shadow arrow jutsu that nevertheless leaves Hinata with a nasty poisoned cut across her side. All too aware that they are dramatically outclassed, Hinata does something she'd sworn she never would. Hei is a member of the Branch clan, and Hinata activates her clan's curse seal to bring down the root agent and save Sakura's life. Sakura has time to tell Hinata who she suspects Hei is, remembering her from Waterfall, before the root agent proclaims her hatred of Konoha and activates the seal herself, committing suicide by the agonizing curse seal as Hinata and Sakura watch it horror. The trauma of the event and the poison she was struck with knocks Hinata out, though she manages to warn Sakura that Gaara was alerted by the explosion of the warehouse and is coming their way before she blacks out. As Sakura drags Hinata back to Naruto, Gaara and his team end up intercepting her, and a tense standoff ensues. Since the exam, Gaara has grown more controlled, but his feelings towards Sakura have developed from ambivalence to a deep obsession and hatred, as she is the only person to ever make him bleed. Sakura quickly realizes that Gaara's team will do nothing to stop him from killing her, and she flees with them pursuing her, barely managing to pass Hinata off before Naruto loses her temper with Gaara and speaking truthfully to him, calling out his obsession as infantile and telling him to get a life. Gaara doesn't take this well. The explosion attracted ninja from all across the city, not just the team from Sand, and in the course of a bloody temper tantrum Gaara ends up murdering many of them as he's attacked by just about everyone due to being a clear and obvious threat to the innocent people nearby. In the chaos, Sakura manages to land a nasty hit on Gaara's face, obliterating his love tattoo and badly damaging his hand. It's not enough, Gaara causes significant civilian casualties, murders his sensei Baki when Ino takes control of the man in a bid to get Gaara to back down, and eventually completely unleashes Shukaku, leveling a quarter of the city in his desperate attempts to kill Sakura and everyone else getting in his way. The catastrophe invites retribution. Sasuke and Haku arrive to save Sakura's life, and Zabuza attacks Gaara, cutting off his arm and driving him into retreat even in his Shukaku form. Sakura and Haku chase after him, and find Zabuza and Gaara having a final duel beneath the Great Channel Bridge, with Zabuza clearly favored to be the winner thanks to his greater experience. However, it's not to be. From a distance, Temari supports her brother by blowing away Zabuza's mist jutsu and revealing his position, and Gaara takes advantage of the opportunity and Sakura and Haku's overzealous counter-attack by bringing down the entire bridge on top of everyone involved. He'd been sent to Waves in the first place to destroy their profitable new trade route, having been working at eroding the foundations of the bridge for several days prior, and though Sakura stabs him again before the bridge collapses he still refuses to go down. Sakura survives, though barely, thanks to Haku dragging her out of the ruin, but Zabuza saves Haku and is buried at sea for it. The Sand team makes a messy getaway, and Haku almost goes after them before Sakura holds him back, desperate and in pain and feeling like if Haku goes she will die alone. Haku relents, and the siblings escape. Team 7 is left in the ruins of a city with thousands of dead and injured civilians, Sakura on the edge of death, and Sasuke with a burned and crippled arm thanks to a mishap with his experimental lighting rays non. It's a hopeless situation, but Naruto is good at getting people out of those no matter the timeline, and with Karen's help he saves Sakura's life, keeps Sasuke's arm from falling off despite his friend's protest, and drains himself dry twice sending out clones and personally rendering aid to the casualties as the city screams in agony, keeping the situation in Waves from getting worse. By the end of the night he's a legend in the country, the blonde boy who tried to fight off the demon and then saved countless lives with his glowing hands, though he's too unconscious to know it. With the damage addressed as best it can be, Team 7 bids a bitter farewell to Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, and Kurane, both parties too hurt and tired to dream of another conflict, and returns to Omegakuer with the mixed news that while they did find the source of the currency and cooperated with Fire in the course of the investigation, the evidence has gone up in flames and Fukamai City suffered an incredibly terrible wound, collateral damage in the endless conflict of shinobi and nations that has racked the continent for a century. Sasuke's arm is still burned and shattered beyond repair, but it turns out to be a non-issue. When he turns the report into Yahiko and Nagato, Nagato unleashes the Narikopath and the King of Hell on him out of appreciation of his devotion and talent, devouring Sasuke's entire body and replacing it with a fresh one, working arm included. It's a mind-blowing experience that leaves Sasuke with a lot of deeply uncomfortable questions, but he takes it in stride and walks away from the meeting with body at peak potential and a dossier about Itaka's actions since he left the Hidden Leaf, the Omekage finally trusting him enough to share their information about Itaka with him, though not whether they hired his brother or not. Things are happening fast now. Sakura recovers from her coma, having been inundated with dreams about how to keep something like the atrocity in Waves from ever happening again. You gotta have a deterrent, a baijuyu of her own, and if Rain did take fire she completely understands why now. Thanks to her bravery and courage and clear head, Haku tells her, she's being invited into the Akatsuki. After all, Sakura realized that killing Gaara would be an international disaster, even more than the attack on Waves, and wouldn't benefit the nation of Rain at all. That's why she stopped him from chasing them, right? Right, Sakura says, buried in feelings of being a fraud. Definitely, yes, totally. At least she's in the Akatsuki now, having finally accomplished her goal and nearing the end of her mission. Meanwhile, as time has passed, Obito and Rin have grown closer and closer, going on weekly dates that Obito hasn't yet realized are dates. Rin is sent to the Land of Waves on a humanitarian mission, and Obito invites himself along to help shortly after meeting with Hinata, Ino, and Shikamaru. From them he learns about how his team is doing, and gives them permission to spread the truth behind Sakura's defection to those they trust, no longer completely trusting Minato's judgments. In the Land of Rain, Obito mostly retrieves corpses and saves buried people before running into Tsunade, who has come to offer her peerless services at a steep price in the ruined city and brought Shizun and Taunton along with her. Tsunade and Obito butt heads, Tsunade unwilling to believe he's changed after years of being Minato's attack dog, and Obito trying to convince her to help the city for free with a healthy bribe from Rin. Tsunade eventually relents, seeing the change in Obito and learning that the blonde boy she's heard so much about from the people of Waves is Naruto, the Hokage's son, who she immediately holds in higher esteem than the Hokage. After meeting Tsunade, Obito finally screws up his courage and asks Rin out on a date, who is understandably extremely confused since she thought they had already been doing that. She takes it in stride though, since both she and Obito know he's desperately trying to play catch-up on a decade of emotional development, and they go out to a fancy sushi place when they return to Konoha, finally making things official. But because Obito can't have nice things, Itaki interrupts their date less than 10 minutes in. He takes a seat as casually as you can next to Rin and very politely asks Obito where Sasuke is, since Mikoto doesn't seem willing to tell him. Obito, in shock, realizes over the course of the conversation that Itaki is extremely detached from reality and doesn't know that Sasuke defected to Rain, something that is common knowledge across the nations thanks to the notoriety of the Uchiha clan. Rather than answering any of Obito's many questions, Itaka leaves him a gift and departs with a threat that he'll blow up the entire restaurant if he's followed, the missing eye of Shisui Uchiha, which Itaka stole all those years ago on the night of the massacre. The eye sends Obito metaphorically spiraling into the past, finally showing the readers the night of the massacre. In keeping with Obito Sensei's themes about things being both better than otherwise and worse than you'd hope, the massacre did not wipe out the entire clan but was unbelievably brutal. Itaka murdered Fugaku and then took on Obito, Mikoto, Minato, and Kushina essentially back to back, standing untouched despite only being 13 after defeating Obito in hand-to-hand combat, blasting his mother with the Amaterasu, leveling the Hokage with a Tsukuyomi meant for Sasuke, and then unleashing the Kyuubi from Kushina's seal with a look despite being ensnared in her adamantium chains. With that done, Itaka flees, recognizing that the odds have only turned in his favor for a moment, and Obito chases after him after Mikoto revives the Hokage, an apparent impossibility given how the Tsukuyomi works that he only notices in hindsight, and Minato begins the treacherous work of suppressing the Kyuubi as his wife suffers. Obito catches Itaki, but despite biting off 2 of his fingers can't stop him from escaping. The massacre is now fully contextualized and Obito returns to the present with an important question for Minato. Just what the heck did Itaka show him with the Tsukuyomi which he had intended for his little brother? Minato remembers, but he never cared much about it since he thought it was an illusion meant to disturb and distract him. Itaka showed him a world destroyed and rebuilt, united in a quiet peace, friends and enemies standing side by side. To both him and Obito, it doesn't make sense, so they file it away for later as Minato sends Obito Oito off on a mission to retrieve Katasuke Tano, who has apparently decided to defect from the hidden cloud. Meanwhile, the day before, Sakura is being inducted into the Akatsuki and learning all sorts of fun facts about the revolutionary organization with Haku and Nono guiding her through the process. Some important facts that she picks up include that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was replaced with Rain's help, with an intentional warmonger being put in his place to ratchet up conflicts with the neighboring countries of Water and Frost, which many Akatsuki members are actually in favor of since they think it will make exporting the revolution there happen sooner. Sakura also learns that the organization is basically divided into 3 groups, between those who worship Nagato, those who believe in the cause of the revolution and lessening conflict, and those who wish to spread war for ostensibly the same aim, and is interrogated by several members about her ultimate goals and what she thinks of the organization's means. The Akatsuki holds a meeting establishing the increasing tension among the nations, and finally answers the question that Sakura defected to learn the truth about. Itaka was not working for Rain when he plundered the hidden waterfall, because Rain does not have Fu or the Nanabi. In fact, Itaki has recently re-emerged and kidnapped another Jinchuriki, Ujito Nii, and the Nibi from the hidden cloud. Relieved, Sakura requests a personal meeting with the Omekage to confirm the truth and update them on her and her team's plans for the future, which the Omekage grants. However, the meeting muddles things. With a mutual use of Nagato's King of Hell, Sakura and the rest learn that Rain did in fact hire Itaki and Kakuzu to steal Fu from the hidden waterfall. Is it relevant that Rain specified they wanted the theft of the Baijuyo to be a bloodless infiltration rather than an invasion with hundreds of sleeper agents, but that Itaki went rogue and didn't deliver the goods, presumably murdering Kakuzu, since the mercenary never reported back, and taking the kidnapped child with the giant monster inside her for himself. Sakura spends some time pondering military alliances and lingering on the idea that came to her in her coma, that to really guarantee peace, you need a deterrent, and the best deterrent is violence, so a nation that truly desires peace needs more violence than anyone else, and the best way to do that is to have a tailed beast or two to cause giant spontaneous explosions. She's not able to resolve the paradox, but she is able to float her idea to resolve the sticky defection situation to the Omekage. Team 7 should become ambassadors. As ninja of both villages, she argues, they could bridge the gap between Rain and Leaf, uniting two of the most powerful villages and making the world a safer place overall. Also, wow, total coincidence they'll get to have their cake and eat it too with all the new friends they've made, isn't that great? The Omekage are positive but ask to have some time to work out the particulars, which Team 7 is totally fine with, and so they retreat to wish for a brighter future. The next day, Haku delivers Sakura's new Akatsuki outfit to her in her apartment, a very fashionable hoodie. They discuss their feelings and the possibilities that being Ambassador Ninja holds, and there's chemistry in the air. Sparks are flying, they lean closer. At this point, pretty much everything goes wrong all at once. A megacooler is attacked, an explosion of tremendous power decapitates many of the city's buildings and sends a firestorm raging through it. Team 7 is scattered across the city, Haku and Sakura high in Sakura's apartment, Naruto with Karen and Kabuto in a restaurant, and Sasuke walking the streets with Suijutsu. Sakura is sent flying along with her entire apartment building, losing sight of Haku in the chaos and only surviving by pure luck. The restaurant is blown to pieces, and while Karen keeps the shinobi inside alive through a sudden manifestation of adamantine chains, she and Naruto are still faced with certain death thanks to the firestorm until Kabuto sacrifices his life to keep them alive with his medical ninjutsu. Sasuke and Suijutsu see the blast coming, and Suijutsu shields Sasuke with his own body, saving Sasuke's life at the cost of his own. Somewhat simultaneously, Obito is in the Land of Lightning, retrieving Katasuke Tano per the Hokage's request. Katasuke's in a bad spot, held captive by one of the Lighting Daimyo's personal ninja, a woman named Mei, unrelated to the Mizukage, but Obito breaks him out and spirits him away into the Kamui, noting that his artificial leg has been removed. Once free, Katasuke breaks down, professing terror at the prospect of going to Konoha, and reveals to Obito that rather than working on advancing his mechanical prosthetic technology in the hidden cloud, he was forced into developing weapons for their Chakra Technology division, culminating in a tailed beast cannon meant to harness the power of Cloud's Jinchuriki and project it up to thousands of miles away, creating the equivalent of a nuclear artillery piece which can strike almost anywhere in the world with enough destructive force to annihilate cities. Obito is naturally not thrilled about this, and delivers Katasuke and his warning to Minato, knowing that Cloud's trump card can't remain a secret. The Hokage takes the news better than expected, content in his own ability to defend his village from even such a terrible weapon, and when he leaves to interrogate Katsuke in more detail, Kushina points out to Obito that regardless of how dangerous the cannon is, Kyumo would be insane to use it on a pure power like Konoha, especially since it hasn't been fired before and its capabilities are unproven. If they were malicious enough to fire it at all, they would target a smaller, less well-regarded village. Kushina and Obito agree. Like Rain. Struck by that horrible premonition, Obito goes to a megacooler, and finds it consumed by fire. Though he doesn't know it, the only reason the city is still standing at all is because Nagato deflected most of the attack at the last second, sending 6 of the 8 beams of chakra fired by the cannon careening off into the sky and forcing the remaining 2 to detonate several hundred meters off the ground a kilometer or so outside the city proper. Obito takes a moment to consider whether he'll stay sane or become a murderous monster, and thankfully defers to the former as he dispatches a toad to infiltrate the city to determine whether Team 7 is still alive or not. He returns home to update Minato again, and after a heated argument with the Hokage about how they're going to get their kids out, leaves it to Orochimaru, who Minato is already reaching out to. As he rests and waits for the signal to meet up with the Sunin and collect his team, Rin joins him to finish up their date. Obito falls asleep in her arms, thankfully able to hide away from a violent world for one more night. In a shattered Omegakure, Naruto and Sakura do their best to help the people of Rain, with Sakura leading rescue efforts and Naruto using his medical jutsu to save hundreds of lives. Eventually, they find each other at a gym-turned-hospital, collapsing together thanks to their exhaustion, stress, and severe injuries. Obito's Toad finds them shortly after this, but is chased off by several Rain ninja including Nono, who takes them into custody as spies in nation that's obviously under attack. During this time, Sasuke is snoozing, having been put in a coma both by his near-death experience and his Mangekyo's sudden and traumatic awakening. Konan sends a clone to collect him, but the situation gets a little more complicated when she learns that she's not the only one who's looking to pick Sasuke up. Itaki is there too, having arrived just behind the blast which killed about 100,000 people, and he is completely unwilling to let Rain take his little brother captive. Itaka protests his innocence in regards to Rain's near destruction to Konan, but does admit that not giving them the Nanabi may have contributed to the state of affairs. Konan doesn't care much for Itaka's excuses after his betrayal of their bargain, and neither does Nagato, who arrives at her call. Impatient and enraged, Nagato immediately attacks Itaki and overpowers him in a ridiculous display of ninjutsu, attempting to rip out the rogue ninja's soul and learn his motive for hunting not just the Nanabi, but the Sanbai and Nibi as well. Itaki is beaten, but before Nagato can finish him the Uchiha's shadow intercedes, screeching and trying to drown Nagato like it has a life of its own. Nagato and Konan are both stunned by the unexpected attack, and Itaka takes the opportunity to grab Sasuke and flee, dumping Yujito and Fu and the Sanbai on top of Nagato to keep him from chasing. 3 Baijuyu against a single man is an impossible battle, but Nagato proves that some people's worship of him is justified and solos a third of the world's super weapons with minimal collateral damage, breaking Fu's spine, burying Yujito, and brainwashing the Sanbai while taking some brutal wounds in the process. Despite his heroism, Itaka does manage to get away. In the wake of the battle, Rain is left with 3 Baijuyu where before they had none, and Nagato finds a mortally injured Haku among the other wounded. Soon afterwards, the leadership of Omegakure meets to try and determine who could be responsible for their attempted destruction, and what their response should be. Konan and Nagato caution, but Yahiko and Kimimaro are both somewhat emphatic that Konoha was probably responsible given the timing of Sakura's mission succeeding and the village immediately exploding, and advise an immediate counter-attack. The meeting ends inconclusively, with the Omekage deciding to interrogate Team 7 to satisfy their suspicions. Unfortunately, while Sasuke is being nabbed, Naruto and Sakura are facing similar circumstances. While being held prisoner, they are busted out by Orochimaru against their will, who murders their guard and gloats to them about the likely consequences of their imminent escape. With Rain in chaos, the guard dead, and Sakura vanishing, Orochimaru is sure the blame for the attack will fall on Konoha, and he is more than happy to push the misunderstanding as hard as he can. Minato, he says, has finally made a mistake, and soon he'll finally be able to dance on the Hokage's grave. Naruto and Sakura fight back, but it's pointless. Even Sakura cutting Orochimaru's head off with her flowing water blade is completely ignored, and they're both kidnapped and spirited out of the village. Obito picks them up, exchanges some tense words with Orochimaru, and then brings them to Minato to answer some questions about what happened in Rain and if they ended up having Fu or not, the original reason for Sakura's mission. Sakura and Naruto confirm that Fu wasn't in Rain, not knowing the dramatic irony of their situation, and then demand to go back to retrieve Sasuke, who they refuse to believe is dead. Minato and Obito correctly deduce that Sakura's loyalty at the moment is extremely tenuous and agree to allow her to accompany the Sasuke recovery team, which is made up of Obito, Rin, Mikoto, and Hinata. As the team departs, Sasuke is waking up and spending some quality time with his brother. Itaka congratulates Sasuke on awakening his Mangekyo and, as Sasuke tries to leave and avoid this bullshit, dumps some exposition on him, explaining his plan to gather the Baijuyu, build animosity towards the nation of Rain, and leave Konoha in a position of unassailable strength to save the world. He asks Sasuke for help, explaining that with him, Sasuke, and Obito united, 3 Mangekyo Sharingan could overthrow society and write a new world order into being like Hashirama and Madara did all those years ago. The mention of Madara trips Sasuke's memory. The Juinjutsu that Orochimaru sealed his memory with broke when his Mangekyo awakened, and he suddenly recalls everything the man told Team 7 in confidence that they would never be able to tell anyone else, as well as the existence of the Edo Tensei Madara. Sasuke, being a good boy and a better Jonin, immediately sends a shadow clone to Omegakure to inform the Omekage about the traitor in their midst as Itaka continues to ramble to him. In the midst of Itaka's talk, the retrieval team arrives, and he pulls Sasuke into a Tsukuyomi to tell him his most unsettling secret, finally contextualizing his actions throughout the entire FIC. Itaka thinks he is going insane. Some of his actions don't make sense to himself, like killing Shisui, and he has gaps in his memory. He is convinced, and convinces Sasuke, that there is another him, a dissociative personality, which is far more capricious, destructive, and greedy than him, and he begs that Sasuke be ready to stop him if the other him ever takes over for good. Sasuke is, to put it mildly, deeply unhappy about this burden being put on him, but he accepts his brother's burden as Obito, Sakura, Naruto, Mikoto, and Hinata arrive. After a brief round of threats and promises, Itaka leaves, and while Sakura tries to make another break for Omegakure, her team and Hinata manage to talk her down from defecting again, finally returning Team 7 whole to Konoha. Of course, that's not necessarily a good thing for everyone. Sakura feels dissociated from reality back in the Leaf, unable to reconcile what happened in Rain with returning to her original home, and Naruto isn't much better off. They both improve a little after an impromptu therapy session with Guy and his team, but the trauma of seeing your friends die right in front of you in a fifth of a city getting wiped away isn't something that can be banished so easily. While this is happening, Minato is desperately trying to arrange a meeting at Mount Myaboka with Yahiko, seeing the world steadily tumble towards a violent conflagration. The government of the Land of Fire is beginning to issue missions that will drive other villages into conflict with Rain, such as a $500 million Ryo payout for busting out the imprisoned daimyo of Rain, and the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud are invading their smaller neighbor the Land of Frost, seemingly confident no one will challenge their military might despite having not yet admitted to attacking Omegakure. Minato doesn't want the work of nearly 2 decades to collapse around him, but he's struggling to find a realistic solution to everything that doesn't involve a tremendous amount of murder. While Sakura and Naruto struggle with bad memories, intrusive thoughts, and their place in the world, and the shinobi villages grind towards a confrontation, Sasuke is reconnecting with his mother. Mikoto and Obito share some words of wisdom with Sasuke regarding the Mangekyo Sharingan and how to handle the fear of going blind. Pro tip: don't use it. That's what actually advances the blindness, and for the sake of being prepared for an uncertain future, Sasuke tests his eyes out to see what they're capable of. Ironically, Sasuke discovers that his eyes contain the powers Kagetsuki, which enhances chakra manipulation, and Nikasa-Wame, which allows him to see 10 seconds into the future, both of which will certainly cut down on moment-to-moment uncertainty in his life. Mikoto decides to take Obito and Sasuke to the secret Uchiha stone tablet to further educate them about the Sharingan and its history, which Obito has been wanting to anyway, and the 3 of them descend into the basement of Naka Shrike. There, they find a very undead Madara Uchiha waiting for them. Finally clearing up any remaining questions about the backstory of the FIC, Madara spends a chapter-old man rambling to Sasuke, Mikoto, and Obito about the Rinnegan, his conflict with Hashirama, what he was up to when Obito never showed up to be a convenient patsy. Turns out it was losing hope and dying alone, and critically the creation of both the white and black Zetsu with his will and Hashirama's genetic material. The Uchiha trio learn the truth behind Nagato's power, and Obito reads the tablet and finds out about the infinite Tsukuyomi and the 10-tailed beast, finding himself disgusted with Madara's escapism. What Madara places the most importance on, however, is that his will, Black Zetsu, abandoned him before he died. He is sure that BZ went to Nagato to influence him to follow Madara's path and enact the infinite Tsukuyomi, but Sasuke is the only one with the necessary context to realize that no, BZ didn't go to Nagato, he went to Itaka. Black Zetsu is the other that Itaka fears is taking him over, having been guiding him since the massacre and covertly helping him whenever he was in trouble, pinning Team 7 down in both their meetings with Itaki and throwing back Nagato when Itaka's defeat seemed assured. Sasuke attacks Madara in a rage, blaming him for his brother's actions, but Madara tells him that BZ cannot force someone to do anything, only reveal what is true inside themselves and bring out their hidden strength. If Itaka killed his family, it was his will, not Madara's, that made it happen. Unable to handle yet another world-shattering revelation, Sasuke leaves his mother and Obito with Madara and ventures out into the village, searching for stability and not sure where he'll find it. And that's that. This recap only covers the broad strokes, not lingering on certain thematic underpinnings to the story like the perceived importance of sacrifice or the question of loyalty to the state or individuals, but stuff like that is what reading the actual FIC is for. Also, while I did reread both the story and my outline for this, I can't guarantee that I got everything important in, so if you see something you think is atrocious for being left out, let me know. Thanks for your patience and attention, I'm gonna try to get back on track now. Obito Sensei Chapter 67 makes apologies, but sometimes only to gain an advantage. Even though Hinata could see through walls, she almost had a heart attack when she opened the door to find Sasuke on the other side. They stared at each other for a moment, Hanabi slyly watching from the side, and then Sasuke coughed. "Can we take a walk?" he said, and Hinata slowly nodded. "I'd like to." He stopped, and Hinata saw that he wasn't sure how to finish the sentence. "Sure," she said, picking up for him. "Let me get my shoes. It'll be just a moment." She retreated back into the house, Hanabi following after her and leaving Sasuke at the door. "He got tall," she said as Hinata stepped into her room, feeling lightheaded and mindlessly picking out a pair of walking shoes. "You didn't tell me he got that tall." "I didn't tell you much," Hinata said, sitting down on her bed and pulling the shoes on. "You made up most of it." "Yeah," Hanabi smirked, "but that seems like a funny thing to leave out." "Do you want me to say anything to father?" "If you want to, but I'm sure he already knows," Hinata said, and Hanabi shrugged. "Plenty of people will have noticed an Uchiha showing up at the compound, especially Sasuke. I'll tell him. I wanna see the face he makes." Hanabi acted carelessly, but for a second Hinata saw her little sister's irreverent humor break. "He's not a weirdo, right?" "No, he's not." "It will be fine," Hinata said, not sure if she was trying to convince her sister or herself. She hadn't seen Sasuke since he'd arrived back at the village, but it had never occurred to her he would seek her out. She'd thought they'd been trapped in an awkward détente. What had changed? His left arm was whole again. It was unbelievable, considering what it had looked like the last time. Hinata had had nightmares about the charred, shattered remains of Sasuke's arm, still limply hanging from his body. She had been sure the next time she'd seen him, it would be gone. She made her way back to the door, Hanabi trailing after her, and stepped out into the sun with Sasuke. It was a cool day, and they both stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do next. "Was there somewhere you wanted to go?" Hinata eventually asked, and Sasuke shook his head. "Let's see where we end up," he said, seemingly deciding it at that moment and stepping away, looking to see if she would follow. Hinata walked after him, leaving her sister in the doorway. Hanabi watched her go with a sour look, but it eventually twisted into a smile. They stayed silent as they moved through the compound. It was well into the afternoon by now, the sun starting to set in the distance beyond the forest, and most of the Hyuga clan was out and about, either in the village or on missions, which meant there were few prying eyes to watch Hinata as she followed after Sasuke and eventually drew up beside him. It was a physical relief, and when they cleared the walls she felt herself straighten up and walk taller. Sasuke noticed. He glanced over at her. "You don't like it there?" he asked, and Hinata pursed her lips. "That's too strong a term," she said, and he nodded along as they slipped into the busy streets of the village, becoming just a pair of ninja among many. "But I'm the heir, I'm always watched. And with eyes like these." She laughed, surprised at herself at how natural it was to say. "But I'm sure you understand that." "People are watching me for a different reason now," Sasuke acknowledged. "Even if everyone's been told it was a mission, there's still that doubt." "Justified, of course. They left us behind for her." Hinata grimaced. "Why did you come and find me?" Sasuke?" she asked, and he stopped. She did as well, the both of them standing in the middle of the street, people pushing past them. "I wasn't sure where we stood, I suppose." Sasuke frowned. "I wasn't sure either. I guess that's why I did." "Is this like last time?" Hinata asked, and Sasuke tilted his head. "Did you have another argument with your mother? Is that why dash?" "No," Sasuke said, actually interrupting her. Before Hinata could take offense, he continued in an apologetic tone. "Sorry. No. That's not what I want. That wouldn't be fair to you. I don't want." He fidgeted. "I actually apologized to her today. About our last fight. We had that, and then I left." He suddenly laughed. Hinata had rarely heard Sasuke's full laugh, but it was an unexpectedly wonderful and earnest sound. "And that's why I came here. Of course. I didn't even think about it. I need to apologize to you too, Hinata." "For leaving?" she asked, and they started walking again. "Not necessarily for that, but for doing it at such a bad time, yeah." He blushed. "I made not a promise, I guess, but an offer to you, and then I ran off the next day. If I hurt you, that's what I'm apologizing for." Of course he'd hurt her. Hinata mulled it over as they navigated through a street market, vendors writing them off as unlikely to be customers with a glance. She'd wondered if it had been her fault from the start, if she'd helped drive him away in some way. If his words to her on the balcony had really meant nothing, or just been a delusion on his own part, and his mood had been just as mercurial as she'd supposed. But in the face of such an earnest apology. "I forgive you," she said, and Sasuke breathed out in relief. "And I'm glad you're back. And that your arm is fixed. After what happened with Gaara. I wasn't sure it could be repaired." "It couldn't be," Sasuke said, which was obviously impossible, but when Hinata looked over to ask what he meant she found him staring off into the distance, seeing nothing. "The Omekage replaced it." "Replaced it?" Hinata asked, confused, and Sasuke clearly wasn't much better off than her. "With a jutsu I couldn't understand," he said. "Rain is full of amazing people, but the Omekage was beyond all of them. It sounds like you admire Rain." He'd been promoted to Jonin there, after all, and led a team of shinobi in the Land of Waves, some of which had been older than him. But Sasuke had never struck Hinata as the shallow sort who would admire someone out of gratitude alone. "I have mixed feelings," he said frankly. "They tried to butter me up, which made me wary, but it's a different kind of village, filled with different kinds of ninja. It's not like Konoha, with all these clans." He looked around, and Hinata could see what he meant immediately. Everywhere they went they were recognized, but not as individuals. Most of the ninja there, very few of them were just born into it. They're there because they believe in something, or because they followed someone who does. "Like you did," Hinata said, and Sasuke nodded. She kept going, though she wasn't sure how Sasuke would respond to her poking at the subject. "Obito Sensei says that's why Sakura was picked. And I could see it in Waves. We all could. She became a different person in Rain." "Yeah." For the first time, Sasuke showed something beyond uncertainty, worry, maybe even fear. "I don't know where Sakura is going to go. You saw, when you collected me from Itaki." He flinched at his brother's name, and anger burned in Hinata's chest. She remembered the way he'd greeted her so politely, like two clan heirs meeting at a party hosted by the daimyo, the quiet fury that had been raised in her at the murderer of Sasuke's father and family being so polite and soft-spoken. She tried to leave again. "I don't know if we can keep her in Konoha." The admission stunned Hinata, but only for a moment. The Hokage wouldn't let her leave again, surely. And neither would your sensei. Or you and Naruto. She felt her heart pick up a little, seeing Sasuke so crushed and unsure of himself. She wouldn't leave all you behind for Rain, would she? She was planning to, the first time, Sasuke said quietly. And that was before she joined the Akatsuki. Hinata sucked in a breath. She hadn't known Sakura had gone that far. Now. I really don't know what she's capable of. I don't think any of us do. She's still Sakura, but she's a sharper, smarter, stronger Sakura. I think she could manage by herself in rain without much problem. Hinata took a second to consider that, and another to put herself in Sakura's shoes. Maybe she was weaker or more cowardly than Sakura, but she couldn't see it. I don't think you should be worried about that right now, she decided, and Sasuke gave her a curious look. Even if Sakura became a different person in rain, I don't think anyone could come away from what happened there stronger. It's like I told her. It was just too terrible. It's because of that she wants to go back, I think. To help people. She feels an obligation to them, to the nation. That, I can understand. But if doing so would leave her all alone. She phrased it as a question, and Sasuke nodded. If Sakura had made other friends in rain, Cloud had killed them with its attack. Then the Sakura who's anything like the one I remember wouldn't go. It's like you said, she became a different person in rain. She's not the Sakura you remember, Sasuke said bluntly, though he dulled its harshness with a sigh. But I hope you're right. They walked together for a while longer, occasionally speaking about things that didn't carry a fraction of the importance of what they'd spoken of before, the weather, small changes Sasuke had noticed about the village, and what Hinata's team had been up to in the year Team 7 had been gone. Eventually, Sasuke changed the direction of the conversation again, which was just fine by Hinata. She was enjoying his company enough that she had no interest in taking up the burden of guiding what they talked about. Besides, it was clear that Sasuke was working through plenty of things. What his mind turned to told Hinata plenty more than she would get from trying to pick at him. Would you mind if we did this more often? He asked, and Hinata blinked, her mildly calculating thoughts obliterated by his sincere vulnerability. Sorry? She asked, and he shifted, coming to a stop as they crossed over a canal and looking out over the lazily drifting water. Hinata stopped beside him, the both of them leaning against the wooden banister like two ordinary teenagers who hadn't just witnessed a city, or two, in Sasuke's case, getting flattened earlier in the month. I'm trying to put this in a way that doesn't sound melodramatic, Sasuke said, on the edge of a chuckle, but my world keeps getting turned upside down. He didn't look over at her as he spoke, focused on the water, and Hinata had a flashback to the balcony at Sakura's birthday party. Then and now, he'd confided in her because he'd felt he had nowhere else to go, and so he'd turned to someone who was essentially a stranger. But this time, as he spoke, "It's all about my brother," Sasuke mused as Hinata waited patiently, understanding it wasn't the time to interrupt. "He's tied up in everything. He killed my father, messed up the Chunin exam, devastated the hidden waterfall, that ended up sending Sakura to the hidden rain, and so Naruto and I followed her there, and then it gets blown up by Cloud, which is probably partly Ataka's fault anyway, and he sneaks me out, sacrifices so much for me, and tells me." He shook his head, and at that point Hinata stepped in. "Sasuke, you don't have to tell me everything," she said gently, and he folded in on himself. Hinata continued before he could apologize, well versed enough in giving pointless ones herself to recognize it coming. "First, because you said so yourself, that's not why you showed up at my door. It's not fair if you just show up once a year and dump all your regrets and fears on me." She said it with a smile to show there wasn't malice, and to her endless relief Sasuke let out a choked laugh. It made her brave enough to continue. "That's not a relationship. Not a good one, anyway." As Sasuke twitched, Hinata continued, almost wanting to activate her Byakugan to check to see if her words were having the right impact. "And second, because right now it's probably not any of my business. Whatever has happened with your family, with your brother and your mother, it's obvious that it's hurt you, and confused you. If you want help with that, I want to help you. If you think telling me everything will help, you can, but I don't need to know all that to be here for you. Not right now." Sasuke shuddered and nodded, closing his eyes, obviously trying to stay composed, and Hinata took a deep breath, screwing up her courage. "So, why do you want to do this more often?" There was a pause that stretched a second or two too long, with nothing but the sound of flowing water beneath them, and Hinata worried that she'd completely misunderstood him. "To ground myself," Sasuke eventually said, and she let out a held breath. "It's just like I said last time. I need something in my life that isn't my clan, and all of that. I like spending time with you, I wouldn't mind. I would like that to be you." Just like last time, Hinata felt herself blush, though not nearly as severely. I would like that too, she said, her voice cracking near the end. So long as you are not going to disappear tomorrow. Again. Sasuke choked. No. No. No, he said, sputtering. I promise, no, that wasn't. It was just really, really bad timing. I felt terrible. I know, Hinata said, feeling her chest loosen up. No matter how terrible things were or how dark the world had seemed in the darkness of the wilderness between the hidden leaf and rain, she felt like the both of them had just cleared a seemingly insurmountable hurdle, standing there on the bridge and acknowledging their feelings. I was joking. She paused, considering the water. I need to be grounded too, Sasuke. It's not just you, you know. Seeing you again in waves, it made me realize how difficult everything has been. I'm sorry. Sasuke was quiet, Hinata shrugged. It couldn't be helped. All of this, everything that's happened to you, it's been beyond our control. She turned to face him even as her body tried to rebel and put her side to him again to banish the sudden sense of vulnerability. But I think we've got time now, at least a little bit of it, to try and balance each other out. We should use it. Sasuke looked down at her, a ghost of a smile on his face. You changed while we were gone, he mused after a moment, and Hinata couldn't hide her blush that time. Everyone did. Everything did, she said honestly. Did you want to get something to eat? He looked surprised before considering it. I don't think I've eaten anything today, he admitted, and Hinata shook her head in mock chastisement. Well, how about we go get barbecue or something, and you can tell me about it? Hinata suggested, finally moving again and crossing the bridge, hearing Sasuke follow after her. Yeah, he said, and she didn't need eyes that could see behind her to know he was smiling. That sounds good. ####. When the door to the Hokage's office closed and locked, Kushina looked around expectantly. Her husband was there, looking as tireless as ever, which was so deeply dumb and unfair because she knew for a fact that he had been awake for almost 40 hours now. Like everyone else, he was gathered as part of the rough square that had formed out of people and pulled up chairs in the middle of the office, foregoing his desk. There were only 2 other people in the square, because a square only had 4 points, Obito and Mikoto. They had just finished telling her and her husband that they had a zombie in their basement. Okay. In a display of exasperation that made Kushina smile, Minato drew his hand up his face, massaging his temples. He was still in sage mode, and had been periodically refreshing it all day so that he'd be able to sense any attack coming before it hit the sensor barrier. So, Madara Uchiha's content to stay in the compound for now, even if his will isn't. That's good, I suppose. What did you have to say that was for us alone? 2 things, Mikoto said, and Kushina couldn't decide which Uchiha to pay attention to. Her friend was so severe, even though their children were home again, and the same went for Obito. His round face was so dour it almost gave her a headache. Kushina could understand, since the joy and sorrow in her heart were still at war, even if the former was decisively winning. Naruto's heartbreak when he'd returned had been almost too much to bear, but at least he was home. He was as safe as he could be, along with Sakura and Sasuke, even if both were equally hurt by their time in rain. I feel like if I start crying I'm never going to stop. Both Naruto and Sakura had said something along those lines, and Kushina could sympathize. It was their first time experiencing such a personal loss. It was probably different for Sasuke. She had felt the same when she had heard what had happened to Whirlpool, to her family. But Kushina knew from harsh experience that time dulled all wounds and faded most scars, and so she was sure her kids would recover. She would make sure they could. Right, distracted. She straightened up as Mikoto continued. The first. Mikoto looked around at the present company inside. Kushina arched an eyebrow. I would have preferred to have been in complete privacy, but I understand why that is not a realistic request. She placed her hands on her knees and bowed her head to Kushina, her long hair falling forward and obscuring her face. Kushina, I would like to apologize to you, she said. Obito blinked. You're forgiven, Kushina said with a laugh, trying to ward off the sudden dark mood she felt sweep over her. But for what? For what I was planning to do, Mikoto said, keeping her head bowed. Her friend hadn't taken her answer seriously. Kushina felt a chill run up her spine, and Minato and Obito weren't any help, they were just staring at her, waiting for her to act. It just makes her a shinobi. Mikoto, she said, bending forward, her head just a foot away from her friend's. I never blamed you for it. But if you need to apologize, I'll accept it. It was foolish, Mikoto bit out, and Kushina started as she realized Mikoto was holding back some serious emotions. I was foolish. It took getting my son back and talking to a dead man, seeing all his regrets, for me to realize that. She looked up, her face crumpling. I did not appreciate you. I did not see you, only what's inside you. Whatever I was before that night, I wasn't a true friend. I'm sorry for ever considering it. To her astonishment and concern, Kushina felt a horrific resentment boiling inside her. For a second, she was angry and young again, and she wanted to throw Mikoto's apology back in her face, to make her cry, to make herself a hypocrite for tearing into Obito on that night a year ago, to act without a hint of grace and to deal cruel, irrevocable damage to the woman that she had trusted so much and who had nearly betrayed her so completely. But to her relief, the second passed. The wisdom that decades of being a shinobi and a mother and a Jinchuriki had taught her rushed back, and she laughed, feeling a tear leak out alongside it. I appreciate it, she said, leaning forward and wrapping her arms around Mikoto's shaking shoulders. But it's all right. Really. There's no point in agonizing over a past that never showed its face, you know. She stayed there for a couple seconds as both the men in the room drew back, awkwardly fidgeting. Obito scratched the back of his head with a grimace, looking desperate to escape, and Kushina smirked at him past Mikoto's head. So much for his invincible Kamui if it couldn't even get him out of an awkward situation, huh? He grimaced back at her in good humor, and moments later Mikoto pulled back, regaining her calm with a series of deep breaths. What's the second thing then? Kushina asked, noticing how quiet Minato was being and glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. He looked relieved, though she was sure she was the only one who could see it. Maybe the Uchiha would weigh on him a bit less now, she could only hope. He had an entire buffet of plates in front of him for the foreseeable future, and there wasn't anything appetizing on any of them. The second thing is something that Madara told us that we didn't mention, Obito said, taking over for Mikoto as she composed herself. He turned to Minato. I don't know if it's really something that should be classified or not, Sensei, but it's strange, and probably important, so we wanted you and Kushina alone to hear it first. Shoot, Minato said, leaning back with a curious look. He'd always loved a mystery, just one of his many endearing traits. Madara said that his shadow was likely trying to enact something called the infinite Tsukuyomi, Obito said with air quotes, and Kushina saw him stiffen at half of the name being familiar. It's basically what it sounds like. A genjutsu that can't be distinguished from the real world, cast on everyone, everywhere, all at once. How? Minato asked, somehow taking such an obviously insane thing absolutely seriously. Kushina wasn't quite there yet, but she followed along as Obito continued with a frown. According to him, the tailed beasts came from the Sage of Six Paths. He beat up a beast with 10 tails, the Jubi, and separated its body and mind. Obvious mythology stuff, but he created the moon to contain its body, so, you know, it must have been huge, and then contained its mind and chakra in his own body. He was the first Jinchuriki. Mikoto spoke too gently for it to be called an interruption, but Obito stopped, obviously waiting for her. The sage was your distant ancestor through his son Ajura, Kushina, and your progenitor as well. She locked eyes with her, and Kushina couldn't help but be taken in by her conviction. In a way, you are carrying on a tradition established millennia ago, by chance or by fate I do not know. Right. Obito said, trying to continue. Kushina tilted her head, considered responding, and then decided to save it for the end. Anyway, when he died, to keep the Jubi from being reborn, he split its chakra into 9 pieces, the tailed beasts as we know them. How did 10 tails become, He silently counted for a moment. 45? I guess that's a mystery for the ages, but that's the story. And that ties into the infinite Tsukuyomi how? Minato asked, trying to get Obito back on track with the same tone he'd used for the last 20 years, and Kushina giggled as the Uchiha blushed. The way Madara put it, if the tailed beasts were combined again, the 10 tails would be reborn, and some of the sage's power would come back with it as well, since they were tied together during his life. He interlaced his fingers, wiggling them a little. And then if that power was sent to the moon, I guess reflected off of it, that's what would spread the infinite Tsukuyomi. Which, the moon does reflect light, so if it was a powerful energy transfer, that would make sense. Obito scratched his head again. But when Mikoto and I were heading over here, she said there was a way we could prove it. Oh. Now Kushina spoke, looking back at her friend. I think I've got a suspicion. You know me, Mikoto said with a sad smile, tapping her temple. Hammer and nail. We've already seen that the both of us can delve into your chakra and communicate with the Kyuubi, in a fashion. She sat up, fully the stereotypical disciplined Uchiha once again. Kushina, Minato, I don't trust my ancestors' words to a fault, but I think there is some dangerous truth in them. With both your permission, I would ask that both myself and Obito, alongside Kushina, interrogate the Kyuubi and determine if it has any additional information. I don't have an objection, Kushina said, glancing at her husband. Though the big guy probably won't be cooperative, since he's a manifestation of hatred and destruction and all that. He hesitated, and Kushina frowned, not because of him not immediately responding, but because of the very unminato uncertainty that flashed across his face. If there's truth to those myths as you two are saying, he said quietly, there may be more to it than that. He considered for another moment. I couldn't come along, could I? I bet it would be fascinating to see the seal from the inside. I don't think it works that way, Obito said as Kushina did her best to suppress a dirty joke. She held it in, but she caught Mikoto waggling an eyebrow at her nonetheless. Naturally, Obito was oblivious. Unless you've been hiding a Sharingan this whole time, sensei. Unfortunately not, Minato said with a tired smile. Then I'll keep watch while you three do your thing. I should be able to sense if anything goes wrong. All right. Kushina scooted closer to Mikoto and Obito, looking over at the younger man. Have you done this before, Obito? Not since, well, that night, Obito said. He leaned in as well, and Kushina took his and Mikoto's hand in each of hers, feeling the flow of their chakra underneath their skin and the warmth of their bodies. But I think I get the gist of it. Both his and Mikoto's Sharingan spiraled out, the three tomo twisting into three distinct Mangekyo patterns across four eyes. Kushina stared into them and the world started to melt away, replaced by golden darkness as her body went limp in the chair. Kushina blinked, and she was within the seal. She was standing on an endless plain of golden stone that extended endlessly out to a horizon which stretched up into a gold and silver sky, a monochromatic world that defeated depth perception and made all distance seem the same. Mikoto and Obito were on either side of her, Obito looking around in wonder, and Mikoto up at what she'd come to question. The nine-tailed fox was here. It was always here, and would be until the day Kushina died. It was suspended on a floating sphere dozens of feet in the air, massive spikes hammered through its tails and paws, stretched out to every extremity and bound by glittering adamantine chains, the world's largest and most dangerous prisoner. Its muzzle was bound as well, and it did not react when they appeared beyond one glowing crimson eye swiveling down to glare at them, bringing with it a noticeable, nearly painful weight. It's like my Kamui, Obito said with wonder, barely focusing on the fox. But a lot brighter. Does everyone have something like this inside them? He blinked, looking shaken. Wait, what if that's how the Mangekyo works? What if it's not another dimension, but a seal within my eye? That's dash. Obito, focus, Mikoto said gently. We're guests, so let's not overstay our welcome. Yeah, Obito said. Kushina gave him a smile, her stomach aching as he looked up at the Kyuubi. He examined the prison, the seal that was a product of generations of Uzumaki secrets, and looked back at Kushina with a vaguely concerned look. What? She asked, and the fox stirred with a sound like a distant avalanche. The chains and stakes didn't budge. It's good and tight. There's no chance it can hurt us. It's not that, Obito said quietly. It's not like a visualization thing, right? You didn't design how the seal manifests in your chakra. No. Kushina said. She'd never even considered it. Why would she? The construction of every seal was unique, filled with the intentional or accidental flourishes of its creator, and even if hers had been passed down the generations it was no different. It's always been like this. Before Mito passed she explained how the seal worked to me, and her daughter gave me the key after the fox was taken from her. She pushed down the surge of sadness at the memory of the wrinkled, kind face, telling her how the rest of her life would go. Since then I've had to visit for lack of a better word if I ever wanted to regulate it, or set how much chakra the Kyuubi could release into me. I'm sure you can tell I usually keep it locked down tight, but he's always been chained and pinned up like that. Cool. Yeah, it's just. Obito looked back up at the chained beast. It sorta looks like a moon, right? Looking back at something she'd never really stopped to analyze because she'd been stuck with it from a formative age, Kushina couldn't help but admit that yeah, the floating sphere the Kyuubi was pinned to might look a bit like a moon. Circles and spheres were common in sealing work since they could efficiently transfer chakra between several different configurations. Circulate, it was in the term after all. Perfectly benign, but with what Mikoto and Obito had just told her, it took on an ominous context. She grunted, before raising her hand and rotating it. The chains binding the Baijuyo's mouth and head loosened and fell away, and it twisted its head to fully glare down at her, sparing a moment of hatred for Obito and Mikoto as well. It could speak but chose not to, so Kushina took the initiative. Not feeling talkative? She asked, and the monster's lips curled back, revealing man-sized teeth. It remained silent. Does it usually talk? Obito said, and Kushina shrugged, a distant memory of boiling agony ripping through her stomach bubbling up. She'd never spoken directly to the fox, though it had screamed at her once or twice. From the very first day she'd learned of it, everyone had told her it was purely a force of destruction, a mass of malevolence kept contained by her as both a prison and a weapon. What could such a thing have to say? Did it talk to you when you suppressed it, Obito? She asked, and he frowned. I don't know if talk was the right word, but it communicated, yeah. Didn't have anything nice to say. Well, that sounded about right. He crossed his arms, staring up at the beast, and Mikoto mirrored him. Kushina watched both the Uchiha fall into an identical stance with faint amusement. Kyuubi, we would speak with you, Mikoto said, and the beast stirred, turning its attention to her. We have questions that you may be able to answer. The monster sneered. You'll take more from me? It did not have a human mouth or tongue to speak with, but the words reverberated through the air nonetheless. With what? With our Sharingan, if necessary, Mikoto said. The monster laughed. Your eyes can steal my mind, but not its contents. You are worthless, Uchiha. In general, of course, but especially here. Kushina glanced at Mikoto for confirmation, and got a sour look in return. True enough then. Obito seemed to be mulling things over, so she stepped forward. I assume you're not interested in conversation, she said, and the fox glared down at her. You've certainly never started one yourself. No. What, then? It was strange, she thought, to have this new frontier open up in front of her. The Kyuubi had always been something she'd shut away and considered a mindless danger, like a sword without a hilt, but it was obviously more intelligent than she'd figured. Maybe it could be negotiated with. Freedom. Well, that's a no-go, Kushina said with a grin. Considering it would kill me, you know. Anything else? If the question is not worth your life, then no. The beast's eyes narrowed. What is this, Kushina Uzumaki? You have been content to ignore me, to be an aging cage of meat who steals from an unseen prisoner. Wow, you've got away with words, Kushina said with a laugh. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize you could talk? No. The Kyuubi sounded strangely contemplative. Mito told you I would try to deceive you, to bargain with you, as I did with her. Sure, but that's what demons do, Kushina said. They trick. That's different from talking. To that, the Kyuubi did not respond. For someone not interested in conversation, you're talking a lot, Obito cut in. Maybe you could hear our questions, Kyuubi, and see if they interest you or not. The Kyuubi shifted, nostrils flaring. I recognize you. A snarl echoed through the seal. You are the one who shoved me back in here. Yes, Obito said, but that's not the past we're interested in. He gestured to himself and Mikoto. We were told today that you used to be part of a larger creature, a 10-tailed beast. We wanted to confirm if that was true. The Kyuubi stared at him, and Kushina cocked her head up at it. It was hard to read the expressions of a fox with the head the size of a building, but for a moment its eyes seemed more human, more understandable than those of a vicious animal that could destroy cities with the thrashing of its tails. Was she just projecting, or was that confusion, trepidation, even loss that she might be seeing? Who told you this? A question met by a question? Now that was interesting. A man you know well, Madara Uchiha. The fox hissed, the sound resounding throughout the intangible space. He is still alive? I did not realize humans could live that long. He's quite dead, but returned nonetheless. Mikoto spoke up. 9 tails, from the stories I know he was your master for several dash. The Kyuubi lunged, looking for all the world like an oversized dog for a moment as it snapped down at Mikoto, but Kushina didn't flinch. Its chains held taut, and its head could only drop a couple feet before it came up short. Mikoto didn't take a step back, but Kushina saw her hand dart towards a sword that wasn't there. Let's avoid that word, she quietly suggested as she stepped to Mikoto's side, and her friend nodded, Sherry non-whirling. Kushina looked up at her prisoner with a neutral smile. My predecessor took you from Madara, who had enslaved you, she said, and the fox snarled. So I'm sure you didn't have much of a relationship with him. But considering how much time he kept control of you, I'm sure he knew all sorts of things about you that the Uzumaki, who just kept you shut away, could never have dreamed of. Right. He was not my master. Who could be? Kushina said with a shrug, and the fox's eyes narrowed. You're obviously too powerful to be mastered, only contained. It was the kind of ploy that would barely work on a young child, and she saw that the beast knew it. But at the same time, it relaxed, pulling its head back and loosening the chains around its throat. Flattery seemed, at least, to be more successful than the alternative. Yes. As you have. Naturally. She could see Obito and Mikoto watching her out of the corner of her eye. Obito still had his arms crossed, shifting whenever the Kyuubi's voice washed over him. So then, was Madara right? He told them that you were created from a larger 10-tailed beast by the Sage of Six Paths. Is that true? The beast considered her, and Kushina realized it was actually looking at her, reading her body language, her face. Odd actions for a monster, but... Just what are you, she wondered. I doubt all those stories and myths of you destroying civilizations were made up. You could sense malice, you taught me how. Was that for a monopoly on hatred, as Mikoto and I thought, or was it more complicated? I will offer you an exchange. Kushina's pondering slammed into a brick wall, and she laughed internally, not letting it show on her face. Of course, it was just like Mito had warned her. Any half-decent demon could feign humanity, if only to lure people in. Now, the Kyuubi would try to make a deal with her to wriggle out of the seal, as it had many times with her successor. That was its way. I probably won't be able to agree, but what kind? She said, and the fox shifted to look down at her with both eyes. You have cursed me with boredom, it said, and this talk has reminded me of that. Loosen the seal to let me see through your eyes, and I will answer your question. Kushina frowned and glanced over at both her companions. Mikoto pursed her lips, and Obito shrugged. That's all? Kushina asked. What about my ears? Hearing things. You would refuse, it said, which was absolutely correct. You would believe that the more senses I requested, the closer I would come to complete control, which is partially correct. I would be content with seeing what you see. What would be stopping me from just tightening the seal again? Kushina said. The same thing preventing me from simply lying to you, fool. The fox closed one claw around the stake, impaling its paw, nails scraping down the side of the invincible wood. This would be an exercise in trust. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, Kushina admitted, feeling uncomfortably like she was talking to an equal whose existence she'd never really considered before. Like, what about if I'm in the bathroom? Obito snickered. I have exceedingly little interest in human biology. If your question is less important than your privacy, then there is little I can do. Sight, that is my offer. Minato will probably be annoyed I didn't ask him first, Kushina mused as Mikoto gave her an incredulous look. But fine. It's my body, I can decide what to do with it. She drew both her hands up, and Mikoto stepped a bit closer to her, whispering. Are you sure, Kushina? It's malice itself, whatever it sees, it will try to use against you. Honestly, Kushina muttered back, I'm way more concerned about it seeing me and Minato together, you know. Mikoto scoffed as Kushina continued. But it is like a 1,000-year-old monster, so I doubt it really cares. If it's tricking me, we'll know soon enough. And how do we know if it lies? Mikoto said as Kushina started drawing her hands through the air as if painting with an invisible brush. The golden space quivered, expanded, and constricted, and a golden chain wormed its way around the Kyuubi's skull, shaking in place. It's as it said, Obito, and I cannot compel the truth from it. Dunno. Kushina shrugged and slashed her hand down, and the chain that had surrounded the fox's head shattered in sparkling golden light. It shifted with a grunt. But I've got a feeling. I'm going to trust my gut here. She turned back to the fox. It should be done, assuming I didn't get my nerves mixed up. Yes, it rumbled. I can see. What a dull place you are in, but at least it is not this vast emptiness. Its claws drew away from the stake, relaxing and opening up. You have fulfilled your side of the bargain, Kushina Uzumaki. And will you? Kushina asked, and the fox snorted. I do not know how Madara could have come to learn of the Jubi. Obito stiffened, staring up at it with astonishment. But his understanding is accurate. I am a piece of that great monster. And the other beasts as well. Kushina continued. Yes. Once, we were a greater whole. The fox closed its mouth, but the words still emerged, its tone a bit more urgent. I am telling you this because I believe you will honor our agreement, Kushina. You are not as feckless as an Uchiha. But there is another reason I would impress upon you. Oh? Kushina asked, trying to decide if it was funny or terrifying to have a creature like this hold such a grudge against her friend's family. If you die, I will die with you. But I have died before, and been reborn without much effort. My chakra is connected to the earth, and so is drawn back to it before long. That lined up with what Mito had said, more evidence that the beast was telling the truth, or at least part of it. But the Jubi, that is much more troublesome. If Madara Uchiha was aware of it, I have no doubt he was attempting to recreate it, to take its ultimate power for himself. Kushina couldn't help but flinch, because of course that was correct, and she was sure the Kyuubi noticed her reaction. To be rejoined with that monster would be a final death, that loss of self that you humans so dread. The fox opened its mouth again, looking smug. Content. It was an expression that didn't make much sense on its toothy face. I am not interested in experiencing such a thing. Know that, and take it as you will. Right. Kushina said, rolling the words over in her head. I'll keep that in mind, then. Good. I have honored our agreement. It is time for you to depart. As Kushina turned to her friends to ask them to end the mutual hypnosis, Obito spoke up. Did the sage tell you this? He asked, and the Kyuubi's muzzle twitched. Or did you just know it when you were born? Kushina paused, sure there wouldn't be a response, but to her utter shock the Kyuubi answered. He did. Our purpose was explained to all of us on his deathbed. None of them knew how to take that, and there was a long pregnant silence. Obito cleared his throat. Then if we asked one of the other beasts, they would say the same. Should you deign to? The Kyuubi sneered. Leave. You have exhausted my patience. Even through the seal its chakra began to press down on them, as if gravity was increasing, its displeasure clear. Kushina took Mikoto's hand, and she took Obito's. Right then, Mikoto muttered. Open your eyes. There was a snap, A flash of black, and they were all back in the Hokage's office, Minato watching them intently. Kushina sat up in her chair, shaking her head and trying to dispel a sudden vertigo. "Everything okay?" he asked. Mikoto and Obito were both groggily sitting up, a bit of blood leaking from Mikoto's left eye. She brushed it away, smearing it on her cheek. "I felt a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra leak out." "Yeah, Kushina was more aware than she had ever been in her life of what she was looking at. "We made a deal." "A deal?" Minato said, looking bemused. "What kind?" "It answered their question, and in return, it gets to see what I'm seeing," Kushina said. Her husband leaned back as Obito stood up and stretched, pressing a thumb to his temple and rotating it to stave off a headache. "It said it was bored, so I modified the seal a little." "Interesting. Wonder if I should change your top secret classification," Minato mused, and Kushina gave him a smirk. "And did it confirm what Madara said?" "It did," Obito said, pacing around the chairs. "And I think Kushina was right to make the deal. It didn't feel like it was lying. It even told us that under no circumstances did it want the Jubi reborn, since that would kill it permanently. I guess it can't come back from being, well, melded together with the other beasts. It's a shame Konoha only has the one," Mikoto said, pulling out a handkerchief and cleaning the blood off her hand and cheek. "It claimed what it told us was universal knowledge among the beasts. We could try to speak to another to corroborate its tale." "I'm not opposed," Minato said, "but I doubt Suna would give us access to Gaara." He got a signature distant look. The one Kushina knew meant he was running through an entire day, month, or year to see how things might turn. "Maybe if Yahiko agrees to meet at Miyaboku, I could broach the subject there, though I'm sure he wouldn't agree. Rain does supposedly have 3 Baijuya now, after all." "How's that going, by the way?" Kushina asked, glad to be back in the real world and with the fox back in her core where it belonged instead of looming before her. "The toads haven't said anything." "Not yet," he confirmed. "But I'm going to keep sending them until I get a response one way or another." "All right." Kushina took his hand. "You should probably sleep soon, hun. It's been a whole day and there hasn't been another attack." "I'm sure Cloud is waiting to see how we react," Minato confirmed. "Obito, would you spend the night with the barrier team, just to be safe?" "Of course, Sensei," Obito said, inclining his head, before snapping it up. "But hey, actually, before you let your sage mode go, could you tell me where Sakura is? I've been trying to find some time to talk with her, but we keep missing each other." "One moment," he said, closing his eyes, obviously feeling out the village with his sixth sense. Kushina tapped her foot, also wondering where Sakura was and how she was doing. She remembered her red face from earlier in the day, how she'd struggled to speak without crying, left without saying a word. Perhaps unfairly, her memories of how Naruto had told her that he'd been so terrified for her were stronger. The unabashed adoration her son had been filled with as he told her that while he'd been trying to save people with medical jutsu, Sakura had been leading rescue and recovery efforts throughout the burning city. They were more tightly bound than ever, Kushina thought. She didn't really mind it, in fact, it was extremely cute, but it was obvious to her that Sakura and Naruto's fates were stuck now, melted together like much of a Megakure had been. As Minato's eyes opened and he told Obito that it looked like she had returned home, Kushina hoped with the soul of a young romantic and worried with the mind of a wary parent that everything would turn out alright. ####. In the dark, Konan thought a Megakure looked like a broken ribcage. Ribbons of light and darkness stretched out before her, light where the city and its electrical grid were intact and darkness where it had been shattered. Half the city was invisible like this, cloaked in the night while the rest burned with feverish energy. Rescue and recovery efforts were naturally ongoing, and they had all been working tirelessly for the last day to save whatever they could. Konan had been in 100 places at once, sending messages and transmitting orders, while Nagato watched the skies and did the impossible with his ninjutsu and Yahiko coordinated everything from the CCCC, one man through which everything flowed and where every bit of disastrous information gathered. But now, out of necessity, they were gathered at the top of the tower, having dragged chairs out onto one of the balconies to look out over the city and talk and plan, the same balcony Nagato had pulled Team 7 up to more than a year ago. For what felt like the first time in their lives, they were not in agreement. Despite your words, you won't take it as proof of guilt, Konan? Yahiko asked, dragging her attention away from the city. Her only other best friend in the world, the man she loved, was curled up in his chair, one leg drawn up as he drummed his fingers on his knee. His face was empty, but there was an occasional twitch. The whole tableau reminded Konan more of Yahiko, the war leader who treated every loss as a personal insult, than the Yahiko she had come to know, the gracious and ambitious leader. Not with Sasuke returning as he did, Konan said, leaning forward as Yahiko sneered. Obviously, Team 7 being returned to Konoha is not what we would have wished, but Sasuke sending a shadow clone to inform us of Cloud's cannon and Orochimaru's actions has dash. It means nothing, Yahiko grunted. Orochimaru's memory jutsu obviously exists, since Nagato did not detect any of his falsehoods when he was interrogated over the years, so who is to say the information Sasuke was given was accurate? He could have been sent here solely to deceive us through what he believed was the truth. He was grinding his teeth, and Konan couldn't blame him. Orochimaru was still in a megakure, lending his aid to the recovery efforts. The man was a brilliant shinobi who was seemingly excellent in every discipline under the sun, but after what Sasuke had said, Konan had several times found herself thinking of the best way to put him down. Someone without loyalty to anything but themselves could not be trusted. It is possible, Nagato said. But that supposes that Sasuke was kidnapped by Itachi, who was certainly not working with Konoha given his actions, recovered by Konoha, brainwashed once again by Orochimaru, who implanted false memories in him both about Orochimaru being an enemy of both us and the Leaf, and about Cloud's cannon, the unprecedented nature of which certainly explains this attack, and created that shadow clone to return to us all in the course of, what, an hour? And in the course of all that, why would Orochimaru stay, as if nothing was wrong, rather than flee? He ran his hand through his long red hair and Konan gave him a worried look, seeing the exhaustion and despair he was hiding behind his clinical words. It's possible, but extremely unlikely. In this situation we must rely on the simpler explanations, not seek complexity. Lightning attacked us, using a method they believed untraceable, but which Konoha obviously surmised. We have not been able to get in contact with Katasuke Tano, meaning he has either been expunged or is on the run. Orochimaru is a snake in our midst, who Sasuke managed to outmaneuver thanks to his Sharingan. Assuming more than we know could end in disaster. It changes nothing, Yahiko hissed, his lip curling. Orochimaru is just the same as all of Konoha, just as Kimimaro said, our greatest threat, regardless of the strength of Cloud's new weapon. Now that we have seen it, Nagato could deflect it without fail. Nagato hesitantly nodded in agreement, underestimating himself as usual. If he'd been able to divert 6 of the 8 beams in the right way without any preparation or understanding of what was happening, Konan thought, there was no way he would fail again. He wouldn't allow himself. I won't allow it, Nagato, Konan said quietly. To attack Cloud is a necessity, but picking a fight with Konoha is foolishness. It is them or us, Yahiko said, his voice so intense it put the hair on the back of Konan's neck up. If we attack Lightning alone, the Land of Fire will stab us in the back. I'm sure their daimyo has already made it clear to Namikaze what needs to be done. We need to strike them quickly, and so hard they cannot ever threaten us. We must break their backs. Yahiko dash. He wouldn't meet her calming tone, if anything he just grew more incensed, leaping to his feet and gesturing out over the burned city. We have 3-tailed beasts, Konan. 3. More than Cloud and Leaf combined. And 2 with Jinchuriki loyal to us. Few's loyalty is conditional on Waterfall's cooperation, Nagato said. There's no way Elder Agi would want her back. Yahiko laughed. The trouble that would bring. And she knows it. That's why she has been happy to wait while we sorted everything out. She is well trained, and has mastered her beast. Even if Waterfall is too cowardly to take advantage of that, we should not be. And Yujito and I? We agreed to keep her as a bargaining chip. Would you turn that back just a day later? Konan said, and Yahiko waved her off. She could be made sympathetic. She was raised a weapon, knowing nothing but Cloud. If we appealed to her, she could align with us, he said, leaning on a railing and staring out into the dark. Rain has always taken anyone who wishes to join. She would be no different. I find that very unlikely, Konan said, thinking that it was impossible but not wanting to frustrate him further, and his face twisted. It doesn't matter. Yahiko grimaced. In the worst case, we could unleash her beast in another country and make it someone else's problem. Even in that case it would be 2 Jinchuriki to 2, and our shinobi are superior to any other in the world. If their Jinchuriki are countered, the other villages would be outmatched, and as long as Nagato stays in a Megakure, our home is invincible. As Konan started to speak, Nagato held his hand out to her, and stopped, took a deep breath, and deferred to him. Even if that is true, Yahiko, the world's strongest man said, I cannot be everywhere at once. The nation is more than just a Megakure, and there is no way for me to defend the entire country. He steepled his fingers and leaned forward, hiding his eyes. If we assault the hidden cloud directly, they will make another attack, this time in retaliation. That's self-evident. If I am part of that assault, I will not be able to defend the city. Even if I am here and able to defend the city, I'm sure that by now Cloud has learned a Megakure was defended, though they may not know it was me. That being the case, they could launch random shots at the rest of the country. He licked his lips. The loss of life would be unpreventable and catastrophic. Cloud must be handled with care until we know exactly where their cannon is, when a surgical attack can be launched against it. If they went that far they would deserve to be slaughtered to the man, and we would do it, Yahiko said, his face contorting in fury. We need to hit back. We could flatten their village and make it a mass grave. You could do it, Nagato. I could, but at what cost to the nation? Nagato said, and for a moment Yahiko didn't seem to have a retort. Konan sensed it was her time to step in. Somehow, she'd become the voice of moderation between Nagato's defensive nature and Yahiko's bloodlust. We do need to hit back, she said, drawing both their attention to her. She stood up and joined Yahiko at the railing, tentatively putting a hand on his shoulder. But a direct assault would be rash. Cloud's shinobi are elite, even if they aren't as many in number as Konoha, and who knows what other advancements they've made besides the cannon. If Nagato leaves, the nation could be decapitated. Yahiko's hands curled into white-knuckled fists, but he didn't interrupt her. We need to hit back like Rain always has, she said, trying to keep her voice soft and direct even as a burning need for justice, revenge, raged inside her brow like a 200-degree fever. By supporting the minor nations. The land of lightning is invading Frost as we speak. Without assistance, the country will be overrun in less than a week. That's not dash. Yahiko said, and Konan snapped at him. It's deniable, Yahiko. She said with gritted teeth. Unacceptable. We will bloody Lightning's nose, kill Cloud's ninja, and do it all outside our country, as a major village should. She blew out a breath, feeling like she was speaking poison but knowing it was right. We will destroy Cloud with 1,000 ragged wounds, not the same kind of attack they levied against us, trying the same will just result in mutually assured destruction. We will let them feel regret for what they've done for weeks, months, the course of a war, and then we will kill them and their wretched daimyo. Yahiko stared at her, shaking, as Konan drew back. We will fix our own bloody mistake, she finished, feeling adrenaline coursing through her as she prayed for her love to see reason. And leave. He eventually said, and Konan shook her head. Nagato was watching them, waiting to see where they fell. We will ignore them, she said, and Yahiko scoffed. And they will do the same to us. We learned under the same teacher. I have to believe that Minato Namikaze is not so different from us. He isn't, Yahiko said. Which is why. He paused, considering his words, and then shook his head. You must accept his offer, Konan said when it was clear he wasn't going to continue, trying to make her voice steel, and Yahiko shook his head again. Toads had been arriving once every hour or two, begging to speak with Yahiko, for him to give them a message to take back to the Yondaime Hokage, and he had always sent them away without a word. You must. If only so you can extract a guarantee from him, his word, that the leaf will not interfere with our war against Cloud. He would not give it. And a meeting at Miyaboku. Yahiko sneered. How convenient, to take me somewhere isolated, away from you and my ninja, alone with the greatest killer in the world. Minato is not that kind of man. Nagato spoke up. Nor, I imagine, would the toads of Myaboku suffer two of their summoners murdering each other at their home. If that is your concern, Yahiko, I would reconsider it with clear eyes. There's no point in it, Yahiko maintained. There's every point. Konan said, her voice raising against her will. Sensei will be there. You will be safe. And it will buy us certainty. Only a fool would refuse to meet with the Hokage, one of the most powerful men in the world, right now. Are you calling me a fool, Konan? Yahiko said, his voice deadly quiet, and Konan sneered. Do you think I would spare your feelings, darling? She said, perhaps cruelly throwing the affection in his face. Yes. How could any of us not act like fools, after what has happened? She threw her hands out, encompassing the city. Pain makes you lose sight of everything that's not right in front of you. That's the nature of it. But please, step back. She gripped his shoulder, pulling him slightly to fully face her. Take a moment and think, and then make your decision. Think about the nation, our people, the Akatsuki, and what your decision will mean for them. And then, tell us your answer. Yahiko's face was full of fury, but he didn't break away. For a full 30 and some seconds, he stared into Konan's eyes, his own darting around, small micro-expressions emerging and vanishing as he wrestled silently with something deep inside. Konan held her breath, and then, slowly, Yahiko's hand came up and pressed against her cheek. I think, he said, cradling her face, that you should go to the land of the frost. The other hand came up, warm and rough against the other side of her face. I think you should take whatever ninja you believe you will need, and few, and that you should lead them as they kill as many cloud bastards as they can. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. I think Nagato should stay here, in Omegakure, and defend our nation's capital, but that we need to start distributing both shinobi and the command structure and government around the country, just in case there is a similar strike. I think the revolution needs to survive no matter what happens to us or this village or in Frost. Another breath, and he opened his eyes. And I think I will go to meet Minato Namikaze in 4 days. In fact, I'll send a toad myself, as soon as we're finished. By then, the recovery efforts should be close to finishing up. I will continue to lead them in the meantime. Yahiko, Konan murmured, relief washing through her like cool water and sweeping her fever away. You're sure? Nagato shifted, echoing her words, and Yahiko drew back, looking between the two of them. Yes, he said, crystal clear. I'm sure. I'm sorry I got so heated there. He laughed. Having a sensitivity to injustice isn't a good thing, you know. It makes it hard to see clearly. I'm sorry I was cruel, Konan said, and Yahiko shook his head. You weren't cruel, he said. Only honest. And Nagato, as ever, thank you for taking so much on yourself. Nagato nodded, a faint relief visible on his face as well. None of this would be possible without you. He bit his thumb and performed a summoning jutsu, and a small blue toad popped into existence. Konan didn't know the names of all the toads linked to Yahiko's contract, but she recognized it as one that had been sent away before. Oh. It chirped. Changed your mind. As Yahiko spoke with the toad, Konan glanced at Nagato. He didn't seem nearly as relieved as her, probably because as ever, the pressure put upon him was unbelievable. She slipped away to sit at his side, and he glanced at her, red hair falling past his eyes. What if Cloud overreacts to you opposing them in Frost? He muttered. What then? Then we kill them all, Konan said firmly. If that is the case, it will never end any other way. So many are about to die, and all for Sensei's dream of peace, Nagato said, his voice still low. I hope he will not hold Yahiko responsible at Myaboku. I don't think that conversation would go well. He won't, Konan said, squeezing Nagato's hand. Even if he's a strange soul, Jiraiya-sensei is a ninja, I'm sure what Cloud has done is appalling to him. He will understand the necessity of striking back. Yahiko sent the toad away, and turned back to them. Was there anything else that needed to be discussed? He said with an apologetic smile. Not that we've had enough time together recently, but... Nothing so urgent, Konan said, and Nagato nodded in agreement. We'll find time for other business when we need it. She sprouted wings. I'm heading back to the medical district. While you're out and about, could you tell Kimimaro I need to speak with him? Yahiko said, and Konan nodded. Obviously, as an Akatsuki commander, Kimimaro would need to be updated as to the situation. I'll tell him, she said with a smile before swooping off and down towards the city. Yahiko's parting words trailed after her. Great. Just gotta make sure we're all on the same page. Check the description for the links to the author.